My ex came back with 80 million, begging to get back together. I gave her one glance, returned the money, and blocked her. Next thing I know, she sent people to strip my apartment down to bare concrete. She cut off every way I had to find a job, even construction sites wouldn't take me. In desperation, I turned to my father. He told me to sell my blood. My sister said to go beg on the street. I clutched my last 20 yuan in my hand. And that's when the memory hit me. The day she walked into my company. The new boss arrived without warning. The board dropped her in like a bomb. The last CEO? Taken away by the cops. Bribery. Selling company secrets. Everyone whispered, but no one dared speak out loud. While the room buzzed with speculation, Shinzei sat hidden in a corner, slouched over the table, yawning. Who got arrested? Who took over? None of this mattered to Shinzei. He was here to make money. As long as he did his job properly, earned his monthly salary without causing trouble for the company or his superiors, it did not matter to him who the president was. What mattered was. Shinzei glanced at his watch and yawned again. What mattered was that it was lunch break. Holding a meeting during lunch break, how was that okay? Still, Shinzei did not complain. Yawn after yawn came, and as the new president continued to delay, Shinzei dozed off. Just then, the grand doors of the conference room were pushed open by two men in suits. The room immediately fell silent, and all eyes turned to the entrance. It was obvious the new president had arrived. Accompanied by the sound of high heels approaching, a woman in formal business attire entered the room. She was tall and alluring, with a refined face framed by gold-rimmed glasses. Behind those glasses were a pair of cold eyes, constantly glinting with danger. She wore a black suit over a black shirt patterned with subtle gray designs. The shirt lent a hint of wildness and menace to the otherwise formal outfit, perfectly matching what insiders had said about her. This woman was ruthless. In short, she was breathtakingly beautiful, but undoubtedly dangerous. The conference room was so silent, one could hear a pin drop. The woman walked up to the podium. As she swept her gaze across the room, her delicate brows furrowed. She was looking for someone, a man. But it seemed he was not there. Then she thought again. She had investigated him. He was definitely in this company, there was no mistake. Her cold gaze swept across the room once more, until she finally noticed something in the farthest corner. It looked like someone was sleeping with his head on the table. Everyone followed her gaze, and upon seeing Shinzei asleep, someone muttered silently to themselves, "It is over." A new leader always strikes hard at the beginning. Surely Shinzei would be the first to feel the flames. His colleagues in the same department had not realized that Shinzei had fallen asleep. When they now saw him sound asleep, they were startled at first and instinctively thought to nudge him awake quietly. Unfortunately, the woman noticed. Her cold eyes shot over, and the colleague was so frightened that they dared not move. Only then, seeing the person had not acted, did her icy gaze relent. She turned to face the group and said in a deep voice, "Hello everyone, my name is Yu Yan. From today onward, I will serve as the president of Wanqing Group." She paused briefly. Meeting adjourned, Yu Yan said coldly. With these words, the entire room was stunned. Everyone looked at Yu Yan in confusion, but Yu Yan had no intention of elaborating further. Her cold gaze remained fixed on Shinzei, still asleep in the corner. After a brief silence, the group finally realized the meeting had indeed ended, even if it had only consisted of two short sentences. Now, seeing Yu Yan's gaze firmly locked on Shinzei, the others tactfully got up and left the conference room. It was obvious to anyone that Yu Yan had other business to attend to. Soon, the spacious room was left with only two people, Yu Yan and Shinzei. It felt like the chill after the crowd has gone, as if the warmth had vanished with them. Yu Yan stepped down from the podium in her high heels and began walking toward Shinzei. The crisp sound of her heels echoed melodiously against the marble floor. She sat gracefully beside Shinzei without saying a word. An hour passed. Shinzei woke up. "You are awake?" Yu Yan said softly. She had not even glanced at him, yet she knew he was awake. It was clear her attention had been on this man the whole time. Shinzei, still lying down, froze upon hearing her voice. That voice, it sounded familiar. He shook his head, dismissing the impossible from his mind. It could not be her. Shinzei lifted his head. The moment he saw her, the moment he saw that hint of red on her lips, his pupils contracted in shock. His mind roared. His whole body tensed. At that moment, Yu Yan turned her head and curved her lips into a wickedly seductive smile. "Long time no see," she said. Shinzei looked at her, his eyes trembling with disbelief. But soon, he regained his composure. "Do we know each other?" Shinzei forced a smile. With that, he stood up and walked away without looking back. Yu Yan watched his figure retreating in haste and said nothing. Shinzei furrowed his brow, clenched his fists, and walked forward with determination. Even though he had seen her with his own eyes, he still could not believe that she was Yu Yan, that woman who had disappeared for 5 years. 3 days. 10 months and 3 days. 5 years, 10 months, and 3 days. How had she come back? Shinzei returned to the office area just as the department manager was approaching. Shinzei, how could you fall asleep during President Yu's very first meeting after taking office today? At that moment, Shinzei's mind was in utter chaos. Hearing the words President Yu, he froze, thought for a moment, and then finally realized that Yu Yan was now the president of Wanqing Group. It seemed this woman had come for him. Manager, I quit, Shinzei said in a low voice. Watching Shinzei walk out of the company, the manager stood there in complete bewilderment. The news of Shinzei's resignation spread quickly throughout the company. It made sense. Just looking at Yu Yan, one could tell she was not someone to mess with. Shinzei dared to fall asleep during the new president's first meeting. It did not take a genius to imagine that things would not go well for him afterward. Thinking about it carefully, perhaps resigning was a wise move on Shinzei's part. But it was a shame nonetheless. All those years of hard work gone. One must understand, working at a nationally renowned company like Wanqing Group and climbing to the position of department head was no easy feat. After completing the resignation procedures, Shinzei walked out of the Wanqing Group building. Only after arriving home did Shinzei realize that Yu Yan's appointment as president of Wanqing Group was not just aimed at him, she had come with a blade. Shinzei lived in a residential complex developed by Country Garden. Though it could not compare to a top-tier estate like Thompson Riviera, it was still a respectable neighborhood. It had cost him all of his savings over the past 5 years. When he arrived on his floor, the elevator doors opened, and Shinzei immediately heard the sound of demolition and wall breaking. Confused, Shinzei muttered, "The neighbors are renovating?" Just as the words left his mouth, he sensed something was wrong. Damn it, this building has 1 apartment per floor. The demolition noise was far too loud to be coming from next door, it was clearly coming from his own home. Fuck! Shinzei broke into a run toward his unit. The door was wide open, and what he saw inside was utter devastation. The floors, appliances, walls, everything was gone. A few burly men inside were swinging sledgehammers, smashing his walls. Hey! Hey! What the hell are you doing? Shinzei shouted. The men paused their work and looked at him indifferently. One of them, calm and collected, even pulled out a cigarette and lit it with a tilted head. Shinzei stepped into his home and looked around at the wreckage. His heart bled. 700,000 yuan worth of renovations, gone just like that. How did you get in? Shinzei asked furiously, pointing to the floor. This is my fucking home. The men said nothing. The one smoking took a drag, exhaled a cloud of smoke, and lazily replied, "Oh, wrong place." Shinzei stared at him in disbelief, unable to comprehend how someone could be so nonchalant. Wrong place? Shinzei cursed. You motherfuckers planned this from the start? You wrecked my home and now say it was a mistake? The man seemed slightly annoyed. He took one last drag from his cigarette, flicked the butt onto the ground, and crushed it with his leather shoe. We get paid to do a job. The boss gives us an address, we smash it. If you have a problem, take it up with the boss. Talking to us is useless. That shut Shinzei up. As rude as they were, their logic was hard to argue with. Shinzei took a deep breath. Fine. Who is your boss? The man tossed Shinzei a business card, then turned to his team. All done? All done, the others responded. Let's go, the man said with a wave. Hearing that, Shinzei was fuming. What did he mean, all done? If they were not done, would they have kept smashing? But then Shinzei looked at the business card, and everything suddenly became clear. These men, dressed in suits and ties, were not renovation workers at all. No wonder they knew the code to his door. The so-called wrong place was just an excuse. Their true purpose was to tear apart his home. Shinzei gripped the business card tightly in his palm, his teeth grinding in anger. Yu Yan. He forced those 2 words out through clenched teeth. Shinzei returned to the company, once again entering that same conference room. Sure enough, Yu Yan had not left. She was still elegantly seated there, lazily hugging her arms, one long, beautiful leg crossed over the other, her delicate high heels swinging through the air in a seductive arc. Shinzei stormed over to Yu Yan and slammed the business card down onto the table. Yu Yan glanced at the card from the corner of her eye but said nothing. Yu Yan, what the hell is this supposed to mean? Shinzei shouted. Yu Yan looked at Shinzei and gave a faint smile. Do we know each other? Shinzei was furious. He pointed at her, his hand trembling with rage. Who gave you the right to destroy my home? Shinzei shouted. Wrong address. Yu Yan tilted her snow-white neck slightly. That was your mistake, not mine. Shinzei barked. Yu Yan remained indifferent, still hugging her arms. How was I supposed to know your door code was my birthday? Shinzei's face turned red with embarrassment. Whether he admitted it or not, the truth was plain to see. Soon, Shinzei calmed down. He exhaled deeply and steadied his emotions. If you keep this up, I will call the police, he said coldly. If it is a matter of compensation, there is no need to trouble the police. From her words, Shinzei could now tell Yu Yan was no ordinary wealthy woman. Yu Yan, you were the one who left without a word all those years ago. You do not need to take revenge like this. I did nothing to wrong you, Shinzei said firmly. This is not revenge. I simply got the wrong address, Yu Yan replied. Shinzei was clearly rattled by that answer. Just one wrong address and that is it? You wrecked my home, what am I supposed to do now? He shouted, pointing in the direction of his apartment. Sleep at my place, Yu Yan said with a wicked smile. Never underestimate the destructive power of a stunning woman. When a woman of extraordinary beauty sits in front of you, hugging her arms to push up her proud chest, crossing her long legs, and says sleep at my place, every man knows exactly what kind of adult game is about to unfold. But Shinzei frowned impatiently. Yu Yan, what exactly do you want? Come back to me. That is not possible, Shinzei said regretfully. I have money. We will never have to live in poverty again. If you come back to me, you will not need to work. Whatever you want, I will buy it for you. It was clear, Yu Yan intended to keep Shinzei as her lover. And one must admit, deep inside every man lies a desire to be protected. Tired men often fantasize about a beautiful, wealthy woman falling for them, someone with whom they could have an undying romance and ascend to the pinnacle of life. But that was not what Shinzei wanted. He was not lacking in money. What he lacked was the Yu Yan from 5 years ago. It has been 5 years since we broke up. Let us at least leave each other some dignity. Upon hearing that, Yu Yan's cold gaze turned icy. Just as she expected, Shinzei was immune to gentleness. Heh, she sneered. And then? 5 years is long enough. Let it go. If not for you showing up today, I was already on the verge of forgetting you, Shinzei said calmly. Yu Yan heard this and gave a faint smile. She stood up and walked until there were only 5 centimeters between them. Forget me, she said with disdain, staring directly at Shinzei. With what? With your mouth? As she spoke, she took another step forward. Instinctively, Shinzei stepped back. He was afraid of the enchanting woman standing before him. Yu Yan saw him flinch and immediately grabbed his tie, yanking it hard to pull his face close to hers. She admired his sharp, handsome features, then locked her cold gaze on his lips. Upon seeing his lips, a tender light flashed through her cold eyes. She tilted her head slightly and pressed her red lips onto his. The woman who once took half your life has returned. This time, she has come to take the rest. As she kissed him, Yu Yan forcefully breathed those 2 sentences into Shinzei's mouth. Despicable. Beautiful women are all despicable. Beauty and figure are her natural-born weapons. When she maintains her poise, she becomes the object of countless admirers. And once such a woman sets her sights on you and lowers her guard even slightly, it is almost inevitable that you will fall to her persuasion. Dior 952. This was Yu Yan's favorite lipstick shade. Cherry red lips, paired with her exquisitely delicate face, created a stunning impression, yet also evoked a subtle, indescribable sense of danger. As Yu Yan's red lips neared Shinzei's, his body tensed, and he immediately sensed that something was wrong. Damn, that feeling, it was his heart beating faster. But Shinzei understood, there was no going back for him and her. 5 years was too long. During that time, Yu Yan had disappeared without a trace. Who knew what had happened in the interim? To put it more plainly, Shinzei did not know whether he was about to become someone's rebound. Besides, she decided to break up on her own, and now she decided to reconcile? Did he have no say in this relationship at all? And yet, Shinzei looked at her red lips, at that face lost in longing as she leaned toward him. His soul kept reminding him she was the most beautiful woman in the world. With emotions surging, the two of them kissed. As time passed, Shinzei gradually regained a sliver of reason from the intoxicating sweetness of her lips. A strange sense of shame washed over him. Blushing, Shinzei abruptly pushed Yu Yan away. What are you doing? Shinzei glared at her furiously. Yu Yan pursed her lips slightly. In her beautiful eyes shimmered a trace of desire. Me? Yu Yan raised an elegant brow and spread her hands innocently, offering no further explanation. Shinzei snorted coldly and said through gritted teeth, I ask you to show some respect. And for the record, I am doing perfectly fine now, do not disturb my life. With that, he turned and walked away, not wanting to become entangled with this woman again. Same conference room. Same seat. Just like last time, when Shinzei left, Yu Yan did nothing to stop him. She watched again as Shinzei walked away with that same stubbornness. A faint smile appeared on her lips as she murmured, "Next time, try pushing me away a little earlier." Shinzei, still walking ahead, staggered slightly when he heard that. He almost tripped from sheer frustration. His face burning red, he glanced back at the smiling Yuyen and let out another discontented snort. Shinzei walked along the street. At that moment, his phone buzzed twice in his pocket. He took it out. It was a text message from the bank. On October 17th, a transfer of 10 million renminbi was made to your card ending in 1016 by you. The balance on the card ending in 1016 is now 10,030,532 renminbi and 9 cents. Available balance, 10,030,532 renminbi and 9 cents. Seeing the bank transaction, Shinzei frowned. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Another message. This time, it came from a number ending in 8888. Wrong address. This is compensation. Shinzei's face darkened. He was thoroughly displeased. What troubled Shinzei even more was the sheer absurdity of the situation, Yuyen casually transferring 10 million yuan like it was nothing. Yes, she came from a good family, but not to the point of tossing around millions without a care. It made Shinzei start to seriously question, just what had Yuyen been doing during those 5 years? How had she suddenly become this wealthy? When a man has money, it is something people can accept. But when a woman has money, it becomes somewhat dangerous. It inevitably leads people to suspect some shady dealings. Shinzei could not vouch for other women, but when it came to Yuyen, with that goddess-tier face and figure, even if she lowered her standards just a little, 10 million was nothing. It would not be hard to find someone willing to pay for her. Wait, no. Shinzei shook his head sharply. She was the one who dumped him. How she became rich, what did it have to do with him? Just then, Shinzei received another text message from Yuyen. "Oh right, do not bother renovating. Every time you do, I will tear it down again." If not for the fact that his phone was expensive, he would have already smashed it in anger. Back home, Shinzei looked at the bare, stripped-down apartment inside. 700,000 yuan in renovations, gone just like that. With nothing left in the house, Shinzei could only piece together a makeshift bed from a few planks. He would just have to make do for tonight and figure things out tomorrow. Just as he was about to sleep, the doorbell rang. Shinzei got up, walked to the door, and looked through the peephole. When he saw Yuyen standing outside with her arms folded, he felt completely undone. He pretended no one was home and walked back into the apartment. Outside, Yuyen, sensing no response, rang the doorbell again. Confirming that Shinzei was not going to open, she let out a displeased sound and pouted. Forgot to smash the door. Muttering to herself, Yuyen raised her leg and kicked. Bang! Inside, Shinzei jumped in fright. Fuck! What the hell is she doing? After the first kick failed to break the lock, Yuyen tilted her head and chuckled with annoyance. She had not expected such a cheap door to be this sturdy. She stepped back, bit her lip, and kicked again. Bang! Still no damage. Yuyen brushed her hair aside and gave it another hard kick. This time, the lock finally gave in. She pushed the door open and walked in. Inside, Shinzei exploded. "It's the middle of the night. Are you insane?" Yuyen looked relaxed as ever, stepping in with her high heels clicking, glancing around the small apartment and commenting, "Such a tiny place. You broke into my home." Shinzei shouted, "That is illegal." Yuyen turned and looked at him, her face full of innocent confusion. "I was saving someone," she said calmly. "Saving someone?" Shinzei looked at her in disbelief. "I rang the doorbell for so long and you would not answer. I thought something might have happened to my man, so I came in. Is that illegal?" A sly, mischievous smile danced across Yuyen's pretty face. Shinzei was livid. "The door." He pointed to the broken door. "What about this door?" "I will pay for it," Yuyen said nonchalantly. "It costs nothing." Facing such wealthy arrogance, Shinzei found himself at a loss for words. Yuyen tilted her head toward the outside and said, "Come sleep at my place." Stunningly handsome. Yuyen was beautiful, full of swagger, and when she tilted her head and said, "Come sleep at my place," the overbearing and forceful aura she exuded was simply explosive. And what man could resist such a seductive enchantress? Perhaps this is every man's hidden desire. Every man wishes that behind his woman's gentle and lovely appearance hides a fearless and bold side. However, Shinzei's frown deepened. He furrowed his brows tightly and looked at Yuyen with clear dissatisfaction. The problem was, he and Yuyen had already broken up. In the past, Shinzei had indeed loved her bold and forthright personality. But now, it was different. Breaking up meant that her boldness and openness were no longer his to cherish. During the 5 years since their separation, Shinzei believed that somewhere on this earth, some other man must have enjoyed the same boldness from Yuyen as he once did. This was not paranoia. The affection she showed today could just as easily be given to someone else tomorrow. Character lies at the core, and that never changes. Seeing Qin Zhe's state of mind, Yu Yin sneered coldly, "You hate me that much?" "As long as you understand that," Qin Zhe replied coldly. With that, he brushed past her without stopping. "Where are you going?" Yu Yin turned her head and asked. "None of your business," Qin Zhe said without even looking back. Yu Yin spread her arms helplessly and made no attempt to stop him, because she knew men like Qin Zhe, proper and principled, could not be won over in a day. It would take time to wear him down. Fortunately, time was the one thing Yu Yin had in abundance. This was just the beginning. She firmly believed she would have Qin Zhe eventually. That night, Qin Zhe stayed in a hotel. The next day, Qin Zhe contacted a renovation company, and by afternoon, workers had arrived to begin restoring his home. The budget was tight, so Qin Zhe did not spend much. More importantly, winter was fast approaching. A full-scale renovation would waste too much time, and staying in a hotel all winter would be another big expense. In short, he just needed it livable. 1 month passed. Qin Zhe's home was finally renovated. The weather had turned cool. Golden autumn leaves swirled as they fell. Qin Zhe's leather shoes crunched over the leaves. He exhaled into his palms and rubbed his hands together for warmth. "Daylight already," he muttered. Pulling his coat tighter, Qin Zhe walked in the direction of his home. In the past month, Yu Yin had not bothered him again. Just like 5 years ago, after saying, "Let us break up," she vanished completely. 5 years ago, Qin Zhe had been heartbroken. Today, he felt nothing but relief. Still, somewhere deep inside, Qin Zhe felt a strange emptiness. He could not understand, was he still holding out hope for her? He shook his head and brushed away the useless thought. In any case, starting today, he could finally return home. Home. Back at the apartment, Qin Zhe opened the door, feeling genuinely pleased. Even if the renovation was a bit shabby, not as luxurious as a hotel, this was home, his own sanctuary. That sense of belonging could never be replaced by a hotel. Just as he sat down, not even fully settled in, the doorbell rang. Qin Zhe went to the door and looked through the peephole. In an instant, his expression darkened. It was Yu Yin. Standing beside her were a few men in black suits. Qin Zhe did not recognize who they were. The moment he saw Yu Yin, he lost all interest in figuring out who the others were. Quietly, he tiptoed away, pretending no one was home. Outside, Yu Yin chuckled with amused annoyance. Coolly, she pushed her glasses up her nose using her middle finger. "Oh no, my man might be in danger." As she said this, Yu Yin gestured to the people around her to move aside, then stepped back a few paces and rolled her neck. Creak! The door opened. "Yu Yin, are you out of your damn mind?" Qin Zhe shouted furiously. Feigning sudden realization, Yu Yin laughed. "Oh, so you are fine after all." Hands in her pockets, she stepped forward in her high heels to enter the apartment. Qin Zhe blocked her path. "What do you think you are doing?" "Just coming in to have a seat," Yu Yin said calmly. "Sorry, did I invite you in?" Qin Zhe looked at her impatiently. "Oh," Yu Yin thought for a moment and nodded. "Fine, I will come back next time." She turned around and patted the door lightly, muttering, "This door's quality is pretty average." As she said this, she gave Qin Zhe a mischievous smile. Watching Yu Yin walk away like that made Qin Zhe tremble with anger. He had seen her tricks before. This time, he happened to be home. Next time, if he was not, she would probably come up with another wrong address excuse and tear his home apart again under the guise of a mistake. And for something like this, calling the police would be useless. She would just say it was an address mix-up. Who could actually hold her accountable? And in the end, she would just throw money at the problem. The hateful thing was, she was never short on money. Sure, he might end up receiving some compensation, but the real issue was having nowhere to live, having to go through renovation all over again. In the end, Qin Zhe's shoulders slumped in resignation. "Come in." Yu Yin had expected this. The moment she heard it, the corners of her lips curled into a cunning arc. "Was that an invitation?" she asked slyly without turning around. "Humph," Qin Zhe snorted coldly. Yu Yin did not push him further. She turned back around, hands still in her pockets, and strolled confidently into the apartment. "Hey!" Qin Zhe shouted, "at least take off your shoes." Yu Yin ignored him. Behind her, her bodyguards followed her into the apartment. Only then did Qin Zhe focus on them and realize that they looked familiar, especially the one in the middle, with a monolid and protruding ears. It was them. These were the same people who had smashed up his place last time. The monolid bodyguard stepped in, glanced at Qin Zhe, and barked, "What the hell are you looking at?" Qin Zhe was furious. Were these people fucking thugs? Could you not even look at them? They entered the apartment as if they owned the place, each finding a spot to sit down. The monolid guy was the most outrageous. He sat down on the sofa and immediately threw his legs up on the coffee table, lounging like he was in his own living room. Shinzei did not want trouble, and he certainly did not want to get further entangled with Yu Yan. All he wanted now was for her to leave. If you have something to say, say it. Then get out of my house, Shinzei said with a dark expression. Yu Yan ignored him. She walked into the bedroom first. Seeing it was a single bed, she curled her lips and let out a displeased hum. Then she turned and went into the bathroom, glanced around, and washed her hands. Her bodyguards were not idle either, complaining loudly about everything. What a shitty sofa. This TV looks like it came from the damn trash. Yu Yan walked out of the bathroom, wiping her hands with a paper towel, and said lazily, "Done looking?" "All done, boss," the monolid man replied. "Enough." Shinzei's patience was worn thin. "What the hell do you want?" At that moment, Yu Yan tossed the used paper towel on the floor, pushed up her glasses with her middle finger, and said, "Since we are done looking, what are you waiting for? Smash it." As soon as the words left her mouth, the monolid man slapped his thigh and sprang up from the sofa. He gestured to the others nearby, signaling them to get to work. Shinzei was horrified by what he saw. You are really going to start smashing again?" Shinzei cried out in alarm. "Stop right there." Yu Yan stepped forward and waved her fair hand gently, signaling Shinzei not to make a fuss. "This is not my house," she said calmly. "What?" Shinzei looked at her in disbelief. "You still know this is not your house?" "Yes, it never was," Yu Yan replied, her red lips curling slightly. She nodded gracefully. "There is no way I would ever do such a cheap renovation, let alone sleep on a single bed." "Yu Yan, are you fucking insane?" Shinzei pointed at her beautiful face and warned, "I am telling you, if you keep this up, I will call the police." Yu Yan let out a sarcastic laugh and said casually, "I do not like the interior design of our home. So what if I want to renovate?" "What do you mean our home?" Shinzei pointed to the floor beneath his feet and stressed, "This is my home. And let me tell you, Yu Yan, we broke up. Understand? We broke up 5 years ago." The bodyguards behind Yu Yan were momentarily stunned. From what Shinzei was saying, their boss was actually this man's ex-girlfriend? Realizing this, the monolid man waved to the others, signaling them to pause. Yu Yan noticed the silence behind her and turned to glance at them, then waved her hand dismissively. "Keep smashing. Do not mind him," Yu Yan said indifferently. The men exchanged glances. No one wanted to be the first to swing the hammer. The monolid man looked at the fuming Shinzei and whispered to Yu Yan, "Boss, but this is your..." "Did you not hear him?" Yu Yan said coolly. "We broke up." The moment he heard that, the monolid man understood, so Shinzei was just a damn scumbag. Spit. He spat into his palm, rubbed his hands together for better grip, and readied the hammer. With a full swing of the arm. Crack! The floor tiles shattered into pieces, and so did Shinzei's heart. "You bastards!" Shinzei tried to step forward to stop them. Yu Yan moved faster and blocked his path. "Get out of my way!" Shinzei shouted. "A big strong man like you, and you cannot even push aside a woman like me?" Yu Yan grinned mischievously. Yu Yan had Shinzei figured out completely. She was all seduction, all beauty, and he simply did not dare touch her. One touch, and he would fall apart. "I am warning you one last time, move." Shinzei's eyes were wide with fury as he pointed at Yu Yan's nose. "Or do not blame me for what happens next." "Ha!" Yu Yan folded her arms and sized him up from head to toe. 5 years apart, and he had grown a bit of spine. "Go ahead." Yu Yan tilted her head toward him, pointing at her own forehead. "Here, right here. Hit me. Go on, do it. Do not hold back." Yu Shinzei was furious beyond words. Was she not just a fucking thug at this point? "You really think I cannot deal with you?" Shinzei growled. This time, Shinzei was genuinely angry. Everything had its limits, and Yu Yan had clearly crossed the line. Anyone could see Shinzei's rage was real. Yet Yu Yan did not back down. On the contrary, she walked right up to the barrel of the gun. "Deal with me?" Yu Yan looked at Shinzei with contempt, poking his chest repeatedly with her finger. "You can only deal with me at night." As she said this, Yu Yan raised a well-shaped eyebrow and glanced toward the bedroom. "Go to the bedroom. Handle me," she said with bold flair. Shinzei's face flushed red, and he was instantly disarmed. After all, they had dated for many years. He knew her too well. She never responded to pressure, only softness. That unreasonable streak of hers, if it came out full force, no one could do a thing about it. Looking again at what had become of his home behind her, it was hopeless. Newly renovated, not even lived in for a day, and it was back to bare walls and broken tiles. What left Shinzei speechless was how, after learning he was Yuyan's ex-boyfriend, those men seemed to be smashing the place even more viciously, like they were venting their rage. The bodyguards swung their sledgehammers with relentless enthusiasm. Shinzei thought, if he had not mentioned the breakup, could this whole situation have been avoided? His gaze returned to Yuyan's stunningly beautiful face. The hard approach clearly would not work. Only a soft one might. Yuyan, we have been broken up for so many years. It has been too long. There is no way we can go back, Shinzei said, trying to reason with her. I never said I wanted to get back together with you, Yuyan replied indifferently. Then what the hell do you want? Shinzei snapped, clapping his hands in frustration. He really could not understand what Yuyan was trying to do. Why can we not just live our own lives? Yuyan gave no answer about her true intentions. She frowned, turned impatiently, and shot a glare at the bodyguards behind her. Smash more gently. This is my house. And another thing, she pointed to a wall. That one is a load-bearing wall. Do not hit it. The monolid man bowed apologetically. Sorry, boss, I got carried away. As he kept bowing and apologizing to Yuyan, he inadvertently noticed that Shinzei was staring at him. Sometimes, just looking at someone you do not like is enough to trigger you. Even if they say nothing, just standing there seems to pollute the air. In short, it was an excuse to pick a fight. The monolid man straightened up, rolled up his sleeves, and snapped, "What the fuck are you looking at?" He had been fed up with Shinzei for a long time. He had followed his boss for years and had some idea of her personality. People lined up to pursue her, elite men from every walk of life, and she had turned them all down. Because of this, and because of her usual domineering style, more than once the bodyguards had wondered if her sexual orientation was unconventional. Only today did he finally understand, so she had been in love with this dumb fuck all along. And this dumb fuck not only failed to cherish her but dumped her too. What a bastard. Yuyan saw what was about to happen and narrowed her almond-shaped eyes, a cold gleam flashing in them. The monolid man caught that look and immediately shut up. Everyone has a temper, not just the monolid man, but Shinzei as well. The monolid man was certainly irritable, but what he did not expect was that Shinzei's temper was even worse. Shinzei really had no good way of handling Yuyan. At that moment, he was simmering with rage. And now, this monolid man, who had already destroyed his home twice, became a perfect outlet for that fury. It was no longer just a matter of who disliked whom. Shinzei now found the man just as insufferable. The two men locked eyes, each narrowing theirs. The grudge was officially set. Yuyan raised her fair jade-like hand and pushed up her glasses with her middle finger. Let us go, she said, lifting her elegant brows at Shinzei. Go where? Shinzei's brows arched sharply. Yuyan glanced around at the house, now already in ruins, and replied casually, if you do not come with me, where else are you going to sleep? Shinzei narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing in them. I, Shinzei, would rather die than sleep at your place. With that, he gave a disdainful snort and turned to leave. The monolid man immediately stepped in front of Shinzei to block his way. The man had a burly frame. When he moved to obstruct, it was like a wall appeared in front of Shinzei, exuding intense pressure, making Shinzei look all the more physically insignificant. Looking for a fight? Shinzei sneered coldly. The monolid man glanced at Shinzei's slender figure and curled his lips in a scornful smile. The meaning was clear, look at you with that weak little body, and you want to challenge me? You are not even worth it. I could destroy you with one hand. Just then, without turning around, Yuyan waved her hand slightly, signaling to let him go. Seeing the boss's signal, the monolid man reluctantly stepped aside. A bit disappointing, really, he had no chance to teach the scumbag a lesson. If only the boss had hesitated a bit longer, he could have provoked Shinzei slightly and then given him a beating with perfect justification. However, the space he left was not wide, barely half a shoulder's width. Shinzei noticed and raised an eyebrow in amusement. The choice before him was very clear. Either he sidestepped to squeeze through, which would make him look weak, or he walked straight through, which would inevitably result in shoulder-to-shoulder contact. And judging by the current attitude of this man, he would certainly slam into him on purpose. The answer was obvious. He would go straight through. It was not just what the monolid man wanted, it was what Shinzei wanted too. Both men had the same thought, I have been fed up with this bastard for a long time. The monolid man saw Shinzei walking straight toward him and smirked with ridicule. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He stared at the ground, carefully calculating the distance between himself and Shinzei. Just before their shoulders collided, the monolid man took a deep breath, rooted his feet firmly into the floor, and braced himself. Thud! Their shoulders crashed into one another. The monolid man's body jolted. He staggered, took a few unsteady steps, and almost lost his balance. In those few staggered steps, his mind went completely blank. Everything had been planned out in advance, yet everything went wrong. He was stunned. I weigh nearly 100 kilograms. My body fat is constantly at 4%, always in peak athletic condition. I am trained in various combat skills. But I got knocked back? It was not a huge movement, he did not fall to the ground, but he did stumble back a few steps. Meanwhile, Shinzei reached out and supported him. Apologies. There was an innocent smile on Shinzei's face, but the corners of his mouth were full of mockery. The monolid man looked at Shinzei, at his calm and effortless demeanor, and could not accept that he had been knocked aside so easily. My floor is a bit slippery, Shinzei said. Just make sure you tear up the flooring next time. He patted the man's shoulder meaningfully and walked past him. The man watched Shinzei leave, completely unable to understand how he had been knocked aside. After Shinzei left, Yu Yen cast a glance at the monolid man. Song Hao, Yu Yen said coldly. Boss, the monolid man immediately straightened up. What happened just now? Yu Yen asked. Nothing at all, Song Hao replied with a bitter smile. Yu Yen nodded slightly and asked no further questions. After a moment of hesitation, Song Hao looked up and asked, Boss? Yes? Yu Yen responded casually, her eyes still following Shinzei's disappearing figure downstairs. Your man, does he know martial arts? Song Hao hesitated for a while but finally asked. No, Yu Yen answered plainly. Oh, Song Hao responded. In his mind, Song Hao was thinking he does not look like someone trained in combat either. Could it really have just been carelessness on my part? Was the floor actually that slippery? Could it really have been such a coincidence? Yu Yen watched as Shinzei disappeared into the distance, then turned around and asked, Why do you ask? Song Hao hesitated, then gave a helpless shake of his head and forced a bitter smile. It's nothing, he said. Then he added, By the way, boss, why did you let him leave just now? Yu Yen turned back and once again looked out the window. Because he will come back to me. But, Song Hao said in confusion, but he does not seem to like you at all. No, Yu Yen interrupted firmly, then said slowly, I have seen how he looks when he loves me. If he did not love me anymore, I would know. I really do not understand what you are thinking. So many people chase after you, and yet you, Song Hao knew his place. He had already said too much today. If he said more, the boss might really get angry. He sighed and finally added, Sigh. I just do not see what is so special about him. At the mention of Shinzei's name, a beautiful smile appeared in the reflection on the glass before Yu Yen. He is not like other men. Song Hao still did not understand what exactly his boss saw in Shinzei. But he began to grasp something new about her words, he is not like other men. That same evening, Song Hao returned home. On the way back, he began to sense something was off. It felt like someone was following him. He could not be sure, but he kept catching glimpses of a figure behind him, a man in a baseball cap, with the brim pulled low, his face hidden in shadow. Was he just heading the same way? When Song Hao stepped into the elevator, he once again saw the reflection of the figure in the steel door, which had a slight mirror-like surface. The elevator doors closed. The man in the baseball cap did not get in. Song Hao lived on the 8th floor. When the elevator reached the 8th floor and the doors slowly opened, the man in the cap was already standing there. He leaned against the wall, arms crossed, posture relaxed. Song Hao glanced at him but said nothing. He opened the door to his apartment and entered. The man remained slouched against the wall, showing no reaction. Just as the door closed behind him, the man moved. He walked to Song Hao's door and rang the doorbell. Inside, Song Hao frowned at the sound. Before he could open the door, the man raised his foot and with one kick, broke the lock. He strolled into the apartment nonchalantly. Who was Song Hao? He was not some pushover. He remained calm and unshaken. What the hell do you think you are doing? Song Hao said coldly. Saving someone, the man replied casually as he entered. As he spoke, he finally removed the baseball cap. Saving someone? Song Hao froze. As the man slowly removed his baseball cap, Song Hao finally saw the man's face clearly. It was none other than Shinzei. Just as Song Hao was about to explode in anger, seeing that it was Shinzei made him laugh in exasperation. He had been holding back again and again out of respect for how deeply the boss loved this man. And now, this guy had the nerve to show up on his own. Saving someone? Song Hao sneered. Yes. I suspected my brother had carbon monoxide poisoning. There was no time to waste, so I broke the door, Shinzei said as he walked into the living room. Song Hao looked at the muddy footprints Shinzei left behind and said, smiling, Brother, you did not take your shoes off. Shinzei ignored him and dropped himself onto the sofa with a heavy thump, muttering, What a shitty sofa. Song Hao narrowed his eyes. He remembered when they smashed Shinzei's home, he had not taken his shoes off either, and when he sat on the sofa, he had said the exact same thing. What a shitty sofa. Brother, you are quite the comedian, Song Hao laughed out loud. Ha! Shinzei showed no courtesy, taking it as a compliment. In an instant, Song Hao's smile vanished. So, what now? Song Hao said coldly. Do you plan to trash my place next? Hey, Shinzei replied disdainfully, we are brothers, no need to say it so harshly. I am just giving your place a little remodeling. Rage surged in Song Hao, veins bulging as he clenched his fists. But then he remembered the boss's words, Shinzei must not be touched. Ah, Song Hao sighed and shook his head. Brother, do you know why you can act so arrogant in front of me, Yu Yan? Shinzei sneered. Song Hao tilted his head slightly toward the door. Leave. If not for her, Shinzei's eyes flashed with a sharp, icy glint, and his voice turned cold. Do you really think you could beat me? That line hit hard. Song Hao's eyes widened. He had already been suppressing his fury, but after being provoked again and again by Shinzei, he finally lost control. Shinzei slapped his thigh and stood up, putting the cap back on. The brim dropped low, casting his face into shadow. You really have no idea who I am, do you? Shinzei said, a strange smile curling his lips. It was not just Song Hao who was looking for trouble, Shinzei was too. Seeing this, Song Hao snorted coldly and growled, you brought this on yourself. With that, Song Hao charged toward Shinzei. Shinzei did not move. Seeing Song Hao rushing at him only made his smile grow wider. If he could not throw down today, then what was the point of showing up? Just as Song Hao's fist came within a centimeter of Shinzei's face, Shinzei's body shifted, smoothly dodging the punch. The blow hit nothing but air. Song Hao froze, his face filled with shock. He quickly regained focus and instantly widened the distance between them. Eyes locked on Shinzei, Song Hao realized things were not as simple as he had thought. Analyzing calmly, his apartment was on the 8th floor. The elevator speed was about 2.5 meters per second. Each floor was around 4 meters high. Roughly calculated, the total height was 30 meters, and it took the elevator about 12 seconds to reach his floor. For Shinzei to arrive at his door before the elevator reached the 8th floor, it meant his speed was far from ordinary. The most frightening part was that he had not shown any signs of labored breathing afterward. That indicated freakishly good stamina. Having worked through the math, Song Hao finally realized how careless he had been. There was no doubt this man was a master. Once he figured it out, Song Hao broke out in a cold sweat. From the way the man had effortlessly dodged his attack earlier, it was clear he had been holding back. In that brief instant when he evaded the blow, he absolutely had the chance to land several punches, but he did not. Shinzei looked at the wary expression on Song Hao's face and smiled faintly. That is it? Song Hao let out a cold snort, cracking his neck with audible tension. He charged again, this time not holding back. His punch flew fiercely at Shinzei. Shinzei, calm and unhurried, dodged with the ease of a man strolling through a garden. Not only that, he even had time to mock, I thought you were a bodyguard. Turns out you were just part of a demolition crew who knows how to break walls. Hearing that, Song Hao turned beet red with rage. Song Hao roared, launching a full-force assault. After all, Song Hao was Yu Yan's top-paid bodyguard. While he might not match Shinzei, his skill was nothing to scoff at. This time, Shinzei let his guard down. With a well-placed punch, Song Hao struck Shinzei in the face. There is a saying, never get too cocky. Arrogance without substance is fatal. Fuck! Shinzei cursed. He dodged aside, covering his face. Song Hao did not press the attack. Fighting takes stamina, and after 3 minutes of high-intensity strikes, the body takes a serious hit. He used this pause to regulate his breathing and recover for the next round. Shinzei touched the corner of his mouth with his fingers and saw blood. That set him off. You fucking hit me? Shinzei rolled up his sleeves and charged forward, unleashing a brutal beating. Had Shinzei not fought back, it might have looked like a close match between two experts. But once he moved, it became a complete and utter domination. It did not even resemble a fight anymore. If one had to describe it, it looked more like a father disciplining his son. No fancy techniques, just brute force. He overpowered Song Hao, lifted him up, and started slapping the back of his head repeatedly, the smacks echoing loudly. Song Hao tried to fight back, but facing a serious Shinzei, his attempts were futile. After 5 minutes, the last bit of resistance in Song Hao's heart crumbled. He realized Shinzei had no malicious intent, but the gap between them was insurmountable. If Shinzei had meant harm, he could have killed him 100 times over. It was not just a matter of strength, it was a suppression that reached the soul, a primal fear embedded deep within. He could not win. He simply could not win. Please, brother, stop hitting me. Song Hao cried out, swearing in frustration. Do you yield? Shin-zae shouted. I yield. I yield. I yield. Song Hao repeated. You think you can hit me and get away with it? Shin-zae barked. No, no, no more, Song Hao pleaded. Exhausted, Shin-zae finally let him go. He shot him a glare and wiped the blood from his mouth, hissing in pain. Shin-zae held out his hand, flexing his fingers as if asking for something. Song Hao pulled out his wallet and handed over all his cash. Shin-zae tossed the money aside and snapped. What the hell do I want your money for? Then what do you want? Song Hao asked, confused. The hammer, Shin-zae said. Oh, Song Hao nodded pitifully. He walked over to the door and handed Shin-zae the hammer. Shin-zae rubbed his hands, gripped the hammer tightly, and swung it toward Song Hao's television. Bang! The television shattered into pieces. Shin-zae raised the sledgehammer again. Bang! The floor cracked. Song Hao's face darkened with frustration. It had to be said, Shin-zae thought demolishing a renovation would be a great way to relieve stress. In reality, it was not. This thing was labor-intensive. Song Hao could only watch helplessly as Shin-zae tore apart his home renovation. Though furious, there was nothing he could do. He simply could not defeat him. As he kept smashing, Shin-zae grew tired. He dropped the sledgehammer and waved at Song Hao. What did that mean? What's that supposed to mean? He thought. Your turn, Shin-zae said. Ha? Song Hao looked utterly confused. He had no idea what he was supposed to do. What are you dawdling for? Shin-zae snapped. Smash it. What? Song Hao pointed at himself in disbelief. Me? Smash my own home? Who else? Shin-zae shot back. Isn't that what you people do? No, Song Hao started. Shin-zae could not be bothered to argue. Seeing Song Hao hesitate, he pointed at him and threatened, looking for a beating? Seeing Shin-zae about to act, Song Hao immediately caved. With a miserable expression, he reluctantly picked up the sledgehammer. Shin-zae returned to the sofa, half reclined, tossed his legs on the coffee table, and lit a cigarette. Blowing smoke, he said lazily, I am not unreasonable. Out of humanitarian spirit, it is better that you smash it yourself. If I were to do it in front of you, honestly, that would be robbery. Swinging the sledgehammer, Song Hao sneered. Sounds nice, humanitarian spirit? More like he was just tired. Robbery? You broke into someone's home and are forcing them to demolish their own place, is that not robbery? Of course, he only thought these things. He would never dare say them aloud. As Song Hao smashed his own home, he felt heartache. He had spent a lot of money on this renovation and now it was all wasted. Hey, 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 Shin-zae barked. Do not get sentimental. Smash it thoroughly, easier to renovate again. Song Hao gave a bitter smile. He had grievances, but nowhere to vent. By the way, if I am not mistaken, your name is Song Hao, right? Shin-zae asked. Yes, Song Hao replied. Give me your bank account number. I will transfer the money to you, Shin-zae said casually. What? Song Hao stopped mid-swing, staring at Shin-zae in disbelief. What are you standing there for? Tell me the number. Shin-zae was already starting the transfer. Oh, Song Hao was still confused but gave his bank details anyway. In the age of information, everything moves fast. Transfer initiated here, funds received there. Soon, Song Hao heard a notification from his phone confirming a 1 million transfer had been completed. He froze again. This guy actually transferred the money? Not getting the money, he can understand that. But transferring it? That was harder to understand. Wait, hold on, Song Hao chuckled bitterly. Brother, what are you even trying to do? Earlier, he had still felt resentment toward Shin-zae, but now? Honestly, he could not stay mad. The guy was just absurd. Anyway, it is not my money. It is all your boss's, Shin-zae said nonchalantly. Come on, man, can we not try to save a little? Song Hao said, on the verge of tears. What are you saying? Shin-zae slapped his thigh and sat upright, looking equally baffled. If you ask me, Yu Yan is fucking crazy. What is wrong with saving some money? Smashing up my home again and again, for what? Hearing that, Song Hao no longer knew what to say. Shin-zae lay back on the sofa again, lazily saying, anyway, that is how it is. You just keep smashing. I gave you the money, did I not? A while later. Shin-zae stubbed out the cigarette in the ashtray, resting his chin on one hand as he looked over at Song Hao. His posture was languid, but his eyes were not. They scrutinized, examined every detail on Song Hao, including the subtlest shifts in his expression. Song Hao suddenly became alarmed. A chilling sense of being completely seen through surged up inside Song Hao. That feeling was terrifying. It was hard to imagine how someone so young could have such piercing eyes. How long have you been following Yu Yan? Shin-zae asked casually. His tone was relaxed, but his gaze made it clear there was no room for lying. 5 years, Song Hao answered truthfully. And in those 5 years, what has Yu Yan been up to? Shin Zhe immediately followed. Hearing that, Song Hao froze, his hammer paused midair. After a long moment, he resumed, swinging the hammer into the wall cabinet. I am only responsible for protecting the boss's safety, Song Hao said calmly. Shin Zhe narrowed his eyes. It was the truth, he was not hiding anything, but Song Hao had clearly dodged the question. He knew what Shin Zhe had really asked. Feeling Shin Zhe's eyes still locked on him, Song Hao remained tense. After quite a while, Shin Zhe sighed and lazily lay back on the sofa again, finally letting Song Hao off the hook. Shin Zhe muttered carelessly, a beautiful woman suddenly getting rich in such a short time, everyone knows what that means. It's not hard for a pretty woman to get money, is it? Think whatever you want, Song Hao replied, equally indifferent. She's just an ex played around and then came back to look for me, what kind of logic is that? If it were you, would you agree to that? Shin Zhe smiled with an innocent face. Whether you agree or not is not your decision, Song Hao said calmly. Oh? Shin Zhe raised an eyebrow with interest, looking at Song Hao. Yu Yan decides? Song Hao shrugged, as if he did not know either. Shin Zhe was smiling, but his fists were clenched. He had not gotten any useful information. What he wanted to know was what exactly Yu Yan had done during that time. How did she suddenly become so rich? Had she found some wealthy backer? Shin Zhe was conflicted. On the one hand, he hoped his ex-girlfriend was still clean. On the other, he feared discovering something awful. Even if they had broken up 5 years ago, learning that Yu Yan had made money through men would still shatter him. He knew exactly how seductive Yu Yan was. What she had once given him, she could give to others now, and that was something no man could accept. So Song Hao's silence was both a blessing and a curse. Still, it was clear that Yu Yan had made preparations. She had definitely told Song Hao beforehand not to reveal anything about her. The house was more or less destroyed. Shin Zhe stood up and said calmly, all right, that's enough. Let's go. Where to? Song Hao asked. A good place, Shin Zhe replied with a grin. But suddenly, Shin Zhe turned back. All right, he said with a smiling face, Yu Yan is not going to know about us meeting today, right? Depends if she asks, Song Hao said. Shin Zhe nodded slowly. You really are asking for a beating. Wait. Song Hao quickly called out, did we not agree that we are brothers? When did I say that? Shin Zhe asked with a grin. You said you kicked in my door to save a brother, Song Hao replied with a pleading smile. Song Hao was not afraid of death, but he did fear pain. Fair point, Shin Zhe said, pleased, giving him a pat on the shoulder. Then he pulled out a set of photographs and handed them to Song Hao. After looking at them, Song Hao's eyes turned cold and vicious. They were all photos of his family members. Thinking about renovating your hometown too? Shin Zhe asked with a wide grin. Song Hao said nothing, but the fierceness in his eyes only deepened. Shin Zhe burst into laughter, patting him again on the shoulder. We are brothers, right? Then Shin Zhe added, besides, I just do not want Yu Yan to know too much about me. As my brother, I am sure you would help me with this little favor, right? When he said as my brother, he emphasized the word brother with particular meaning. Song Hao had underestimated Shin Zhe. This man not only had excellent combat skills, his background was far from ordinary. The fact that he had managed to dig up so much about Song Hao in such a short time proved how powerful his network was. In that moment, Song Hao vaguely saw a shadow of Yu Yan and Shin Zhe. Their ruthlessness and tactics were strikingly alike. Song Hao said nothing more. All paths had been blocked by Shin Zhe. At this point, Song Hao had no choice left. Thinking it over, it was not that unreasonable. Shin Zhe's demand was not excessive, he simply did not want Yu Yan to know anything about him. That, in itself, did not conflict with Song Hao's responsibility to protect the boss. Shin Zhe once again patted Song Hao on the shoulder and smiled, alright, stop overthinking it. Let's go. The two of them walked out of the residential compound. On the road, Song Hao followed behind Shin Zhe and asked, where are we going? You will know when we get there, Shin Zhe replied without offering much explanation. They walked out of the neighborhood and hailed a taxi at the roadside. After about 10 minutes, the taxi stopped in front of a hotel. Song Hao got out of the car, staring at the hotel entrance in confusion. What did this mean? The more he thought about it, the more terrifying it seemed. Song Hao's face went pale with shock, and he instinctively took a step back in fear. He wanted to run. Losing in a fight was one thing, having his home wrecked was another, but now this guy wanted to sleep with him? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. His boss smashed up Shin Zhe's home to get into bed with him. Now Shin Zhe had smashed up his place, it only made sense that this was heading in the same direction. What was this? This was tit for tat, an eye for an eye. What the fuck? Shinzei's tactics were way too vicious. Physical assault was one thing. Psychological torture was another. But now he was trampling on his dignity too? Walking ahead, Shinzei noticed Song Hao had not followed. He turned around and looked at him with a frown. Come on. Brother, what are you planning to do? Song Hao asked, trembling. Well, you have no home anymore. I need to arrange a place for you to sleep, Shinzei said matter-of-factly. Song Hao drew in a sharp breath. Just as expected. Shinzei really was a pervert. Song Hao wanted to run, but then he thought of his family. It was obvious he could not run. He could not fight, he could not flee. What now? What should he do? Watching Shinzei approach step by step, Song Hao was nearly scared to tears. Brother, can you let me go? I am just a working man, Song Hao pleaded. It is just one night of sleep. What, do you think I am going to eat you? Shinzei snapped. Please no, Song Hao's face turned green from fear. Shinzei reached out, grabbed Song Hao, and dragged him into the hotel. He brought Song Hao into a room. You go in first. I will be back shortly, Shinzei ordered. With that, he shut the door. Only after walking into the living room did Song Hao realize that he was not alone, his subordinates were also there. These tough men were completely stripped of their former dominance. Their faces were pale and drawn, their eyes empty. It was not hard to guess, they had likely been through the same ordeal as Song Hao. Boss, one of them asked in disbelief. Yes. Song Hao nodded. So even boss could not resist? The man's look of surprise quickly faded into despair. He is too strong. How are you all here? Song Hao trailed off, suddenly remembering something. He asked in disbelief, do not tell me your homes were also. The men nodded, each of their expressions worse than the last. Song Hao was shocked. Getting wiped out was normal, but getting wiped out at the exact same time? That was hard to believe. Boss, what do we do now? Song Hao thought for a moment, then said seriously, none of you can leave either, can you? They all nodded. Seeing this, Song Hao furrowed his brow. It seemed it was not just him under threat, none of his men had been spared. Boss, what is Shinzei up to? One of them asked. I do not know. But he will be back soon, Song Hao said gravely. What is he going to do to us? Another asked nervously. Song Hao sat down, fingers interlocked, resting his chin on his hands, eyes observing everyone through the shadow of his brow. Seeing him like that, everyone instinctively swallowed their nervous saliva. Their boss had never looked so serious before. Clearly, this was not going to end well. Suddenly, a stifling pressure filled the room. You could hear a pin drop. You all saw what happened. This Shinzei's methods are in no way inferior to our boss's. From the current situation, we have no choice, Song Hao said in a low voice. Brother Song, what exactly does he want? Someone asked. Mentioning what Shinzei might want made Song Hao's face darken. Our boss had us wreck his place, and now all of our homes have been wrecked. Our boss smashed his home to get him to move in, and her goal was nothing more than to sleep with him. Now, Shinzei has gathered all of us in this room, Song Hao explained slowly. Hiss. Everyone gasped in unison. All of us? And he? Exactly, Song Hao confirmed with absolute certainty. Then what did he go out for? To buy equipment, Song Hao replied. What kind of equipment? What do you think? Song Hao countered in a dangerously low tone. No one dared to speak further. Embarrassment and dread painted every face in the room. Just then, the door opened. Everyone was shocked and turned to stare at the entrance. The gates of hell creaked open and the man returned. The dozen or so big-bodied men in the room were trembling with fear. They all knew what that door opening signified. They were about to endure a torment unlike anything they had faced in their years as bodyguards. Shinzei stepped in, took off his coat in one motion, and flopped down on the bed. Maybe he was tired. He rolled his neck a few times to ease the soreness. Such a simple movement, but in the eyes of the others, it exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression. Taking off the coat? No explanation needed. Stretching his neck? That meant a real battle was about to begin. Shinzei reached into his pocket, as if searching for some equipment. Well then, Shinzei said calmly, who is first? The entire room was thrown into chaos. Everyone broke into cold sweat. Song Hao, as the leader of these bodyguards, saw his men panic and lose their composure. Gritting his teeth, he rushed forward. I will go first. Song Hao stepped forward. Shinzei was a little exhausted. Though he found Song Hao's reaction overly dramatic, he was in no mood to argue. Waving his hand impatiently, he said, no need to be so nervous. Every one of you will get a turn. Instantly, all faces in the room turned green. With a fist pounding his chest, Song Hao declared, take it out on me. I hope you will spare them. His men were stunned for a moment, then their faces showed various levels of gratitude. To sacrifice oneself for the greater good, it was a simple concept, but not everyone had the courage to carry it out. Song Hao had done it. Song Hao shut his eyes in sorrow and began to undo his belt. In the end, I alone must bear it all. Swish! His pants dropped. Shinzei pulled out the rune card, glanced at Song Hao, and looked utterly dumbfounded. What the fuck are you taking your pants off for? Song Hao was trembling with rage. This Shinzei was simply too much to bear. I even took off my pants, and now you are telling me this? Clenching his teeth, Song Hao growled, I only beg you to let them go. That is why you took your pants off? Shinzei stared at him, completely speechless. Shinzei, do not go too far. Song Hao's eyes were bloodshot. Who is going too far, really? Shinzei snapped. Out of humanitarian concern, I worried you might not have a place to sleep. I booked a room for each of you, and now you take your pants off here? Song Hao looked at the room key in Shinzei's hand and suddenly understood everything. Shinzei could not be bothered to explain further. He tossed the key card to Song Hao. Go to your own room. My house is gone. Do you think I will just stay in a hotel alone? I had to bring a few others to share the misery, Shinzei muttered irritably. At the same time, he pulled out another room key and tossed it to someone behind Song Hao. This one is yours, Shinzei added. As he handed out the keycards, he warned again, this is the last time I am saying this, our private meeting here must not be known to your boss. If she finds out, you all know what will happen better than anyone. Once everyone had left, only Song Hao remained in the room. Shinzei looked at him with a face full of confusion. What exactly is your problem? Well, Song Hao realized he might have misunderstood everything. He felt the need to explain himself, but considering that his pants were already down, nothing he could say would salvage the situation. Blushing, Song Hao awkwardly pulled his pants back up. Sorry to disturb you, he muttered, holding the room key and running off. Watching Song Hao flee in a panic, Shinzei was thoroughly puzzled. Something about this felt deeply wrong, but for the life of him, he could not figure out what. Something just felt off. That night, Shinzei did not sleep well. In his dreams, he kept seeing Song Hao undressing in front of him. It was terrifying. That night, neither did Song Hao or the others sleep well. In their dreams, they kept seeing Shinzei pushing open their doors. Also terrifying. By morning, everyone had dark circles under their eyes, yawning constantly. For the first time in 5 years of working with Yu Yan, the always punctual Song Hao was late. One reason was that his house had been destroyed, so the commute was longer. But the main reason was the lingering fear from the night before. Yu Yan glanced at Song Hao's haggard state and simply remarked, "You did not sleep well." She said nothing more and did not think much of it. Song Hao did not dare lift his head and silently vowed there would not be a next time. As for Shinzei, he was not idle either. After quitting his job, he needed to find a new one. But strangely, the job hunt was going terribly. He was rejected everywhere. Sitting on a public bench, Shinzei looked at his resume and muttered, "This makes no sense. I was a manager at Wanqing Group. Why is it so hard to find a job?" At that time, Shinzei had no idea that Yu Yan was behind it all. On the first day he left the company, she had already pulled strings. No company in the city dared to hire him. All decent jobs were blocked. The only thing left were odd jobs, like food delivery or courier work. Shinzei sighed. After weighing his options, he made a tough decision and chose food delivery. The reason was simple: courier uniforms were ugly. The bright yellow uniform for delivery riders, paired with a scooter, looked kind of fun. Especially that yellow helmet with bunny ears, it looked festive. He had already passed the interview, but just as he was about to sign the employment contract, the manager suddenly interrupted, saying they were no longer hiring. Pen in hand, Shinzei froze. How could food delivery be fully staffed all of a sudden? When he saw the manager's apologetic smile, he immediately thought of that damned and enchanting woman. It had to be her. That damned woman. Breaking up was not enough, she still refused to leave him alone. Maybe he should change cities? But thinking of how rich and resourceful Yu Yan had become, it seemed even that would not work. Chances were, she would block him no matter where he went. Days passed, and the weather turned colder. That day, Shinzei glanced at the balance on his bank card and could no longer bear to look. It was not that he had no money, Yu Yan had transferred him plenty. But he truly did not want to spend her money. When you take someone's food, you hold your tongue. When you take someone's handout, you lower your hand. Shinzei genuinely did not want any involvement with Yu Yan, not even a shred. After some hesitation, Shinzei took out his phone and dialed a string of numbers. Soon, the call was answered. A man's voice came through. "Hello? Dad," Shinzei said, struggling to get the word out. There was silence on the other end. "Honey, who is it?" That was his mother's voice. Our son, his father replied. The two voices sounded distant. It was clear they did not want Shinzei to hear them, but perhaps because the phone was not far enough from the receiver, he still heard everything. It would have been better not to hear it. Hearing it only made his heart colder. That kind of feeling, disheartening beyond words. Shinzei was so angry he wanted to hang up, but considering his current situation, he swallowed his pride. After a while, his father brought the phone closer again, his voice now clear. What do you want? His tone was extremely harsh. Lend me some money, Shinzei said with difficulty. Logically speaking, with a father who treated him this way, even daring to ask for money might earn him a slap. But again, this time, he really had no choice. Get married, his father replied. No, Shinzei snapped. Then how much do you need? His father asked. 50,000, Shinzei answered. Goodbye, his father replied. Wait. Shinzei quickly interrupted. We can negotiate, we can talk. Speak, his father said coldly. Clenching his teeth, Shinzei said in a low voice, 20,000. Still no response from his father. Shinzei gritted his teeth harder. 10,000. 10,000, okay, he said sharply. I will sell my blood and send it to you, his father replied. Shinzei sighed. 5,000. Silence. 2,000. Shinzei roared. Still nothing. If you are not going to give it, then just say so. What the hell are you dragging this out for? Shinzei was furious. His father burst into laughter. Click. The call was disconnected. Shinzei trembled with rage, ready to smash his phone, but after a moment's thought, he held back. Forget it. Better to call his sister. With that decision made, Shinzei dialed her number. Oh my dear little brother, you finally remembered your sister. Hearing her enthusiastic tone, Shinzei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Asking for money might actually work this time. Good thing he had not smashed the phone. Sis, are you busy? Shinzei asked gently. Not busy at all. I will be coming back to China soon. I missed you so much. Sis, could you lend me some money? Shinzei asked softly. The moment he said that, the other end fell into dead silence. Sis? Shinzei felt a growing sense of dread. Well, little brother, something urgent just came up over here. Sis? Shinzei shouted. Are you even my sister? After a pause, a sigh came from the other end. What can I say about you? Why are you so stubborn? She is beautiful, has a sexy figure, comes from a wealthy family. In every way, she is a good match for our Chin family. Why are you still hung up on your ex-girlfriend? I am not hung up on her. Shinzei blushed and protested. Then go meet your fiancée. You have been broken up with your ex for years now. What if you actually like her after meeting? Shinzei could not out-argue his sister. With an annoyed expression, he said impatiently, just tell me, are you going to lend me the money or not? No. Shinzei's eyes widened. I am telling you, I really have no money left. If you do not lend me some, I will end up begging on the streets. Well, now I feel reassured, his sister said with a long sigh of relief. If you can let go of your pride and beg, then I am at ease. Go on, begging actually pays pretty well these days, she said, sounding like a weight had been lifted. Shinzei was seething. Beep beep beep. The call ended. A single penny can trip up a hero. Shinzei had asked everyone he could, but still could not borrow a single cent. Thinking it over just made him more disheartened. If even his parents and his own sister refused to lend him money, who else in this world would? Shinzei was living a tight and miserable life. It looked pitiful. Of course, Shinzei was not the only one suffering. Song Hao and the others were not faring much better. Not to mention the exhaustion of work. After hours they had to return to the hotel. They simply could not get used to living in a hotel. The soundproofing was poor, and the place was full of young couples constantly coming and going. In the dead of night, they could hear the sounds of couples playing cards in the next room. The slapping and shuffling noises were disturbingly crisp. Once or twice was manageable. They could laugh it off the next day. But truthfully, over time, it became mental torture. Just leaving their homes empty like that was not a solution. So they tried their luck and began to redecorate again. The result was obvious. Shinzei returned the next day and smashed all the newly bought furniture. Song Hao and the others stared at the bank transaction notifications on their phones, utterly speechless. At that moment, they could finally empathize with Shinzei. Since Song Hao was Yu Yan's most trusted subordinate and had the closest contact with her, the other brothers began to nudge him to speak with her to see if she could let Shinzei off, and in turn, let them off too. Song Hao considered the matter and felt it was worth a try. Their boss had ignored Shinzei for so long, it was time for some sort of resolution. So, Song Hao waited for the right moment. That day, he was driving Yu home. She was sitting in the back seat, one leg elegantly crossed over the other, her beautiful eyes reviewing documents. Glancing at the rearview mirror and seeing his boss's indifferent expression, Song Hao shrugged his shoulders, shaking off some of the tension. "Boss," Song Hao said in a low voice. Yu did not respond. Her gaze remained fixed on the documents. But Song Hao knew she had heard him. She just could not be bothered to reply. At this point, he simply needed to state his case. "That punk Shinzei has been giving us a real hard time lately. So I was thinking," he trailed off. The moment she heard Shinzei's name, Yu finally looked up. Her cold eyes swept toward Song Hao in the front seat. "So what are you trying to say?" Yu asked coldly. "I think that kid might not hold out much longer. Maybe we could." Song Hao gave a bitter smile. "Oh?" Yu beautiful eyes narrowed. "More likely it is you lot who cannot hold out, right?" "We?" Song Hao forced an awkward smile. "Boss, what are you saying? We are doing just fine. What is there not to hold out against?" Though he said this, Song Hao was screaming inside. Who could possibly hold out? They had no home to return to. Shinzei dragged all of them to live in hotels, working during the day, then at night having to listen to next-door couples' tutorial sessions. Every single night, it was exhausting beyond measure. Yu did not give it much more thought. She simply said flatly, "Shinzei has not said he is struggling. Hearing what you said, I almost thought it was you who could not take it anymore." "Ha ha." Song Hao let out a forced laugh and dared not say anything more. He understood his boss too well. Saying more might expose them. If that happened, it would be a catastrophe. Shinzei would probably take his team to renovate the homes of their brothers that very night, and the next day, bring all their friends and family to live at the hotel. That seemed Song Hao could not even imagine it. He quickly shook his head, trying to banish those terrifying thoughts. Just as Yu was about to return to reading her documents, she seemed to recall something and looked up again. "I have noticed you all seem a bit off lately. Your mental states look unstable." "Huh?" Song Hao was shocked. "Really? Your dark circles are quite severe," Yu said flatly. I just arrived in this city, not quite used to the water and climate yet," Song Hao explained with a strained smile. Yu said nothing more, lowering her head again to continue reviewing the documents. Seeing this, Song Hao let out a long sigh of relief. And just like that, the matter ended without resolution. That day, snowflakes began to fall from the sky. It was the first snowfall of the winter. Shinzei looked up at the sky and exhaled. A puff of white vapor escaped his mouth. He stretched out his hand to catch a flake of snow. It melted instantly. The first snowfall of the season could not withstand scrutiny. Though the sky was filled with white, and what fell appeared to be snowflakes, the moment they landed, they turned into slush and mud. Shinzei tightened his coat inside. The weather's getting cold. With that, he stepped into the hotel. He gathered all the bodyguards under Yuyan's command for a brief meeting. Shinzei cleared his throat. "There is something I need to tell you all." Everyone looked at Shinzei with fear and trepidation. After spending some time with him, they had come to understand the deeper meaning behind their boss's words. He is not like normal people. Now that he had called them together for a meeting, they were fairly certain it could not be anything good. "We can move to a new place," Shinzei said. The moment the words left his mouth, everyone froze. They could hardly believe their ears. Song Hao was the most visibly shaken. He rushed forward and grabbed Shinzei by the shoulders. "Really?" Song Hao exclaimed in shock. Shinzei was bewildered. He had only mentioned changing their place of residence. Why such an intense reaction? What had they all been through? What is it?" Shinzei asked. "Tell me this is not a joke," Song Hao said emotionally. Everyone held their breath. Countless eager eyes locked onto Shinzei's face. "What the hell?" Shinzei laughed in exasperation. He glanced around at the group and explained, "There is no joke here, it is just a change of residence." In an instant, the entire room let out a collective sigh of relief. Some collapsed onto chairs in relief, some jumped up in joy, and some were so overwhelmed that they wept tears of joy. It was clear that this period had truly tormented them all. It had not just been a test of their endurance but a torture of their spirit. After enough time, no one could bear it any longer. Shinzei looked around, still confused, completely unable to grasp what they had gone through. What on earth happened to these people? Song Hao, after calming his emotions, returned to the main topic. "So where are we going?" When asked about the new place, Shinzei suddenly remembered this was the real reason for the meeting. "Well," Shinzei rubbed the tip of his nose in embarrassment, "your boss has been messing with me lately. I cannot find a job, and all my savings are gone, so I want to take you all somewhere else to live." Song Hao burst out laughing, delighted. "Brother, as long as it is not this place, anywhere is fine. As he spoke, Song Hao turned and looked at the brothers behind him. Every one of them was beaming with joy, eager to move to a new home. If that is how you all feel, then I will get straight to the point. At this, Shinzei paused, then got up and walked over to the window. He pointed toward the large bridge in the distance. We are going to sleep under the bridge. The group was originally all smiles and laughter, but when Shinzei walked over to the window, pointed in the direction of the bridge, and said, "Let's go sleep under the bridge," everyone was dumbfounded. That sentence, "let's go sleep under the bridge," echoed in everyone's minds like a thunderclap for a long time. Shinzei had not expected the negotiation to go so smoothly. He picked up his phone and checked the time. "All right then, stop standing around. Let's pack up and go," Shinzei said calmly. Song Hao snapped out of it and gave an awkward smile. "Well," Song Hao began hesitantly, "given how cold it is, sleeping under the bridge." At that point, Song Hao did not continue. They were all adults. Some things, if said too bluntly, were unpleasant to hear. But his meaning was very clear: sleeping under a bridge was simply too reckless. It really was not appropriate. "What is it?" Shinzei looked at Song Hao in confusion and asked, "You think it is not appropriate?" Hee. Song Hao awkwardly rubbed his hands together. "It really is not very appropriate. Even though our work is usually not too intense, and we generally do not run into danger, we still need to maintain a good mental state. It is not about fearing problems, it is about when real problems actually occur. If we really sleep under a bridge." After listening to Song Hao's explanation, Shinzei let out a helpless sigh. He was not an unreasonable person. There were things he could understand. Shinzei stepped forward and patted Song Hao on the shoulder, speaking with sincerity. "Brother, to tell you the truth, I am completely broke this time. But our boss transferred you so much money. You should not be short of money," Song Hao said with a bitter smile. "All of that money was spent on you guys," Shinzei replied calmly. Then he quickly added, "But you do not need to worry. I will sleep under the bridge with you. After all, we are brothers." When Song Hao heard that Shinzei had gone that far, he really did not know what to say anymore. He looked back at the group of brothers behind him with a troubled expression. Each of them looked absolutely stricken. Song Hao lowered his head and hesitated for a moment. Then he gritted his teeth, hardened his heart, and suddenly looked up at Shinzei. "Brother, how about this, we cover your living expenses. How does that sound?" Song Hao nearly pleaded. "Ha?" Shinzei was displeased. "What are you saying? We are brothers. How can I use your money?" "We are willing," Song Hao declared with unshakable resolve. "All right, I appreciate your kindness." Shinzei stepped forward and wrapped an arm around Song Hao's shoulder, dragging him outside. "We are brothers who share honor and disgrace, blessings and hardships alike." "No, wait," Song Hao tried to protest, but he could not win against Shinzei. He was nearly in tears with anxiety, but he was still dragged out by Shinzei. His expression was uglier than if he had eaten shit. That night, Yu Yan drove straight over in fury. Song Hao and the others had already planned for this. Before Yu Yan arrived, they had already fled. They could not let her know that they had recently been associating so closely with Shinzei. The city at night was filled with neon lights. Yu Yan, dressed in formal attire, stood at a distance in high heels that highlighted her long, shapely legs. She immediately drew the attention of many passers-by. Beautiful women are always like this, they become the center of attention no matter where they go. Shinzei spotted Yu Yan from far away. He knew her too well, even without seeing her face, he could tell it was her just by her figure. Her recognizability was simply too high. Seeing Yu Yan come looking for him, Shinzei's face darkened and he turned to leave. Yu Yan saw this, bit her lower lip, and ran over, grabbing hold of Shinzei. Shinzei! On the street, a stunningly beautiful woman holding a man's hand immediately attracted many onlookers. Everyone wanted to see what kind of god-tier man could reject such a powerful and alluring woman. "You would rather beg on the streets than spend my money, is that it?" Yu Yan's eyes were red with anger. As soon as those words were spoken, the whole place erupted. Anyone could tell the stunningly beautiful woman of goddess-tier beauty was pursuing Shinzei, and not just any kind of pursuit, it was the kind that involved keeping him. The word keeping, in this context, financial sponsorship in exchange for companionship, itself carries a derogatory tone. But if the one offering it is an absolute bombshell, then the meaning changes entirely, that becomes the dream of hundreds of millions of men. Shinzei forcefully flung off Yu Yan's hand. "Stay away from me." Upon hearing Shinzei say this, everyone present wanted to rush up and slap him. Who the hell acts so high and mighty? Just be a kept man already, what is the problem? Shinzei. Yu Yan was thoroughly enraged. "Do you really have to be like this?" "Thanks to you," Shinzei said coldly. "You have to understand, these 5 years, everything I did was to give you a life without worries." Shinzei originally did not want to waste words with Yu Yan, but he truly could not accept how she had disappeared for 5 years, only to return acting like it had all been for him. He had had enough. He turned around, stormed up to Yu Yan, and said through gritted teeth, 5 years? Do you have any idea what your sudden disappearance meant to me for those 5 years? Do you fucking know how I lived through them? Yu Yan sighed and said, Shinzei, enough, it is all in the past. I am back now. Just listen to me, whatever you like, I will buy it for you. We do not have to live in poverty anymore. Ah, Shinzei laughed maniacally, then his laughter turned into rage. You think I care about money? If you really wanted to give me a carefree life, then please, respect yourself and let me go, not force me into a corner like you are doing today. With that, Shinzei turned and left. He was deeply disappointed. Yu Yan never once explained what she had been doing during those 5 years, nor did she explain why she was now so wealthy, or where that money had come from. On the street, everyone watched as Yu Yan stood there alone, and it stirred a sense of pity. This was the perfect example of exploiting an opportunity. When you see a woman heartbroken, that is when your chance arises. If you can offer her emotional comfort at that moment, you can gain access to her heart. That is how emotional rebound works. Among the onlookers, a man who looked like a gentleman stepped forward. Miss Shinzei, who was walking away, stiffened at the sound. Men understand men better than women do, and Shinzei immediately recognized that this man's attempt to exploit the moment had only one ultimate goal. However, before the man could even finish his sentence, a flash of killing intent flickered in Yu Yan's cold eyes. Do I look like I am in a good mood to you? She said icily. The man froze in embarrassment. He had not expected to be shut down so harshly. Miss, I hope you understand, he is just an irresponsible piece of shit. Get lost, Yu Yan shouted coldly. The man shrugged and forced a stiff smile onto his face. Miss, do not be upset. Let me take you home. As he spoke, the man gently reached out to touch Yu Yan's shoulder. At that moment, Yu Yan grabbed his arm and executed a clean, brutal over-the-shoulder throw. The man crashed to the ground with a heavy thud and curled up in pain, unable to utter a single word. Yu Yan looked down at the man with a cold expression. My relationship with my man is not something anyone else gets to comment on. With that, as if disgusted by the man's filth, she took off her jacket and discarded it. Up ahead, Shinzei heard it all, and the knot in his heart finally loosened a bit. Yu Yan stared at Shinzei's departing back. Shinzei, she said in a low voice, you brought this on yourself? Shinzei ignored her completely. The next day, a group of unemployed vagrants suddenly appeared overnight in Zhengcheng. They wore suits and leather shoes, were organized and disciplined, clocking in during the day, and after work, going to the bridge underpass to sleep there with Shinzei. Staying in a hotel meant listening every night to the couple next door playing poker. If that was a form of psychological torment, then sleeping under the bridge today was purely physical torture. The rain mixed with snow made the underside of the bridge damp and clammy. The honking of passing vehicles was deafening. There was no shelter in any direction. Every gust of wind carried with it the piercing chill of early winter. All they had were a few scraps of broken cardboard, one to lay under their bodies, and one to cover themselves with. Of course, having cardboard was already considered lucky. After all, everything costs money now. Elderly passers-by, spotting cardboard on the ground, would casually pick it up and take it home to sell. If you ended up sleeping on newspaper instead, that meant your luck was even worse. A third of a person's life is spent asleep. The efficiency of one's work is inextricably linked to the quality of their sleep. Poor sleep leads to poor performance, and poor performance leads to being eliminated by the ecological chain of society, a vicious cycle. Noise, dampness, cold, these factors gradually wore the brothers down. To kill a cow, one cut is enough. But to destroy a human being, one cut is often not enough, which shows just how resilient people really are. Yet you will never imagine how light the final straw is that breaks the camel's back. That day, Song Hao returned to the bridge underpass and found that his piece of cardboard was gone. Fuck! Song Hao erupted with fury. Where the hell is my cardboard? Deep down, he already knew the answer. It must have been taken by some elderly person to sell. Are they fucking out of their minds with poverty? Even cardboard is not safe anymore? Song Hao cursed as he spoke, cursing while searching for cardboard or something to replace it, like newspaper. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side today. He did not find any newspaper. But in truth, this could not really be called bad luck. It was the age of technology, after all. A single app on your phone could provide all the news you wanted. From both an environmental and timeliness perspective, apps had completely replaced newspapers. So if one day you managed to find a newspaper, it should be considered a stroke of good fortune. After searching for a while and turning up nothing, Song Hao sank into thought. This could not go on. So, he gathered all the brothers together. They formed a circle by the riverside, with a fire burning in the middle for warmth. The warm glow of the fire reflected on everyone's faces. Each person had their hands tucked into their sleeves, faces marked with varying degrees of seriousness. We have been staying here for a while now, Song Hao began. Everyone nodded silently. What does everyone think about this? Song Hao asked. At first, no one dared to speak. Shinzei, the smiling tiger, might seem easygoing on the surface, but those who had seen his methods knew how ruthless he could be. Even if he was not here right now, they still dared not speak ill of him. As time ticked by, someone finally could not hold it in any longer and stood up. I will just say it, I cannot take this anymore. Once someone spoke up, others found the courage to join in. That is right, this damn sleeping under a bridge life, who can endure this? If we are lucky, we can scrounge up some cardboard to sleep on. If not, not even that. Newspapers? Even harder to find. Exactly. This is worse than staying in a hotel. Right? I think that Shinzei is doing this to mess with us. Yeah, at this rate, before our boss can take Shinzei down, we will have lost our minds first. Exactly. The patients at the mental hospital are not cured, but the doctors have gone insane. Comments came from all sides. The scene became chaotic. Seeing this, Song Hao raised his hand, signaling for everyone to calm down. When the noise died down, Song Hao spoke again. If you say Shinzei is doing this to deliberately torment us, that may not be true. You have all seen it. He has been sleeping under the bridge with us every day. Maybe he really is out of money. No way. Our boss transferred in 10 million, someone argued. I really do not think he touched that 10 million, Song Hao explained. Otherwise, he would not be sleeping here every day. Brother Song, how about we just, one person made a throat-slitting gesture. At this, Song Hao glared and immediately shouted the man down. No, Song Hao said sternly. You all can see it too. The boss really cares about him. Otherwise, things would never have gotten this far. And besides, I have gone up against him. I was no match. Not even close. The few of us would not even be worth mentioning. Moreover, when he reached the word moreover, Song Hao gave a bitter smile and shook his head with shame. Moreover, this mess is partly my fault. I really could not stand the sight of him back then, and I was the one who picked a fight. If I had not done that, or if we had handled things more peacefully, we would not be in this situation now. We underestimated him. The only reason he cannot beat our boss is because he just is not at that level, but we certainly are no match. Thinking back on recent events, Song Hao suddenly chuckled. To be fair, he said, half laughing and half crying, the guy is actually kind of interesting. Pretty amusing. Just as he said this, someone came over from the opposite side of the riverbank, muttering curses. It was none other than Shinzei. Fucking hell, who the fuck took my cardboard again? Shinzei swore openly. Everyone turned toward the source of the voice. When they saw Shinzei walking over, cursing under his breath, they tactfully fell silent. Shinzei continued swearing as he walked over. Glancing at the people gathered around the fire, he said, "Everyone's here?" As he spoke, he let out an eye and sat down heavily on the ground. Rubbing his hands together, he reached out toward the fire to warm them. How many fucking times has this happened already? Ha! I even hid the damn cardboard, and that old lady still found it. Is it really worth rummaging through everything just for a piece of cardboard? Shinzei was still bitter about what had happened. He turned to Song Hao beside him and said, "Hey, you tell me, is this not ridiculous? I can understand picking up random cardboard on the street to take home and sell. That makes sense, environmentally friendly and resourceful. But damn it, I hid the cardboard, and that old woman still managed to find it. What, is this her designated pickup spot now? That's just too much." Song Hao gave a bitter smile. My cardboard was stolen too. Ugh. Shinzei sighed and said nothing more. The others did not want to continue the conversation either. After all, their families were under Shinzei's control. Each of them resented him, but again, they had no choice. Did you find a job? Song Hao asked. It sounded like concern, but it was not. He was secretly wondering when this guy would finally find a job, rent a place or something, so that the rest of them could maybe have a better life. If things kept going like this, they might not last until spring. No, Shinzei replied. Song Hao sighed again. All right, Shinzei suddenly remembered something. He looked up at the group. Who here is Zhao Lin? The one called Zhao Lin looked up at the mention of his name, glanced at Shinzei, but said nothing. His expression was cold and disinterested. Shinzei was not bothered by Zhao Lin's attitude. He kept warming his hands by the fire as he said, "Your elderly mother back home has fallen ill." Hearing this, Zhao Lin sneered. He did not believe a word of Qin Zhe's bullshit. I think it was, never mind, I do not remember exactly. Something to do with the heart, I believe, Qin Zhe said casually. When Zhao Lin heard the words heart problem, he immediately reacted. He knew his mother had heart issues, so this was likely not false. Zhao Lin grew uneasy, but then thought, if his mother really had fallen ill, his younger sister should have called him. That thought steadied him again, and his suspicion of Qin Zhe's claim returned. Your sister did not tell you because it was your mother's wish. She did not want you to worry while working far from home. As soon as these words fell, Zhao Lin's pupils trembled. He believed it. Put work aside for now. Go home and visit her. The old lady is at that age, it is not easy for her, Qin Zhe said calmly. Zhao Lin stood up immediately, dialing his phone as he began running in the direction of home. Wait a moment. Qin Zhe called out. Zhao Lin stopped and looked back at him. At this point, all hostility had vanished from Zhao Lin's eyes. The fact that his home had been ransacked, that he had to sleep in hotels or under bridges, all of that no longer mattered. How much do you have on you? Qin Zhe asked. What do you mean, how much? Zhao Lin responded, confused. You planning to go home with empty fucking hands? Qin Zhe snapped. Oh, Zhao Lin suddenly understood. He thought for a moment and said, a few tens of thousands. Not enough, Qin Zhe said calmly. He took out his phone and transferred 200,000 yuan to Zhao Lin. Moments later, Zhao Lin's banking app notified him of the incoming transfer. Staring at the number, Zhao Lin froze for a moment. Then his eyes turned red. He was speechless, looking at Qin Zhe's back. Zhao Lin choked up. One must know, it was he who had just proposed the idea of getting rid of Qin Zhe. And only a few minutes later, the same man had transferred him such a large amount of money so he could go home and take care of his mother. If he had even the slightest shred of conscience, he could not help but feel ashamed. Zhao Lin wanted to say a few words of gratitude, but as they reached his lips, he felt that such words were far too shallow. He clutched his phone tightly, tears streaming down his face, and dropped to his knees. Qin Zhe was his benefactor. Seeing this, Qin Zhe grabbed Zhao Lin and pulled him up. It is not my money. It is all from your boss, Qin Zhe said. Zhao Lin began. Make good use of your time. Talk again when you return, Qin Zhe said, patting Zhao Lin on the shoulder. Zhao Lin nodded forcefully, wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes with his sleeve, turned, and ran off until he was out of sight. When he reached the bridge, Zhao Lin looked back one more time in Qin Zhe's direction. He wanted to take one last look at the man who had helped him. Qin Zhe waved his hand, signaling him to go quickly and not waste time. Only then did Zhao Lin turn around and vanish into the neon-lit streets. After seeing Zhao Lin off, Qin Zhe dropped back down onto the ground with a heavy thump. God damn it, I do not even know anymore. Am I threatening you people, or are you threatening me? I threaten you, yet I still have to keep an eye on your families. Fuck, what a loss, Qin Zhe cursed under his breath. His words sounded ridiculous, but no one present could laugh. This incident completely changed everyone's perception of Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe had no relation to any of them. Whether their families lived or died had nothing to do with him. And yet he gave Zhao Lin money to return home and treat his mother's illness, something that was entirely unnecessary. But Qin Zhe still did it. Qin Zhe might be ruthless in his methods, sinister and cunning in nature, but he was not a bad person. As he spoke, his body gradually warmed by the fire. He stood up and patted the dust from his pants. Let's go. I am going to scrounge up a couple pieces of cardboard. With that, Qin Zhe turned and walked away. Late at night, Qin Zhe could not fall asleep. He came up to the bridge, leaned on the railing, and stared at the neon lights of the city, lost in thought. At some unknown point, Song Hao also walked over. He leaned on the railing just like Qin Zhe and looked out into the distance alongside him. Still awake, Song Hao said softly. It is almost dawn, Qin Zhe replied calmly. Why did you do that? Song Hao asked curiously. Qin Zhe thought for a moment. You mean Zhao Lin? Yes. It was just a few words. No trouble, Qin Zhe sighed, as if he had long seen through the warmth and indifference of the world. In this society, there is no such thing as a true enemy. It is only a matter of conflicting interests. Without interests at stake, everyone is a friend, a brother. We are all just trying to survive. The only difference is why we are living. But most people are still filial. Mentioning it was the right thing to do. After all, every family has elders. Song Hao remained silent. They stood quietly in the cold winter wind for a while. Why do you not accept my boss? So many people are pursuing her, but she chose you, Song Hao asked again. We have been broken up for years. What is the point of being together again? Qin Zhe muttered. Actually, Song Hao started. The words were on the tip of his tongue, but then he remembered what the boss had instructed him and sighed, deciding not to say anything further. Naturally, Shinzei did not ask either. If it was bad news, it would just make him angry. If it was good news, and he found out that Yu Yan had been suffering all along, he would be even angrier. If she had understood the meaning of sharing both honor and hardship, then she never should have left him in the first place. The result of what they had become, she had brought it upon herself. At that moment, Song Hao's phone buzzed. It was a message from Yu Yan. Is he still sleeping under the bridge? Song Hao thought for a moment, then typed out a reply. Yes. How is he doing? At this rate, he will probably be begging soon. After sending this message, Song Hao did not respond further, because Yu Yan was already on her way to the bridge. When Song Hao saw that Yu Yan had not replied to his message, he immediately frowned. After a brief moment of thought, he realized something. I have to go, Song Hao said urgently. Tired? Shinzei asked. No, Song Hao replied seriously. I suspect the boss is already on her way. Shinzei thought for a moment, then nodded. He did not try to stop him. Right now, Shinzei did not want Yu Yan to know that he had been bringing her bodyguards to sleep under the bridge every day. That would be troublesome and difficult to explain, and it could easily expose the fact that he had been messing with her subordinates. Before Song Hao could leave, a voice laced with sarcasm suddenly rang out. Well, is this not Manager Qin from our company? The speaker was the manager of the PR department, Chen Hai. It was said that his father was a member of the board of directors, a textbook case of nepotism. When Shinzei had not yet resigned, he had worked in the planning department of Wenqing Group as a manager. Technically, the two departments should have had little to do with each other. The reason for their conflict was that Chen Hai had taken a liking to a receptionist in the company. The girl was good-looking with a nice figure. When Chen Hai pursued her, she rejected him outright, telling him she already had someone she liked. Upon investigation, it turned out that person was Shinzei. Since then, Shinzei had frequently become the target of Chen Hai's malice. He truly did not understand. I did not even fucking do anything, and I still ended up offending someone? Is this the price of being handsome? Where the hell is the justice in this? Shinzei had never taken Chen Hai seriously. He was just a fly buzzing around his ears. Killing him would be dirty work. Flies spent their lives playing with shit. Buying a fly swatter just for a single fly was not worth it. It was not about the money. How expensive could a fly swatter be? It was just that the effort of going out to buy one felt too high a cost. He simply could not be bothered. Chen Hai, realizing it really was Shinzei, gave him a once-over. When he saw Shinzei's ragged appearance, he was so delighted he could barely contain himself. He got out of his car, leather shoes clicking against the ground as he walked up to Shinzei, sneering. Out here so late at night, what brings our manager Qin here? He smacked his forehead, pretending as if something had just occurred to him. Oh right, you resigned. Ha ha ha, look at my memory. Chen Hai laughed heartily, staring at Shinzei with a face full of smugness. Shinzei glanced at him out of the corner of his eye but said nothing. Ah yes, this guy resigned and still. Chen Hai gave Shinzei another once-over, then feigned sympathy and said, well, to be fair, sleeping during the general meeting on the new president's first day, that really was out of line. Resigning was for the best. One rotten fish ruins the whole pot. As he spoke, Chen Hai paused and then laughed again. Out here in the middle of the night, what are you doing? Begging? When he mentioned begging, Chen Hai reached into his pocket. Let me see. I think I have some spare change. He pulled out a few coins and grinned, showing them to Shinzei. Look at that, I really do. Lucky you. He casually tossed the coins to the ground in front of Shinzei. The coins clattered to the pavement, finally coming to rest against the heel of Shinzei's shoe. Shinzei looked down at the coins but still said nothing. Seeing that Shinzei remained silent, Chen Hai became displeased. What he hated most was this calm expression of Shinzei's. No matter how much he provoked him, he never reacted. This kind of humiliation did not excite Chen Hai, it only made him angrier. It felt like throwing punches only for Shinzei to dodge them effortlessly, which made Chen Hai look like a fool who was trying too hard. A flicker of anger appeared in Chen Hai's eyes. Oh right. I remember I have something in the car that might suit you. Chen Hai opened the car door and pulled out a metal basin, tossing it to the ground. There. If you are going to beg, at least look the part, Chen Hai said with a laugh. Seeing this, Song Hao frowned deeply. He could hardly bear to watch any longer. To be honest, the man was going too far. Shinzei, hearing this, was moved. He looked at the basin on the ground and nodded with satisfaction. This thing would come in handy. At the rate things were going, he really might have to start begging soon. Thank you, Shinzei said calmly. As soon as those words fell, both Song Hao and Chen Hai froze, neither having expected such a reaction from Shinzei. Chen Hai burst into loud laughter. All right, I'm in a good mood today. Here, take 2 more. With that, Shanghai pulled out his wallet from inside his coat, took out several hundred yuan bills, crumpled them into small balls, and threw them into the metal basin. But even so, Shanghai still did not feel satisfied. He spat into the basin, then stepped into it with one foot, viciously grinding down to smear the thick phlegm over the money. At that moment, a brand new Mercedes-Benz stopped at the roadside. The driver's door opened, and a pair of exquisite high heels touched the ground. Then, a graceful woman stepped out of the car. Closing the car door behind her, Yu Yan walked toward them. Seeing her, Song Hao immediately straightened his posture, lowered his head, and said in a low voice, "Boss." Shanghai also noticed and was visibly shocked. "President Yu." Song Hao said respectfully, bowing slightly. Shanghai's face turned completely red. Yu Yan was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in his life. He lowered his head, trying to sneak glances at her alluring figure. He looked at her elegant high heels, her long and beautiful legs, her slender waist that could be held in one hand, but dared not raise his eyes any further. Gulp! His Adam's apple bobbed. Shanghai was visibly nervous. For a woman of Yu Yan's level, top-tier beauty, to say one did not desire her would be a lie. Thinking of his father's position on the board, he figured maybe he had a chance too. At that thought, he shot a fierce glare at Qin Zhe, the man responsible for this. If not for him, how could such a distinguished president you have seen him in such a shameful state? It was over. His image was ruined. Yu Yan pushed her silver-rimmed glasses up with her middle finger. "Go on," Yu Yan said coldly. After speaking, she walked to the side, crossed her arms, and leaned against the railing. Song Hao was stunned. He had initially been relieved by the boss's arrival. After all, Qin Zhe was someone she had once favored. Seeing her own man being humiliated like this, she should have stepped in to defend him. But why? Song Hao could not understand. Shanghai, however, was overjoyed. That's right. On Yu Yan's first day as president, Qin Zhe had fallen asleep during the company-wide meeting. She should hate Qin Zhe even more than he did. What he was doing now was helping her vent her anger. Thinking this, a ruthless gleam appeared in Shanghai's eyes. He spat another mouthful of phlegm into the basin and ground his shoe hard over the money beneath his foot. "You fucking beggar!" Shanghai snarled. Song Hao looked at Yu Yan, confused. He truly could not understand how she could just watch this. What made it even harder to understand was that Yu Yan actually smiled. Yu Yan never smiled. If she did, it was only because the man in front of her, Qin Zhe, had once smiled. When Shanghai saw the usually cold and expressionless Yu Yan smile, he became instantly elated. As he trampled the basin, he was already imagining names for the children he would have with her. Qin Zhe turned his head slightly and looked at the bills in the basin. He sighed once more. According to Article 27 of the People's Republic of China Currency Management Regulations, acts of disrespect toward the renminbi, such as intentional damage, trampling, and so on, are illegal. The Administrative Authority for Industry and Commerce, along with other relevant enforcement agencies, shall issue a warning and impose a fine ranging from 1,000 to 50,000 yuan, Qin Zhe said slowly and deliberately. If the circumstances are severe, it constitutes a crime. In your case, you'll be spending a few days inside. With that, Qin Zhe pulled out his phone and called the police. In just a few minutes, personnel from the relevant authorities arrived. After collecting evidence and confirming that Shanghai had indeed intentionally damaged legal tender, they immediately detained him. Hey, Shanghai was dumbfounded. "He's a beggar. I was just giving him money." "You can explain that at the station," said the officer calmly. Shanghai began to panic. He turned his gaze toward Qin Zhe. "Qin Zhe, help me explain. I was giving you money. Whatever amount you want, just say it, I'll give it to you." "Wait," Qin Zhe spoke. Hearing that, Shanghai let out a sigh of relief. Qin Zhe pointed at the metal basin in Shanghai's hands. "One thing, that basin. Hand it over. I need it." Shanghai was taken away by the police. Song Hao watched the dumb bastard leave and finally understood why the boss had shown no intention of stepping in to help. She had already known that Qin Zhe could handle it on his own. Thinking about the way Qin Zhe had dealt with the matter, Song Hao could not help but smile in amusement. This was different from the Qin Zhe he remembered. Calm and unreadable in expression, all it took was quoting a legal article and making a simple phone call, and someone came to clean up Shanghai for him. Recalling Shanghai's hideously twisted face while cursing, and comparing it to Qin Zhe's effortless maneuvering, made Shanghai seem all the more pathetic, like a ridiculous little clown. Song Hao shook his head helplessly, inwardly sighing at just how vast the gap could be between people. Qin Zhe leaned on the railing with his elbow, maintaining the same posture, as if simply enjoying the view the entire time. Facing the wind, Yu Yan reached out with her delicate fingers to brush away a few stray strands of hair from her forehead. A serene smile hung on her pretty face. Noticing that Qin Zhe was ignoring her, Yu Yan chuckled in amusement. She stepped toward him in her exquisite high heels, tilted her head slightly, and looked at him with a charming expression. Are you blind, or just pretending not to see me? Yu Yan leaned one arm on the railing, rested her chin in her palm, and smiled sweetly at him. Qin Zhe frowned, saying nothing. Faced with Qin Zhe's indifference, Yu Yan did not get angry. She opened her handbag and took out a few hundred-yuan bills. Here, she said softly. Right in front of Qin Zhe, she placed those bills into the metal basin. You must be hungry. Take this and buy yourself something to eat, she said gently. Qin Zhe glanced at the money in the basin. Then he picked up the basin, gave his wrist a slight flick, and let the money flutter out of it. Off work, Qin Zhe said coldly. In essence, he simply did not want her money. What was disdain to him was something entirely different in Yu Yan's eyes. She liked this kind of attitude from Qin Zhe. Yu Yan let out an amused, exasperated laugh. You really hate spending the money I give you that much, she asked with a smile. Hearing that, Qin Zhe suddenly turned a sharp gaze toward her. He pointed furiously to the ground beneath his feet and declared with iron determination, even if I end up begging, I, Qin Zhe, will not spend a single cent of your money, Yu Yan. Not even such a fierce bow could withstand the beauty of the woman before him. When his gaze landed on her face again, when he once more saw that stunningly beautiful visage, he wavered again. This damned woman. Qin Zhe let out a cold snort and turned his head away. He did not want to look at her. He did not want to waver in his resolve. Come live with me, Yu Yan said calmly. Just the two of us. I will make sure you enjoy yourself. The bridge underpass is better. Yu Yan sighed. I cannot sleep out here with you. I need to take care of my body, for your sake. Qin Zhe frowned. To be honest, no man could resist such a stunning woman's direct assault. And the way she said it, utterly shameless, with zero restraint, was a relentless challenge to desire itself. Stop saying disgusting things like that, Qin Zhe said impatiently. You were not like this before, Yu Yan replied with mock annoyance. Back in college, you used to. Shut up, Qin Zhe snapped. Yu Yan raised her delicate eyebrows and said nothing more. After a moment, begging is undignified, Yu Yan said softly, trying to persuade him. Undignified? Qin Zhe scoffed. Do you even know what dignity is? I am already reduced to begging, and you think I still care about dignity? Here is a suggestion, Yu Yan said, leaning closer to him. Given your current financial state, you can go to the reception office at a temple with your ID and apply for a lay affiliation certificate. With it, you can seek lodging at any temple, and they provide food as well. The environment and atmosphere can help cleanse your heart. If one day you come to your senses. At that point, Yu Yan had already drawn close to Qin Zhe. She rose on tiptoe and kissed his cheek. Dior 952, her favorite lipstick shade. Also Qin Zhe's favorite shade of cherry red. Her red lips lightly touched his, playfully and tenderly. And just to be extra cheeky, Yu Yan even gave his cheek a teasing lick with the tip of her tongue. If one day you come to your senses, maybe you will come looking for me, she whispered. Yu Yan gave a wickedly charming smile. There was danger in that smile, but also contentment, as if, in this world, being able to kiss the face of the man she loved was the greatest happiness. Qin Zhe had been caught off guard. By the time he smelled that familiar fragrance, it was already too late to escape the kiss. He held his face, his breathing noticeably heavier. Yu Yan, are you out of your fucking mind? Qin Zhe shouted in anger and shame. Yu Yan raised her elegant eyebrows with amusement, her demeanor was relaxed and carefree. I am telling you, Yu Yan. Qin Zhe pointed angrily at Yu Yan's dangerous-looking face. We broke up 5 years ago. Give it up. There is no possibility between us anymore. And another thing. What do you even know? Qin Zhe said with disdain. What kind of money can you make at a temple? When I was working myself to death at Wanqing Group, I only made a little over 10,000 yuan a month. Begging on the street, I can make 1,000 a day. What the hell do you know? Seeing Qin Zhe so worked up, Yu Yan could not help but laugh. After all, this was the man she deeply loved. The man she had cautiously kept hidden in her heart. She could not hold back the joy any longer. Yu Yan held her stomach and burst into laughter. Even Song Hao, standing nearby, was stunned. He had stayed by Yu Yan's side for 5 full years, 5 entire years. And in all that time, when had he ever seen Yu Yan laugh so freely? Normally, she was always calm and reserved. No matter the situation, her face remained cold and indifferent. More than once, Song Hao had thought that his boss might never laugh again in this lifetime, not even if the world ended. For a moment, Song Hao did not recognize this woman standing before him. He began to wonder, was this still the same ruthless boss he had known? When Shinzei saw how happily Yuyen was laughing and how beautiful her smile was, his face filled with disdain. He wanted to slap himself. He had meant to defend himself, but now it looked like he had just been trying to amuse her. Why was he even explaining himself to her? Let her think whatever she wanted. Shinzei grew even angrier. With a cold snort, he turned and walked away. "There is some cardboard in my car," Yuyen said with a laugh. "I brought it for you." Shinzei turned back, glared at Yuyen, opened the car door, grabbed the cardboard inside, and slammed the door shut. After taking a few steps, Shinzei suddenly came to his senses. Why the hell did I take something from her? Smack! Shinzei threw the cardboard to the ground. "Hey!" Yuyen pouted unhappily, her red lips pursed. Cardboard is hard to come by these days. Well, that was true. The cardboard was not at fault. Gritting his teeth, Shinzei picked the cardboard back up. Yuyen watched as Shinzei walked away, and did not turn around until his figure had disappeared into the darkness. Then she looked toward Song Hao. "What are you doing here?" Yuyen had returned to her usual cold and aloof expression. Song Hao put away his smile, bowed respectfully, and said, "Boss, I was just passing by." Yuyen did not press the matter. She only nodded. "Drive." "Yes." Song Hao ran toward the driver's seat at once. On the way back, Yuyen crossed her long, slender legs, her beautiful eyes lazily gazing at the city lights. Every time she saw couples on the street, she could not help but look a little longer. In those moments, her normally cold eyes would show a trace of envy. She remembered how, 5 years ago, she and Shinzei had once walked the streets together just like that. In spring, the two walked hand in hand, feeling the spring breeze, listening to the birds chirping. Shinzei had called it mating calls. In summer, Yuyen would hold a cold drink. When she was thirsty, she would take a sip, then kiss Shinzei playfully and pass the drink into his mouth. Yuyen had called it imported beverage. In autumn, the two would share a warm cup of milk tea. In winter, wearing thick down jackets, they chased each other through the streets, throwing snowballs. Song Hao interrupted Yuyen's beautiful memories. "Boss," Song Hao said in a low voice. Yuyen's absent-minded gaze came back to focus, and she looked at Song Hao in the driver's seat with slight displeasure. Yuyen responded coldly. "It is cold," Song Hao said with concern. "And he is sleeping under a bridge like that, is it really?" Yuyen frowned. She felt Song Hao had been acting strangely lately. He had never talked so much before, but now he was meddling too much. Song Hao reacted quickly. Seeing Yuyen's expression through the rearview mirror, he immediately explained, "I just meant, is there anything I can do to help you? I can see, you really do care about him." "Mind your own business," Yuyen said coldly, turning her gaze to the window. "Apologies," Song Hao bowed his head. After a while, Yuyen spoke idly. "He is my man. If I cannot have him, I will take him. If I cannot take him, I will steal him. Let him beg, let him sleep under a bridge, let him catch a cold, I will take him to the hospital. Even if he ends up starving to death, he will be buried with me. I do not care whether he loves me or not. He is my man." Song Hao was heartbroken. When he heard his boss say, "Mind your own business," he felt deeply disappointed. Although their relationship was based on mutual benefit, he earned money from working for her, and she paid his salary. Over the course of 5 years, Song Hao had come to respect Yuyen from the bottom of his heart. Sometimes, he even wondered, if he were not just her employee, could they have become close friends? And now, all that 5-year relationship had earned him was her cold, "mind your own business." In his moment of dejection, Yuyen used a cold and emotionless tone to speak her thoughts about Shinzei to Song Hao. In that moment, the dullness in Song Hao's eyes was suddenly replaced by a radiant glow. His whole expression brightened. He felt something stir within himself. Just like with Shinzei, Yuyen only smiled when she was around him, sometimes even bursting into laughter. That cold and emotionless side of her completely disappeared in front of Shinzei. Those 5 years of loyal service were not in vain. "Yes," Song Hao responded gratefully. Yuyen turned her head to look out the window, pretending not to hear. After a while, Song Hao drove her to the gate of her apartment complex. As he watched her get out of the car, he hesitated and awkwardly scratched the tip of his nose. Song Hao said uneasily. Hearing his voice, Yuyen paused for a moment in her high heels. When Song Hao saw her stop, he knew she was at least willing to listen. "Boss, I wanted to ask, do you have any more cardboard?" Song Hao asked. Yuyen froze for a moment, turned her head with a confused expression. "You are not joking?" she asked coldly. Without waiting for an answer, she turned and walked away on her high heels. Song Hao bowed respectfully and did not straighten up until her figure had fully disappeared. Song Hao let out a bitter laugh. "I was not joking." Shinzei was not the only one whose cardboard had been stolen, Song Hao's was too. The days passed one by one. Hard work eventually pays off. Shinzei finally began begging. There was no other choice. All his paths to survival had been cut off by Yu Yan. If he did not beg, he would have to go to a temple and apply for a lay affiliation certificate. Between begging and the certificate, Shinzei chose begging. As he put it, this line of work is incredibly profitable. That day, Shinzei held a mobilization meeting and gave a passionate speech to prepare Yu Yan's bodyguards for the career of begging. Brothers, 56 ethnic groups, 56 flowers, we are all one family, we are all relatives. In this world, you must understand, money is not hard to make. Song Hao gave a bitter smile and remained silent. He thought, if money is not hard to make, then why are you dragging us out to beg? Wait a moment, let me drink some water first. Gulp, 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 gulp. Half a bottle down. Shinzei raised his hand grandly and declared, family, my dear family. Shinzei was fully into the role now, his eyes slightly reddened. Any business that can make money is regulated by the law. However, when he said however, Shinzei deliberately paused, then continued in an extremely serious tone, however, we must not do anything illegal. No prostitution, gambling, or drugs, none of that. So then, the question arises, what other begging, what other ways do we have to earn money? Song Hao could not help but laugh bitterly. He shook his head helplessly, thinking, you let it slip. If it is begging, just say so, why bother being so roundabout? As for the lay affiliation certificate and such, honestly, it is not very useful. A few handouts, that is not our style. It is meaningless. What we need is to go big. We need massive profits. Listen carefully, massive profits. Now, I believe someone here might ask, what exactly counts as massive profit? Shinzei looked around the group and finally fixed his gaze on Song Hao's head. You, brother Song Hao, in your opinion, what kind of industry is massively profitable? Song Hao smiled and voiced what Shinzei was thinking. Begging. Smack. Shinzei slapped his thigh, constantly measuring Song Hao with a look. Smart. Very smart. Shinzei continued excitedly. No wonder you've become enlightened these days. That's right, begging. Hey, don't underestimate begging. You should know, the most profitable industries in this world are those that exploit human weaknesses. Some people love beauty, some love wealth, some need health, some want their children to succeed. As long as we understand these groups' desires, the money will flow. What we're doing here is all about gaining sympathy from others. Yes, that's right, sympathy. Is it despicable? No, it's not despicable. Brothers, we don't steal or rob. We are cultivating the public's compassion. This is a huge contribution to a harmonious society. And today, we are taking the hardest step, putting aside so-called pride and face. The step we are taking may be small for us, but it's a giant leap for society. Now, about this dignity and face issue, actually, it's not a big deal. You have to understand, if you want to make money, you must first let go of your face, then use that money to win back your dignity. With that, Shinzei clenched his fist and raised it dramatically, a typical pose of someone who has mastered life. Shinzei looked at the others. When he saw no reaction, he raised an eyebrow at Song Hao. Seeing this, Song Hao quickly reacted and began clapping. Clap, clap, clap. The applause grew louder. Good. Song Hao led the cheer. Shinzei nodded in satisfaction. He stood with his hands behind his back, pacing back and forth. In this industry, what matters is being your own boss, not being bound by anyone, and having freedom in your work hours. As long as everyone can stay focused, work diligently with me, I promise you all a life of luxury and indulgence. Yu Yan was right. Shinzei was not a normal person. Song Hao thought about this and felt that it was both right and wrong. It was right because, from Shinzei, Song Hao truly felt his unique charm. A beggar could talk so grandly about his work. This was something most people could not do. It was wrong because the world should be full of various surprises and unexpected events. However, people had become accustomed to categorizing everything and following formulas. People like Shinzei, who were so interesting, had become rare. Strictly speaking, it was Shinzei who was normal, it was they who were not. In the city, a new type of beggar suddenly appeared. They wore suits and leather shoes, were organized and disciplined. Each person had a small metal basin, and they lined up, squatting under the bridge to beg. If you had spare change, you could give a little, and if not, it didn't matter. They even had QR codes for easy payment. Interestingly, this small group had a leader who occasionally held training and mobilization meetings, something no one had ever seen before. Some people couldn't help but wonder, even begging is becoming a profession these days? Don't look down on begging. Begging is actually quite profitable. As long as you're willing to set aside your pride and go to crowded places, lying there for a day, collecting 1 yuan from each person. If you have 1,000 people, that's 1,000 yuan for the day. It's not about how little the money is, it's about how everyone contributes to one person. A little from many can add up quickly. Earning 1,000 yuan in a day isn't hard. Most importantly, it doesn't cost much, and there's no tax involved. Of course, if you really want to talk about costs, it would be the cost of the metal basin. But fortunately, that was sponsored exclusively by Chen Hai. The next day, Qinzhe looked at the pile of change in front of him, rubbing his chin, thinking about how to deal with taxes. After all, he was a good citizen, enjoying the country's benefits. Not paying taxes would be hard to justify. Just as he thought his little life was about to improve, something happened on the third day. Qinzhe happily counted the money, secretly rejoicing that begging for alms was a surprisingly lucrative job. This sure beats working at Wanqing Group, doesn't it? Suddenly, his nose tingled, and after a long build-up, Qinzhe sneezed. Achoo! Qinzhe rubbed his sore nose, adjusted his clothes, and continued happily counting the money. By evening, Qinzhe started feeling unusually weak. His head felt heavy, and his body began to feel cold. Even so, Qinzhe didn't pay much attention, simply thinking that he must not have rested well in the past few days. Winter is different from summer. In summer, the day is long, and the sun doesn't set until after 7 in the evening. In contrast, during winter, it gets dark by just after 4, which makes the day seem incomplete. Time passes so quickly. Around 6, Qinzhe realized he could barely lift his head. That was when he realized he might be coming down with a cold. Song Hao, who was squatting nearby, noticed that Qinzhe didn't seem to have much energy. This was unusual. Qinzhe was usually cheerful, the kind of person who always found something to do. He couldn't sit still. "What's wrong with you?" Song Hao asked, approaching Qinzhe curiously. Qinzhe looked up and glanced at Song Hao. "Nothing," Qinzhe smiled and said. Song Hao observed him closely and noticed something was off. Qinzhe's smile looked so tired. Song Hao reached out and touched Qinzhe's forehead. "You're burning up," Song Hao exclaimed in shock. "Brother, you've got a high fever." "It's nothing, I just didn't rest well yesterday," Qinzhe explained. Song Hao thought for a moment and realized this situation wasn't good. He was fine, he could go to the hotel for a hot shower in the morning and catch up on sleep during the day. But Qinzhe was different. He had no money and spent every day out on the streets. Today's high fever was definitely not a coincidence. Song Hao stood up and walked away. He took out his phone and called his boss. The phone was quickly answered, and a cool voice came through the line. Yu Yan responded briefly, indicating she was listening. "Boss, Qinzhe seems to have a high fever," Song Hao said. After those words, the other end of the line was dead silent. Clearly, Yu Yan had put down whatever work she was doing when she heard the news. "I don't want to hear words like seems or anything vague," Yu Yan said coldly. "He has a high fever," Song Hao said worriedly. "I just touched his forehead." "How is he now?" Yu Yan asked urgently. Song Hao glanced at Qinzhe, who seemed to be having trouble staying upright. He was sitting on the side of the road, leaning against the railing, barely conscious, his face twisted in pain. "Not looking good," Song Hao said solemnly. "Should I take him to the hospital?" "Send me the address," Yu Yan said coldly. Click, the phone was hung up. Song Hao didn't dare waste time and quickly sent the address to Yu Yan. While waiting, Song Hao anxiously paced back and forth in front of Qinzhe. More than once, he thought about calling an ambulance, but after some consideration, he decided against it. Yu Yan would be there soon, and she was probably the most anxious. No ambulance could arrive faster than she could. Before long, a car stopped by the roadside. Song Hao was overjoyed, thinking it was Yu Yan. But when he saw Chen Hai get out of the car, his face immediately darkened. After a few days of education, Chen Hai was out, and the issue of disrespecting the RMB was serious. It all depended on the attitude. With the right attitude, some education, and a fine would be enough. The first thing Chen Hai did when he got out was find Qinzhe. Chen Hai hated Qinzhe with a passion. If it weren't for Qinzhe, he wouldn't have lost face in front of Yu Yan, nor would he have been taken away by the police. Seeing Qinzhe, Chen Hai gritted his teeth in hatred. "Qinzhe." These two words were spat out through clenched teeth. Chen Hai pointed at Qinzhe and cursed, "You son of a," before he could finish his sentence. Crash! Chen Hai's car was knocked a long way. Turning around, Chen Hai saw Yu Yan stepping out of the car. She slammed the car door shut and strode over in her elegant high heels, her eyes only on Qinzhe, who was slumped against the railing. Her cold, indifferent gaze was full of concern. At Yu Yan's house. Yu Yan's apartment was on the top floor, a 320 square meter flat with panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows. The view was wide and open, and standing by the window, one could overlook most of the city. A large bed took up the center of the room, where Qinzhe lay in pain. An elderly doctor was beside him. The doctor had given Shinzei an antipyretic injection and had started in 4 drip. He sighed in relief and stood up. Yu Yan, seeing this, quickly asked, "How is he?" "He's fine, luckily. It's a good thing you didn't send him to the hospital. If you had, it would have been too late. His lungs would have been damaged by then," the doctor explained. Yu Yan, hearing this, immediately relaxed. The tension that had been weighing on her heart finally eased. "Thank you, doctor. I appreciate your hard work," Yu Yan said gratefully. The doctor smiled and said, "It's nothing. Now that the fever has subsided, he should be fine. I'll come back tomorrow. A few days of 4 drip, and he'll be alright." Then, the doctor casually asked, "Is he your husband?" Yu Yan thought for a moment before answering, "He is my man." The answer was significant. The doctor had asked if Shinzei was her lover, and technically, Yu Yan could have simply nodded, but she didn't. Instead, her response was, "He is my man." The doctor didn't understand the nuance of her words and only found it curious. The truth was, lover usually implies a married couple, but they weren't married yet. Moreover, Shinzei wasn't likely to agree to Yu Yan's pursuit that quickly, so the lover relationship didn't apply here. However, there was one truth: whether Shinzei agreed to Yu Yan or not, in Yu Yan's eyes, Shinzei would always be her man. The doctor was only slightly puzzled but didn't inquire further. Now that the patient was stable, he was at ease. "Alright, I won't disturb you any longer," the doctor said as he picked up his medical kit. After the doctor left, Yu Yan sat by Shinzei's bed. Her soft, delicate hand gently stroked the contours of his face. Her beautiful eyes gradually shifted from a look of obsession to one filled with a tender redness. She had always said that no matter what Shinzei did, whether he acted foolishly, got hurt, or caught a cold, it was all fine. But now, when things had truly reached this point, Yu Yan couldn't help but feel heartache. Shinzei's love was given by Yu Yan. Shinzei's pain was given by Yu Yan. Shinzei's wounds were given by Yu Yan. She couldn't understand why the man who made her feel both love and hatred was so stubborn. She had returned, they could start over. So why did he always oppose her? He would rather freeze to death on the street than spend the money she gave him. What a fool of a man. How could he be so foolish? Can love really just be dismissed with the words, "I don't love you anymore"? 2 tears rolled from the corners of Yu Yan's eyes, tracing the path down her delicate face, across her smooth chin, and finally forming a single tear. The tear sparkled in midair as it fell, landing on Shinzei's forehead and shattering into a tear-shaped splash. The tear didn't just break, it shattered Yu Yan's indifferent heart as well. "Was it really because I left you for 5 years that you hate me this much? What a foolish man, how could he be so foolish?" Yu Yan reached up and wiped away the tear from her eye, stood up, and walked out of the bedroom. At the moment the bedroom door closed, Shinzei slowly opened his eyes. After the antipyretic injection, Shinzei felt much better, and his consciousness gradually returned. The conversation between the elderly doctor and Yu Yan was also heard by Shinzei, though he was too weak to fully comprehend it at the time. Once the doctor left, Shinzei thought about getting up and leaving Yu Yan's house. But just then, Yu Yan cried. For Yu Yan, she had always been a difficult presence in Shinzei's heart. 5 years ago, she left him without saying a word, and now, 5 years later, she had returned without offering a single explanation. In those 5 years, Yu Yan had changed. She had become wealthy, more beautiful, more feminine, and more elegant. Yet, at the same time, Yu Yan seemed unchanged. She was still the same little girl who would cry at the slightest thing. Back then, Yu Yan would watch a cartoon called Blue Cat Dragon Night before bed. As she lay in Shinzei's arms watching, she would soon fall asleep. In the middle of the night, Yu Yan suddenly woke up, shook Shinzei awake, and started crying. Shinzei woke up, and Yu Yan immediately hugged him, crying uncontrollably. "What's wrong? Why are you crying all of a sudden?" Shinzei asked, confused. "I dreamt that dinosaurs were chasing me," Yu Yan cried, her voice trembling. Shinzei was charmed by her cuteness. He held her and gently patted her back. "All right, it's over now. It's okay. Look, your boyfriend is still here." Shinzei comforted her. "You don't understand, it was so scary. I was in a primeval forest, and the dinosaurs were chasing me, trying to bite my butt." Yu Yan seemed to still be terrified, her body shaking from the nightmare. "Look at you, you watch a cartoon and end up having a nightmare," Shinzei chuckled. "Actually, the dinosaur wasn't trying to bite your butt. It was chasing you because you're so cute. Don't worry, even little animals like you because you're adorable. You should be happy." "No, it's not true." Yu Yan pouted, looking pitiful. "It really wanted to bite my butt. It almost did, but luckily, I reacted quickly and woke up. Ha 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 ha." Yu Yan's serious expression made Shinzei burst into laughter. "You're still laughing." Yu Yan was so upset that she was about to cry. A tear fell from Yu Yan's eye and landed on Qinzai's forehead, shattering into a tear-shaped splash. There was always a place in Qinzai's heart reserved for Yu Yan, a place he had sealed off and never allowed anyone else to touch. Even he couldn't face it. This tear was like a key, unlocking the seal of that forbidden place in Qinzai's heart. At that moment, Qinzai felt as if his heart had shattered into a complex mixture of emotions, like breaking open a jar filled with mixed flavors. He could clearly feel that Yu Yan still loved him, but what he couldn't understand was, if she loved him so much, why did she leave without a word? Why had she come back now without offering any explanation? As he felt Yu Yan's tears, Qinzai's heart ached. Qinzai never lacked the courage to forget Yu Yan, but what he couldn't face was seeing her tears. After all, it had been 5 years. Couldn't they both just move on and live their lives separately? Shouldn't she be happier without him? But what was all of this supposed to be? Yu Yan's tears certainly moved Qinzai's heart. Fine. He decided he would leave tomorrow. After a short while, Yu Yan returned. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Qinzai quickly closed his eyes, pretending to still be unconscious. Yu Yan changed her clothes, took a shower, and came back to Qinzai's side. That night, Yu Yan stayed by Qinzai's bed, watching over him as he slept. The next morning, as the sun rose, Qinzai opened his eyes. He looked around and realized Yu Yan was not in the room. Phew! Qinzai breathed a sigh of relief. He sat up, but dizziness soon hit him again. He held his forehead. It seemed that his cold hadn't fully recovered. Taking a deep breath, he stood up and walked out of the bedroom. He had thought Yu Yan might not be home, but as he passed through the living room and reached the kitchen, he saw that Yu Yan hadn't gone to work today. She was in the kitchen, making breakfast. Unlike the Yu Yan from yesterday, today's Yu Yan had returned to her usual cold, aloof demeanor. There was no trace of the fragile woman she had been the night before. "You're awake," Yu Yan said, her tone neutral. Qinzai glanced at her. Seeing her proud, high and mighty look, he felt much more at ease. Compared to the Yu Yan from yesterday, he could handle this version of her much better. Qinzai remained silent as he walked past the living room and grabbed his slippers from the shoe rack. "Come eat," Yu Yan said softly. Qinzai didn't respond and bent down to put on his shoes. Yu Yan, holding breakfast, walked out of the kitchen and casually placed it on the table. She then approached Qinzai from behind and kicked his slipper away. Seeing his slipper being kicked far away, Qinzai glared at Yu Yan in anger. Yu Yan raised an eyebrow, as if saying, "What are you going to do about it?" Yes, Yu Yan was quite perceptive. She knew that Qinzai could never confront her when she showed that playful, mischievous face. As expected, when Qinzai saw her face, most of his anger was instantly quelled. "Yu Yan, what exactly do you mean?" Qinzai said coldly. "I saved you," Yu Yan replied lightly. "You made me beg for food." Qinzai shouted. "Ha!" Yu Yan crossed her arms and lazily observed Qinzai's body, mocking him. "Seems like you're doing better now, with some temper. Yesterday, when you had a high fever and passed out, why didn't you shout at me then, huh?" Qinzai was furious. "Come eat and then leave. You're already here, anyway," Yu Yan said in a soft voice. "I'm not interested," Qinzai replied. "You beg for food and still complain? You're lucky there's food at all." Yu Yan mocked again. Qinzai was so furious his face turned red. Yu Yan reached out and linked her arm with Qinzai's, pulling him towards the room. "Come eat," Yu Yan said again. "Let go of me." Qinzai angrily shook her hand off. Maybe he used too much force, or maybe Yu Yan wasn't prepared, but her body staggered a few steps as she was pulled by his strength. Seeing this, Qinzai was startled. He didn't want to get too close to Yu Yan, but he had no intention of hurting her. As soon as he saw her about to fall, his heart ached. Fortunately, Yu Yan managed to steady herself. Yu Yan glanced at Qinzai, whose face was filled with panic, and a sly smile curved on her lips. Yu Yan had done it on purpose. She wanted to see if Qinzai would feel sorry for her. Qinzai was so furious that his teeth almost ground to dust. He could tell she was doing it on purpose, but there was nothing he could do. He had really fallen for her trick. This was truly like inviting trouble and then welcoming it. It was so frustrating. Yu Yan straightened up, her slender waist appearing before Qinzai's eyes. She brushed a few stray strands of hair away from her forehead. "After a high fever, you should feel weak," Yu Yan laughed. "You're the one who's weak," Qinzai snapped. Yu Yan once again linked her arm with Qinzai's, pulling his arm to her chest. The movement was subtle but incredibly calculated. It felt intentional, though it also seemed like her figure was so good that some accidental bumps were inevitable. In any case, Yu Yan's control over the situation was flawless, leaving Qinzai with no words to say. Moreover, after what happened earlier, Qinzai didn't dare push her away. If he accidentally caused her to fall, it would only make things worse. "Come eat and then leave. I won't keep you, Yu Yan said softly. You eat other people's food every day, so why be picky about mine? Let go of me, Qinzhe said, pulling his arm back. At the dinner table, Yu Yan sat across from Qinzhe, resting her chin in her hands, looking at him like a delicate flower. Qinzhe ate quickly. Part of it was because he was actually hungry, but another part was to finish eating as quickly as possible and leave this place full of tension. As he ate, Qinzhe started feeling something wasn't right. He wasn't sure if it was because of his cold or something else, but he felt hot all over. His heart was pounding heavily, especially when he looked at Yu Yan, and his eyes kept unintentionally drifting to her chest. Yu Yan picked up her chopsticks and served him some food. Eat this, it has a strong flavor, Yu Yan said casually. Qinzhe chewed his food. Strong flavor? Yeah. Yu Yan responded indifferently. When I was adding the seasoning earlier, I accidentally added a bit too much to this dish. Oh, that's why I feel so hot. Qinzhe suddenly realized, then his face turned bright red with anger. What the hell did you say? Qinzhe slammed the table and stood up. Before he could fully get up, a dizzy feeling hit him, and his body suddenly weakened. Seeing this, Yu Yan quickly stepped forward to support Qinzhe. Are you okay? Yu Yan asked with a smile. Shut up, Qinzhe cursed loudly. Can you still walk? Yu Yan asked with a grin. You drugged me, how the hell am I supposed to walk? Qinzhe spoke between labored breaths. So, are you leaving or not? Didn't you say you'd leave after dinner? While saying this, Yu Yan grabbed Qinzhe's hand with her other hand, her fingers intertwining with his, in a manner full of ambiguous intimacy. Qinzhe wanted to curse again, but the drug's effect was taking over him. Dizzy, Qinzhe noticed that Yu Yan seemed even more beautiful and alluring. No. Qinzhe shook his head desperately, trying to shake those thoughts out of his mind. Yu Yan was still smiling. She pulled a finger from her grip on Qinzhe's hand and gently scratched his palm. You can't, Qinzhe was still struggling. You might not be fully recovered from your cold. Go lie down in the bedroom, and I'll call a doctor for you, Yu Yan softly said. As she spoke, Yu Yan blew a soft breath near Qinzhe's earlobe at the end of her sentence. With Yu Yan's support, Qinzhe was helped back into her bedroom. Lying on the bed, Qinzhe wanted to remember, but his body lacked strength, and the drug's effect was fully taking over him. With the drug stimulating him, after a while, Yu Yan pushed open the bedroom door. She walked in barefoot, not looking back, and with a flick of her delicate foot, the bedroom door was closed. The doctor's here, Yu Yan said with a smile. Yu Yan was wearing a silk nightdress, the material smooth as could be. She just undid one button, and the nightdress slid off her body. On the floor, a black silk nightdress was left behind, and her smooth little feet stepped over it. Yu Yan climbed onto the bed and looked down at Qinzhe. She raised her delicate arm and pinned her hair up. She bent down, cupping Qinzhe's face with both hands, gazing deeply at him with loving eyes. Qinzhe gazed up at the seductive and enchanting Yu Yan. At this moment, he finally understood that not only was he unable to deal with the tearful Yu Yan, but the proud and aloof Yu Yan in everyday life was also something he could never handle. Because he knew better than anyone that behind her cold, emotionless exterior, when she handed her fiery heart to you, that experience was something only one person in this world could witness. It was a unique experience that only one person could see the deepest side of her personality. This is bad. I was careless. Qinzhe regretted it deeply. She gently turned her head, her red lips lightly kissing Qinzhe's lips, the kiss growing more intense. Finally, the effects of the drug wore off, and when Qinzhe regained his senses, he realized it was too late. Dizzy and hazy, Qinzhe vaguely remembered what he had done earlier. Thinking about his actions, Qinzhe got up and threw the pillow on the floor. Damn it! Qinzhe cursed loudly. What the hell did I just do? Creak! The bedroom door was pushed open. Yu Yan entered the room, wiping her wet hair with a towel, looking as if nothing had happened. Yu Yan! Qinzhe yelled, his face turning red in embarrassment. I can't believe you're such a shameless woman. Yu Yan sat down, crossing her long, beautiful legs. She tossed her hair and elegantly took a sip of red wine. You want to keep your dignity? You should put your underwear on first, Yu Yan said softly. Hearing this, Qinzhe suddenly realized. He hurriedly put his underwear on. Yu Yan's beautiful eyes looked at Qinzhe's body with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. You're right, she said. You're not weak, you just got a little too excited. Qinzhe was so angry that his face turned red. He could still understand the words, and it was obvious that Yu Yan was humiliating him. The fever in fever was pronounced with a rolled tongue, while wild was pronounced flat. Qinzhe put on his pants, feeling a bit more secure. Yu Yan! Qinzhe gritted his teeth, staring at the beautiful woman in front of him. Just wait, I'll sue you. Yu Yan raised her elegant brow in amusement. I'm going to sue you for raping me, Shinzei said fiercely. Yu Yan laughed at the sound of it. Honey, you're so well versed in law. How could you make such a basic mistake? Yu Yan smiled as she explained. Rape refers to forcing a woman to have intercourse against her will through violence, threats, or other means. The legal interest being violated is a woman's sexual freedom. The perpetrator of rape is a man, and women cannot commit rape. Shinzei's face flushed with embarrassment. His mind was in a mess, and he couldn't think clearly. All he could think about was the images from earlier. Well, you're still intentionally harming me, you drugged me, Shinzei argued. Yu Yan lowered her head in thought. She agreed with Shinzei's point. If you followed his logic, this could indeed constitute an intentional harm offense. Yu Yan raised her brow again and pursed her lips. Take a look at your phone. Confused, Shinzei opened his phone and immediately regretted it. Yu Yan, Shinzei choked on his words. Yu Yan pouted and innocently shrugged her shoulders. While Shinzei was unconscious earlier, Yu Yan had taken his phone, added herself on WeChat, and transferred 3,000 yuan from Shinzei's account to hers. As long as that transaction was recorded, the intentional harm accusation couldn't be established. Soliciting prostitution is illegal, Yu Yan said casually. Shinzei gritted his teeth, staring at Yu Yan with hatred, unable to say a word. Then I'll sue too, Shinzei said angrily. Ah ha ha ha, Yu Yan burst out laughing. It had been 5 years, and Yu Yan had never laughed so joyfully. Such romance, you want to bring me along even if you're in prison. Yu Yan laughed, but that's good, otherwise, you'd be sleeping in a bridge hole and I'd worry. In prison, it's warm enough, you won't catch a cold. You, Shinzei shivered with anger, pointing at Yu Yan's beautiful face but completely unable to speak. Shinzei couldn't argue with Yu Yan anymore. In a fit of rage, he pulled up his pants and walked away. Can't talk back? Fine, I'll just leave. Yu Yan didn't try to stop him. Watching him leave the living room, she stepped out of the bedroom, crossed her arms, and leaned against the doorframe. Take the cold medicine with you, Yu Yan said softly. Shinzei didn't want it, but then thought, why not take it if it's free? He grabbed the cold medicine from the table. Putting on his slippers, he opened the door and left. Cardboard, Yu Yan reminded. Shinzei turned back, grabbed some cardboard from the door, and left. As he left, Shinzei shot a glare at Yu Yan. Bang! He slammed the door hard to vent his frustration. Shinzei walked out of the neighborhood, angrily striding down the road, kicking a small stone by the side of the road. Go to hell, I'm so pissed. Shinzei fumed as he thought more about it. However, unknowingly, Shinzei's cold had gotten much better. He had gotten a fever-reducing shot yesterday and had an 4 drip, and after having a hot breakfast this morning, all the coldness in his body had been expelled. Although he was angry, it wasn't all for nothing. Shinzei shook his head, trying to push those thoughts out of his mind. What the hell am I thinking? Shinzei stopped thinking about it and headed straight for his bridge hole. He had to go to work. Life is unpredictable, and when Shinzei returned to the bridge hole, more trouble awaited him. Jiangcheng, under the bridge. Shinzei was pacing furiously, stomping his feet in frustration. Damn it, where the hell is my iron basin? Shinzei cursed. His angry shouts echoed back and forth under the bridge, almost as if he were crying out in a hoarse, desperate scream. It was clear just how important this iron basin was to him. No one could understand why Shinzei was suddenly so enraged. In his current state, no one dared approach him to offer comfort, fearing they might get burned in the process. But what was truly puzzling was why Shinzei was making such a big deal over a simple iron basin. After all, when Yu Yan had once destroyed his house, Shinzei hadn't been this angry. Suddenly, Shinzei locked his furious gaze onto Song Hao. Song Hao flinched, lowering his eyes in fear. My iron basin, where is it? Shinzei demanded coldly. Well, you can just buy another one. It's just one. Song Hao awkwardly scratched his nose, then hesitantly raised his eyes to meet Shinzei's. He knew this wasn't the best thing to say, but he couldn't help expressing what he truly thought. It's just a cheap iron basin. What did you just say? Shinzei glared at him. Shinzei advanced step by step toward Song Hao. Narrowing his eyes, he said in a low voice, do you know what you're talking about? This iron basin was a gift from Chen Hai. Chen Hai was the last person Shinzei liked. In fact, he hated Chen Hai, especially after the latter had caused him trouble twice already. By all logic, Shinzei should have despised Chen Hai. So why was he not only calm about it, but also protecting this iron basin with such fierce determination? Wasn't it just a cheap object? It was truly baffling. Shinzei felt regretful. How had he suddenly gotten sick? Why had he suddenly developed a fever and fainted? This was it. It was over. His iron basin was gone. Frustrated, Shinzei scratched his head and demanded again, "Where the hell is my iron basin?" Song Hao pointed to the north, saying, "It must have been taken by that old man." "What?" Shinzei gritted his teeth, narrowing his eyes in anger. "This is too much. Stealing my cardboard is one thing, but now even my iron basin isn't safe?" Song Hao smiled bitterly and muttered, "I mean, iron is more valuable than cardboard, right?" Shinzei glared at him sharply. Seeing this, Song Hao immediately shut his mouth. "Forget I said anything," Song Hao muttered weakly. Shinzei couldn't even express his anger properly. The whole situation felt absurd, humiliating, and infuriating. After a moment of contemplation, Shinzei clenched his teeth and, with a seething tone, pointed to the ground and barked, "5 minutes. I want all the information on this old man." Everyone was stunned. They could all tell Shinzei was furious, but none of them had expected him to be so serious about this trivial matter. Shinzei thought about it for a moment and decided that this situation truly warranted action. The old man had gone too far. Shinzei took out his phone and dialed a number. "Damn it, I'm going to use my connections. No matter what, I'll make sure this old man regrets it today," Shinzei cursed with fury. Everyone could see that this was about to escalate. They all knew how capable Shinzei was. He had once destroyed the renovations of everyone's homes, collected information, and handled everything efficiently with extreme precision and speed. If Shinzei was determined to deal with this old man, there was no way the old man would come out of it unscathed. The problem is, this isn't a big deal, there's no need to make such a fuss. Considering Shinzei's situation, everyone hurriedly moved forward to try and calm him down. "Big brother, big brother, big brother, forget about it, that old man is uneducated, let's not stoop to his level," Song Hao hurriedly tried to comfort him. That's right, big brother, he's so old, why bother arguing with him? Next time, we'll just scare him a little, and that's it. There's no need to mobilize resources for this," everyone chimed in to persuade him. After much persuasion, with both words and action, they finally managed to calm down Shinzei's anger to some extent, and he put the phone down. Song Hao saw the still angry expression on Shinzei's face and knew that this matter wouldn't be easily brushed off. "Big brother, how about this? Tonight, we'll all go out and have a good meal. What do you think?" Song Hao suggested. "It's not about that." Shinzei could tell that Song Hao meant well, so he smiled bitterly and said, "The thing is, this is really a bit too much." "Ah, forget it, let it go. You're such an important person, it's not worth getting angry with an old man. If word gets out, people will laugh at you," Song Hao said, putting his arm around Shinzei's shoulder and starting to act more familiar with him. As he spoke, Song Hao gave a subtle nod to the people around him, signaling them to quickly come over and say good things, taking advantage of the moment to try and get Shinzei to move past this issue. The subordinates, quick to catch on, immediately stepped forward to comfort Shinzei. Some of them were massaging his shoulders, others were rubbing his legs, all while saying sweet words to calm him down. After all this, even Shinzei's most intense anger was extinguished by these persistent and tactful efforts. Ugh! Shinzei was so exasperated he almost laughed. He shook his head helplessly. At that moment, someone seemed to have spotted Zhao Lin. He pointed in Zhao Lin's direction, exclaiming, "Big brother, look who's back." Hearing this, Shinzei followed his gaze, and sure enough, it was Zhao Lin. From a distance, Zhao Lin waved his hand, happily running toward Shinzei. "Big brother, I'm back," Zhao Lin said with a big grin. When Shinzei saw Zhao Lin smile, he couldn't help but smile back. "How is it?" Shinzei asked, grinning. "Thanks to you, my mother is feeling much better," Zhao Lin said, revealing his bright white teeth. "That's great to hear," Shinzei replied with a smile, feeling relieved. Zhao Lin hesitated for a moment, lowered his head, and said with some guilt, "It's just that the money you gave me." "Don't talk about money," Shinzei interrupted, patting Zhao Lin on the shoulder. "If it weren't for you giving me that money, my old mother." Zhao Lin's eyes started to turn red as he spoke. "Your mother's health is the most important thing. Don't worry about anything else," Shinzei reassured him. Zhao Lin suddenly looked up, his voice choked, "I'll pay you back, I swear." Shinzei laughed heartily, looked at Zhao Lin with seriousness, nodded, but didn't say anything more. "By the way," Shinzei suddenly remembered something. "Since you're back, join us, and I'll help you make big money," Shinzei said excitedly. "Make big money?" Zhao Lin was confused. "We're begging for money." Shinzei burst out laughing. "Begging for money? What kind of money can you make from begging?" Zhao Lin was completely stunned. The others overheard, exchanged glances, and smiled knowingly. At this point, Song Hao stepped forward and gave Zhao Lin a pat on the shoulder, speaking in a grand tone. "Your vision's too small," Song Hao said. "Vision too small?" Zhao Lin was puzzled. "Your perspective is too limited," Song Hao corrected him. Limited perspective? Expand your perspective. Song Hao swung his arm dramatically. Your vision needs to be bigger. Song Hao made a big circular motion with his arm. At this moment, Qinzhe clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention to him. Alright, since Comrade Zhao Lin has returned to the team, we are now fully assembled, Qinzhe said. Upon hearing Qinzhe was about to speak, everyone immediately gathered around him. They sat cross-legged, hands clasped, gazing at Qinzhe with admiration. Now then, Qinzhe stood with his hands clasped behind his back, pacing back and forth. Our business is currently in a growth phase, but now, we have encountered an enemy. An enemy? Song Hao asked, confused. Yes, Qinzhe replied indifferently, the old man who stole my iron basin. Zhao Lin, who didn't understand the situation, quietly asked the person next to him, what's going on? What iron basin? What old man? Just listen, just now the boss almost lost his temper because of that old man, his companion explained. Oh, Zhao Lin nodded, still not quite understanding. Boss, I have a question, Song Hao asked. Feel free to ask, Qinzhe replied. It's just an iron basin. Why not just buy a new one? Song Hao asked, not quite getting it. Well said. Qinzhe nodded approvingly. Then, Qinzhe looked at everyone, explaining slowly, yes, it's just an iron basin. Don't even mention it being lost, even if it's stolen, buying a new one wouldn't cost much. But, he paused dramatically, emphasizing the word but. Qinzhe stared with wide eyes, speaking with anger. Everything needs to be done with professionalism. This is about attitude. It's about work ethics. When we beg on the streets, we need to be mindful. If we buy a new iron basin, what kind of impression does that leave on our customers? A beggar with a brand new iron basin? Does that make sense? Song Hao suddenly realized. The words hit him like a wake-up call, and he seemed to understand something profound. Qinzhe pointed to the ground with passion, his voice ringing with authority. That iron basin was personally given to me by my close friend Chen Hai. When Qinzhe joked about Chen Hai being his close friend, the entire room erupted in laughter. On one hand, they were laughing at Qinzhe's humor. On the other hand, they genuinely thought this man, Qinzhe, had an interesting soul. Despite being humiliated by Chen Hai, Qinzhe remained unfazed, yet now he was planning to use his connections to deal with the old man who had stolen his iron basin. Qinzhe waved his hand, his tone turning serious. Stop laughing. The laughter died down, but everyone still wore a smile on their faces. Ahem. Qinzhe cleared his throat and continued, that iron basin came from my close friend, Chen Hai. He threw it on the ground and trampled it repeatedly. After being trampled over and over again, it has reached its current state. It's almost polished now. You must understand, only beggars who have weathered the trials of life are worthy of such a basin. And now, it's been stolen by that old man and sold for money. Song Hao rubbed his chin, deep in thought. It was clear that Qinzhe wasn't speaking lightly. There was real wisdom in his words. Qinzhe was right. If you beg, you need to look like a beggar. The iron basin should be old and worn, otherwise, who would sympathize with you? So, should we just buy a new basin and smash it a few times? Song Hao asked, still not fully grasping the concept. Qinzhe smiled and explained, it's different. Remember one thing, the wounds you inflict on yourself are different from the ones others inflict on you. Even if they are the same, the impression they leave is entirely different. The same goes for the iron basin. One that's smashed by your own hands, and one that's smashed with emotion by someone else, will have completely different appearances. Finally, Qinzhe said with deep emotion, remember. Sometimes, what customers are willing to pay for isn't the appearance of the product, but the feeling that the product gives them. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was stunned. Almost simultaneously, thunderous applause erupted. Brilliant! It was truly brilliant. Every word Qinzhe spoke was a classic, each phrase hitting home. It was the kind of speech that would be found in a textbook. Song Hao gazed at him with admiration, deeply captivated by Qinzhe's charisma. He recalled the scene from that day when Qinzhe had leaned against the railing, lazily watching the river below, completely indifferent to Chen Hai's attempts to trample on his dignity. Now, Song Hao understood the deeper meaning behind it all. Big brother, so when Chen Hai humiliated you that day, you didn't say anything because you saw him stepping on that iron basin, right? Song Hao asked. Qinzhe curled the corner of his mouth into a mysterious smile and replied, what do you think? That's right. It had to be this way. Qinzhe's temper was quite sour, and logically speaking, there was no reason for him to let Chen Hai keep shouting. But when Qinzhe saw the iron basin Chen Hai had sent and saw him stepping on it, Qinzhe immediately knew that this Chen Hai was not entirely useless. By the way, big brother, Song Hao said. Qinzhe raised an eyebrow. What are you going to do about your iron basin? Song Hao asked. Shinzei lowered his head, pinched his chin, and fell into deep thought. After a while, he looked up, revealing an interesting smile. To untie the knot, one must find the person who tied it. Of course, I will turn to my beloved friends, Shinzei said with a smile. When Shinzei mentioned his beloved friends, everyone laughed wickedly. That day, Shinzei took Song Hao and the others to the police station. At that time, Shenhai was still receiving education, and the reason Shinzei and his group were there was simple. They wanted to visit their good friend, urging him to properly accept his education. If it didn't work, they could always retake the driving test. When Shenhai saw Shinzei, he immediately exploded with rage. What the hell are you doing here? Shenhai shouted. Are we strangers now? Shinzei replied with a smile. As soon as Shinzei spoke, Song Hao and the others also wore malicious grins. Shenhai glanced at the bodyguards behind Shinzei and immediately shrank back. Wait, what are you going to do? I warn you, this is. Shenhai suddenly became afraid. Don't be nervous, Shinzei said gently. I'm just here to ask you something, and then I'll leave. What is it? Shenhai was stunned. Well, the basin you gave me last time was really useful, had good results, but the iron basin got stolen. Shinzei awkwardly scratched his nose. Do you have a fucking problem? Shenhai exploded, cursing, the iron basin got stolen. What the hell does that have to do with me? Shenhai completely lost it. The iron basin had originally been his way of humiliating Shinzei. Who knew that not only did Shinzei not get angry, but this damn iron basin actually ended up benefiting him? This was something Shenhai didn't want to see, especially as he saw Shinzei remain unfazed. That was worse than being killed, it was pure humiliation. After all, it was a gift from you, Shinzei said with a smile. Are you out of your mind? Ha? Tell me, are you crazy? Shenhai couldn't take it anymore. Shinzei chuckled. Lend me a few bucks. What the hell? Shenhai looked at Shinzei in disbelief. You're really asking to borrow money for a few bucks? Do you have any idea how much I hate you? Ah, Shinzei waved his hand dismissively. I'm just a filthy beggar. What's wrong with asking you for a few bucks? Not giving you anything, Shenhai said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, Song Hao behind Shinzei narrowed his eyes. Song Hao growled with dissatisfaction from deep in his throat. Shenhai looked at Song Hao and immediately cowered. This guy looked like he could really fight. Alright, fine, Shenhai muttered, reluctantly pulling out a few bucks and handing them to Shinzei. Taking the money, Shinzei turned around and left. A while later, Shinzei came back, holding an iron basin in his hands. What the hell are you back for? Shenhai said impatiently. Here. Shinzei handed the iron basin to Shenhai. What do you want me to do with this? Shenhai looked at the iron basin in Shinzei's hands, confused about his intentions. Do you want me to follow you around begging for money? What's that supposed to mean? Shinzei pretended to be angry. Poof. Shenhai snorted, not saying anything, but thinking to himself, at least you're smart enough to know your place. You must be out of your mind if you think I'd go beg for money with you. However, Shinzei's next words almost made Shenhai lose his temper. Food can be eaten recklessly, but words must not be spoken carelessly, Shinzei said very seriously. Begging is something you're not worthy of. Shenhai's face turned bright red with anger. Shenhai warily glanced at the group of bodyguards behind Shinzei. What do you want to do? Shenhai asked, trying to stay calm. Smash it, Shinzei said, shaking the iron basin in his hand. Ha? Shenhai looked at Shinzei in disbelief. The more he saw of Shinzei, the less he understood him. Here, smash it, hurry up, Shinzei urged. This was the first time he had heard such an impolite request, and with a cold snort, Shenhai threw the iron basin aside. Seeing this, Shinzei frowned in frustration. No, this isn't right. You're not showing enough emotion. Your emotion needs to match, Shinzei gestured with his hand, signaling for Shenhai to raise the intensity. You need to channel the humiliation from that day into smashing the basin. What the hell was this guy asking for? Could this request be any more impolite? Seeing that Shenhai hadn't moved, Song Hao stepped forward, his eyebrows furrowing in anger. When Shenhai saw Song Hao's fierce expression, he immediately lost all his will to resist. Finally, with Song Hao's intimidation and Shinzei's emotional guidance, Shenhai reluctantly smashed the iron basin with all his strength. After about 10 minutes, a basin that was nearly as polished as the previous one had been painstakingly battered and worn. Shinzei held the basin up, showing it to the bodyguards around him. Look at this finish, it's different, right? Shinzei laughed heartily. Song Hao nodded, thoughtfully saying, Big brother, you're right. Things created with emotion definitely have a different vibe. It's definitely not the same. Exactly. Shinzei said, pleased. Holding the iron basin, Qinzhe led the group out. As they were about to leave, a police officer stopped Qinzhe's way. "What happened with him just now?" the officer asked. Qinzhe looked puzzled. "Nothing happened. But I saw him smashing that basin." The officer pointed to the iron basin that Qinzhe seemed so attached to. "Oh, you're talking about this?" Qinzhe looked at the basin with satisfaction, smiling. "My brother isn't feeling too well. If his mind were clear, he wouldn't have parked his car on the bridge." Mentioning his mental state, the officer paused to think. "Wasn't he the one who disrespected the RMB last time?" the officer recalled, remembering how, for no apparent reason, Chen Hai had started stomping on Chinese currency. "Yes, that's him." Qinzhe laughed loudly. I see." The officer suddenly became serious. Not long after Qinzhe and his group left, a psychiatrist entered the police station. Originally, Chen Hai was supposed to leave the police station the next day, but because of Qinzhe's words, he ended up staying for several more days. Some problems have no answers, like, how do you prove you're not mentally ill? "Doctor, I'm not mentally ill." Chen Hai screamed hoarsely, his voice full of desperation. "Sometimes, it's like this. The more a woman lying in bed says no, the more the man becomes determined. Just like this." The more Chen Hai insisted that he wasn't mentally ill, the more the doctor began to suspect that Chen Hai's condition was far more complicated than he appeared. The most infuriating part was that the doctor asked a very simple question to determine whether Chen Hai was mentally unwell. The question was, if you have a spoon, a basin, and a bathtub full of water, how would you clean the water from the bathtub? Chen Hai replied, "I'd use the basin." The doctor sighed helplessly, picked up his pen, and checked the mental illness box on the form. During the handover process, when Chen Hai was transferred from the police station to the psychiatric hospital, two burly men grabbed him and began dragging him out. Chen Hai desperately kicked his legs, trying to resist. With the iron basin given to him by his beloved friends, Qinzhe's street-begging career flourished. Song Hao and the others also started living better lives. They worked regular hours, punching in at the office, and during their days off, they would follow their boss to the streets to beg. Although sometimes they were met with scorn from others, thinking about their daily net income of over 1,000 yuan made them less upset when faced with the mocking faces of passers-by. Being a bodyguard is not a happy job. Someone like Song Hao, a top-level bodyguard, always had a cold expression, and everywhere his eyes went, he saw potential danger. Having been in the bodyguard business for many years, Song Hao and the others hadn't laughed in a long time. But recently, since following Qinzhe, they found themselves smiling and laughing every day, and their mindset had changed quite a bit. They genuinely admired Qinzhe, the man who could find joy even in hardship. They even began to wish they could be like him, people who knew how to live and enjoy life. One day, it was Song Hao's shift, and he drove to meet Qinzhe, taking Yu Yan with him. On the way, while Yu Yan wasn't paying attention, Song Hao secretly sent a text message to Zhao Lin. "Let the brothers know, the boss is coming over soon. Don't let him find out that you're with Qinzhe, or this could be hard to explain." "What are you doing?" Yu Yan asked coldly. Song Hao quickly put away his phone and glanced at the rearview mirror, noticing Yu Yan's icy expression. "Boss, I was just checking the time," Song Hao smiled, trying to diffuse the tension. Yu Yan didn't say much. It was just that Song Hao had looked at the time, after all. However, what caught Yu Yan's attention was that lately, she had noticed that Song Hao and the others, who usually didn't smile much, were in much better spirits. They didn't exactly smile, but she could sense a content look on their faces. "Lately, you seem to be in a really good mood," Yu Yan said coldly. "Ah, me? Really?" Song Hao laughed loudly. "You never used to smile." Yu Yan squinted her eyes. Now, she was beginning to sense that something wasn't right. Song Hao quickly wiped the smile off his face, cleared his throat, and said seriously, "Sorry." Yu Yan pondered for a moment, then turned her head to look out the window. "Are you in love?" Yu Yan said casually. "Ah." Song Hao was taken aback. Yu Yan thought that the only thing that could open up the heart of a tough man like Song Hao was probably love, right? Yu Yan thought that in such a treacherous and cunning world, the only person who could make her laugh out loud was probably Qinzhe. Yu Yan hadn't laughed in 5 years, but now, because of Qinzhe, she had regained her ability to laugh. So, she naturally assumed that Song Hao, who hadn't laughed in 5 years either, must be smiling every day because of love. "It's not love. How could I be this happy if it weren't?" Yu Yan lazily said. At the same time, whether it was a trick of the light or not, Yu Yan suddenly saw the reflection of Qinzhe's handsome face on the car window. She became lost in thought, swept away by the ocean of love she felt for him. Song Hao seemed a bit embarrassed but thought that this explanation didn't sound too bad. So he said, "Yes." Good," Yu Yan nodded in satisfaction. "I'll give you a raise of 20,000 yuan a month from now on. Be good to your girlfriend." "Isn't that a bit much?" Song Hao felt a bit guilty. This money wasn't easy to earn. Be good to your girlfriend. Don't be like my man, Yuyan said, advising him. Qinzhe, along with Zhao Lin and the others, was begging on the street. A group of people squatted on the bridge, laughing and looking rather strange, drawing curious glances from passers-by. It felt like these beggars were somehow different from the usual ones, but no one could quite put their finger on what exactly was different. Ah, now it made sense. Beggars were typically downtrodden, people who seemed to be on the edge of despair. How could such people smile? How could they smile so brightly? They were beggars, but they were also beggars who were having fun. At this moment, Zhao Lin's phone buzzed a few times. He quickly pulled out his phone to check. Inform the brothers, the boss is coming soon. Don't let him find out you're with Qinzhe, or it could be hard to explain. Zhao Lin hurriedly put the phone away and waved at those around him. Seeing this, everyone quickly tucked their iron basins out of sight. To them, these iron basins were treasures, everything else could be discarded, but the iron basin had to be kept. Qinzhe noticed and, puzzled, asked, "What's going on?" Zhao Lin was packing up his things and said, "The boss is coming." "Oh," Qinzhe sneered. "What's the big deal about that?" Before he could finish his sentence, it suddenly dawned on him. "You're telling me Yu Yan is coming?" Qinzhe exclaimed in surprise. "Yeah." Zhao Lin was still packing his things. "Damn it. Why didn't you tell me earlier? You're leaving without me? So inconsiderate." Qinzhe grumbled, starting to pack his things too. Zhao Lin and the others quickly packed up, and in no time, a cloud of dust had vanished as they scattered. Before Qinzhe could finish his packing, a Rolls-Royce appeared right in front of him. Qinzhe's face darkened. He thought to himself, "Great, trouble's always a step ahead of me." Song Hao got out of the driver's seat, walked around to the back, and respectfully opened the door for Yu Yan. First, a pair of elegant high heels tapped the ground, followed by Yu Yan stepping out of the car. She adjusted her clothes, casually pushed her silver glasses up her nose with her middle finger, and her beautiful eyes, hidden behind the lenses, glinted dangerously. Yu Yan walked toward Qinzhe in her high heels and gracefully crouched in front of him. She mischievously observed Qinzhe and said with a smile, "Are you avoiding me?" Yu Yan was clever. She understood Qinzhe's temperament. For him, the answer to this question was always one, no. The reason was simple: only if you cared would you avoid someone. If you had truly given up, you wouldn't fear them and could face your feelings for them openly. As soon as Qinzhe heard this, he plopped down on the ground. "Avoid you?" Qinzhe sneered. Seeing this, Yu Yan's lips curled into a sly smile. She had achieved her goal, she just wanted to use this question to keep Qinzhe close. Yu Yan took out her purse, pulled out a few bills, and casually dropped them into the iron basin in front of Qinzhe. Qinzhe glanced at it, his eyebrows furrowing. He shook the iron basin, and the money inside spilled out. "End of work for today," Qinzhe said coldly. "You still have business hours?" Yu Yan laughed in amusement. "Of course." Qinzhe snapped, his eyes narrowing. "Without rules, nothing gets done." He then waved his hand impatiently, signaling for Yu Yan to leave, while saying, "Come back tomorrow. I'm not taking customers today." "Is your cold better?" Yu Yan asked. Mentioning the cold made Qinzhe naturally recall the time he and Yu Yan had been playing cards together, with vague fragments of memory, some scattered pieces of recollection, where Yu Yan had held his head, trying to express her passion. Qinzhe's face turned red. "Why are you blushing?" Yu Yan asked with a smile. "The Li wind," Qinzhe quickly gave an excuse. Qinzhe didn't want to get stuck on this topic with Yu Yan, so he quickly changed the subject. "Do you have something to say or not? If not, hurry up and leave. Don't waste my time." Yu Yan pursed her lips, thought for a moment, and then nodded decisively. "Then I'll mention one thing," Yu Yan said. "Quickly," Qinzhe said impatiently. Yu Yan took out her phone and showed him the transfer details between her and Qinzhe. Seeing the transfer, Qinzhe's expression darkened. "What's the meaning of showing me this?" Qinzhe asked coldly. "I'm wondering whether I should show this to the police officer," Yu Yan said casually. "That's the money you transferred using my phone." Qinzhe shouted. "You can explain that to the police officer," Yu Yan said indifferently. Qinzhe was speechless with anger. After thinking for a moment, Qinzhe deflated. After all, Yu Yan had something on him, and at this point, opposing her would not be beneficial. "Delete it," Qinzhe said. "Let's see how you behave," Yu Yan replied. Qinzhe remained silent. Yu Yan stood up and took a shopping bag from the car. "What are you doing?" Qinzhe glanced at the shopping bag. "It's cold, I'm afraid you'll catch a chill," Yu Yan said calmly. As she spoke, Yu Yan pulled out a down jacket from the bag. "Try it on," Yu Yan said. Qinzhe looked at the brand on the down jacket, and his eyes nearly popped out. "Moncler?" Shinzei exclaimed. Are you out of your mind? Moncler, founded in Grenoble, France, in 1952, with its headquarters in Milan, Italy, started as a brand for professional outdoor sports gear, and its products, especially down jackets, are famous. The cheapest Moncler jackets are priced at over 10,000 yuan, making them the Hermes of down jackets. Furious, Shinzei immediately stood up, pointed at Yuyan's face, and shouted, I'm a beggar, and you want me to wear Moncler? How can I beg like this? Listen, Yuyan, don't go too far. Even the old man who stole my iron basin wasn't this extreme. What are you trying to do? Ruin my livelihood? And another thing, Shinzei emphasized loudly. We're already broken up. Understand? We've broken up. What? Yu Yan smiled lightly. Is there something wrong with me buying clothes for my man? Who's your man? Shinzei yelled. Yu Yan took out her phone again and showed him the transaction record. Seeing the transfer, Shinzei gritted his teeth in anger. I'm telling you, this could end in a mess, Shinzei said with a threatening tone. Yu Yan nodded and directly dialed the police. 1 second. 2 seconds. Seeing the call about to go through, Shinzei sighed and snatched the down jacket from Yu Yan's hands. Just this once, Shinzei shouted. Yu Yan smiled at him, remaining silent. Shinzei snorted, shot her a hard look, and immediately put on the jacket. Seeing this, Yu Yan gently stepped forward and adjusted the collar of Shinzei's jacket. She looked him up and down with a satisfied nod. Fits pretty well. Poof, Shinzei scoffed. Yu Yan then took out another shopping bag and pulled out a scarf. She stood on tiptoe and gently wrapped the scarf around Shinzei's neck, tying a gentlemanly and elegant knot. At that moment, Yu Yan's face was only an inch away from Shinzei's. He could clearly smell the delicate fragrance coming from her soft neck. It was undeniable. Shinzei became lost in the moment. His mind wandered to all the memories he had with Yu Yan. She was so beautiful, so many people had pursued her, yet she had chosen him in the end. Because of Yu Yan's beauty, Shinzei often found himself feeling insecure, thinking that someone so beautiful couldn't possibly belong to him. It was true, when you love someone so much, you often feel that you're not the one who can make them happy. That's the kind of deep-rooted inferiority that comes from the soul. Despite Shinzei's deep insecurities, Yu Yan always responded to him with her body, silently filling the void in his heart as he enjoyed her physical presence without restraint. Shinzei gazed at her intently, his voice soft. We've already broken up, Yu Yan. Shinzei had emphasized this fact several times, always with a firm tone, but this was the first time he had said it so gently, expressing the truth of their breakup. I know, Yu Yan replied calmly. After finishing tying the scarf, Yu Yan gently cupped Shinzei's handsome face in her hands. Very handsome, Yu Yan said with satisfaction. People are like that, constantly concerned with their own words and actions. Everyone strives to maintain a good image, so when someone makes a fool of themselves, they feel especially embarrassed, and it can take a long time to move past it. They always feel that their image might be ruined. In reality, however, everyone's life revolves around themselves. It's just that your own mind plays tricks on you, making you think everyone is paying attention to you. Take Shinzei, the beggar on the street, for example. People don't even spare him a glance. In this fast-paced world, everyone is busy with their own matters. No one cares if you're begging or who you are. Even when a kind person casually throws a few coins, it's simply to satisfy their own desire to help. They don't care who you are, they don't even notice you. However, there is one exception. If something exceeds everyone's expectations, it draws everyone's attention. For example, a beggar who seems to have a girlfriend driving a Rolls-Royce, and not just any woman, but one who was a stunning beauty. At first, Shinzei only attracted a small portion of people's attention, but as time passed, more and more people gathered around. It became like a busy market. Where there's a crowd, there's something interesting. Hey, what's going on here? The later arrivals began to ask, trying to get some information from the crowd. That beautiful woman, I think she's the beggar's girlfriend. Ha! Look at these young people today, who knows what they're thinking? An elderly man commented. Look at her, she's so beautiful, someone said enviously. Her eyes seem a bit off, though. How did she end up with a beggar? Someone else remarked with a hint of jealousy. However, I've heard, these beggars nowadays seem to be very rich. There are even reports about their daily lives, driving Range Rovers to work in the morning, and then wearing suits and living in villas after work. No way. Is that true? Yeah, it is. I've heard they can earn over 1,000 a day. On good days, they can make over 2,000. Quick, expose him. Let everyone know not to give money to these people who don't work for it. As the gossip continued, some people already started recording on their phones. Sanhao stood at a distance, watching how well Shinzei and Yu Yan suited each other. He couldn't help but smile like a proud aunt. feeling content inside. Yu Yan looked at her watch, realizing that she had given him the clothes and the scarf, so it was time for her to leave. Alright, I'm leaving, Yu Yan said with satisfaction. Xin Zhe sighed but didn't say anything. Hearing this, Song Hao quickly went to open the back door for Yu Yan. Yu Yan, in a good mood, waved her hand and said, "No need, I'll drive myself back." Yes, Song Hao respectfully bowed. It was only after Yu Yan drove off that Song Hao straightened up. Song Hao turned back, looking at Xin Zhe, and once again wore that proud, ant-like smile. As for Xin Zhe, when he finally came to his senses, he noticed that a crowd had gathered. People were watching the scene, and some had already taken out their phones to record. Xin Zhe's face turned red with embarrassment, and he was furious, almost like a child caught in trouble. He gritted his teeth and walked forward, kicking Song Hao in the backside with a loud thud. "What the hell are you laughing about over there?" Xin Zhe yelled. Song Hao let out a goofy laugh, scratched his rear, and didn't say anything. After scolding Song Hao, Xin Zhe suddenly turned around and pointed at Zhao Lin and the others, who were crouching in the corner, only their heads sticking out. "And you guys!" Xin Zhe yelled. Seeing this, Zhao Lin and the others immediately bolted, laughing loudly as they ran away, like mischievous children who had stolen watermelons from a field. Xin Zhe wanted to chase after them, but they were too fast, and by the time he tried to follow, it was clear he wouldn't catch up. Song Hao laughed loudly and moved forward to put his arm around Xin Zhe's shoulder. "Big brother, forget it, forget it. Don't stoop to their level. They're just a bunch of single guys who have never been in a relationship," Song Hao said with a flattering smile. "Get the hell away from me." Xin Zhe shoved Song Hao aside, muttering irritably, "Stop trying to get close to me." "Ha ha ha, alright, little brother, I'll treat you to a nice meal," Song Hao said, moving in again and putting his arm around Xin Zhe's shoulder. Although Xin Zhe had just told Song Hao to stop getting close, he didn't push him away when Song Hao did it again this time. "Are you serious?" Xin Zhe raised an eyebrow. "Would I lie?" Song Hao patted his pocket, showing that he had money. "At least you're understanding," Xin Zhe snorted. With that, Song Hao walked off with his arm still around Xin Zhe's shoulder. KFC. Xin Zhe was eating a chicken leg with big bites. "Are we having a meal of chicken legs now?" Xin Zhe mumbled, his words unclear. Others might not have understood, but Song Hao did. What Xin Zhe meant was, "Is this what you're treating me to?" "You're eating it pretty happily, though," Song Hao laughed. "Humph." Xin Zhe shot a glance at Song Hao, not responding. His entire focus was on the food. Besides, Song Hao teased, "We're not like you, with a wife who drives a Rolls-Royce." As soon as Xin Zhe heard this, he immediately put down the chicken leg and lost his appetite. "I thought we were on the same side," Xin Zhe said coldly. "Ah." Song Hao waved his hand dismissively, "Just kidding." Xin Zhe gave Song Hao a glare, then picked up the chicken leg again. "But seriously, I don't get it. What's so bad about my boss? Why do you dislike her so much?" Song Hao asked curiously. "Stay out of other people's business," Xin Zhe snapped. "Ha ha ha," Song Hao laughed joyfully. After finishing the meal, Xin Zhe ate 3 burgers, 6 chicken legs, and 2 cups of cola. Full and satisfied, Xin Zhe patted his stomach and walked down the street. "Hey, I've got a question," Song Hao said. Xin Zhe said contentedly, still enjoying the fullness from his meal. "Don't get mad," Song Hao added. "If you don't ask, then forget it," Xin Zhe said irritably. "Not going to recognize me after eating?" Song Hao gave a bitter laugh. Xin Zhe grinned slyly but didn't say anything. After a pause, Song Hao asked, "You don't like being capped, do you?" "Capped?" Xin Zhe looked confused. "Yeah, my boss is really rich," Song Hao said. "With her little money, keeping me?" Xin Zhe scoffed. "Not even close." "You have such a big appetite?" Song Hao exclaimed in surprise. "Why not?" Xin Zhe gestured with his hands. "I can eat 3 burgers, 6 chicken legs, and 2 cups of cola in one meal." "Ha ha 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 ha." Song Hao laughed again. As the laughter died down, Song Hao thought for a moment. He realized he had underestimated Xin Zhe. Based on his skills, Xin Zhe was definitely not someone to be trifled with. When he said that even his boss wasn't qualified to keep him, it showed how strong his background must be. But then, Song Hao wondered if someone who could drive a Rolls-Royce would, by all standards, be considered rich. Could Xin Zhe really think that wasn't enough? Curiously, Song Hao asked again, "Someone who can afford a Rolls-Royce may not be as wealthy as you, but they shouldn't be that far off, right?" "Remember," Xin Zhe said seriously, "they're not even in the same category. You can't compare them." Song Hao was stunned for a few seconds. It took him several seconds to finally understand the meaning behind Xin Zhe's words. The meaning was simple. No matter how rich Yu Yan was, even with her driving a Rolls-Royce, her financial power was not on the same level as Xin Zhe's. "Big brother, what do you mean?" Song Hao was left speechless. Shinzei smirked but didn't say much. Besides, Shinzei lazily continued, is a Rolls-Royce really that expensive? Ha? Songhao asked in return, isn't a Rolls-Royce really expensive? Shinzei shook his head and asked, do you know how much it costs to rent a Rolls-Royce? How much? Songhao asked. Only 8,000 yuan a day, Shinzei said casually. Only 8,000 yuan? Songhao looked at Shinzei in exaggerated disbelief. Do you know how many people in society can't even earn 8,000 yuan in a month, and you're telling me you can rent a Rolls-Royce for just 8,000 yuan a day? That's too small a scale, Shinzei said, his hands lazily resting behind his head as he walked slowly down the street. You're thinking too small. Just then, they passed by a square, where there were kiddie cars. You just needed to pay the owner, and you could drive a brightly lit kiddie car around the square. Shinzei glanced at them and smiled faintly. He reached out to Songhao and asked, got 30 yuan? What are you standing there for? If you've got it, give it to me, Shinzei said impatiently. In today's society, where QR codes are widespread and everyone just carries a phone, it's rare for people to carry cash. Songhao, however, was different. Since he worked as a beggar, his pockets were always full of small change. For 30 yuan, he just reached into his pocket, grabbed a handful of coins, and handed them over without hesitation. We were just talking about Rolls-Royces, weren't we? Songhao mumbled as he handed the money to Shinzei. Shinzei took the money and walked up to the kiddie car stall owner. 30 yuan, how long? Shinzei asked. 5 minutes, the owner said, his attitude not particularly friendly. He was fiddling with his phone, showing no interest, as if there were plenty of people wanting to play, so it didn't matter whether Shinzei wanted to or not. 5 minutes then, Shinzei smiled. The owner finally glanced at Shinzei, then pointed to the QR code on the stall with his nose, indicating for him to scan and pay. Here's the money, Shinzei said, handing the cash to the owner. The owner looked at the mix of coins and paper money, taken aback for a moment, wondering who uses cash in this day and age. But he didn't think much about it, took the money, and said, pick a car, before going back to playing with his phone. Shinzei looked around, and his gaze landed on the most dazzling kiddie car in the square. Get in, Shinzei waved his hand. Ha? Songhao found it childish and felt a little embarrassed. What do you mean, ha? Hurry up and get in, Shinzei said impatiently. Songhao hesitated for a moment, unsure, but finally got into the car. Shinzei, in a relaxed manner, was driving the kiddie car, leisurely cruising around the square. In the square, children were running around, parents were chiding, slow down, don't trip and fall. Nearby, young couples sat on benches, leaning against each other to keep warm, and groups of middle-aged women were dancing in the square. As Shinzei observed the lively scene, he casually said, how much does this car cost for 5 minutes? Isn't it 30? Songhao asked, confused. How much per minute? Shinzei asked. 6 yuan, I guess. Songhao quickly answered. How much is a Rolls-Royce for a day? Shinzei turned to look at Songhao, his lips curling into a mischievous smile. 8,000, Songhao replied. How much per minute? Shinzei's smile grew wider. Songhao thought for a moment, then suddenly looked up with a shocked expression on his face, realizing what Shinzei meant. 5 yuan 50. Songhao's face dropped. Ha 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 ha. Shinzei laughed joyfully, like the children running around the square. Songhao looked in disbelief at the kiddie car he was sitting in. A moment ago, he thought it was childish, but now, he suddenly felt like the Rolls-Royce was a bit low-class. It's more expensive than the Rolls-Royce. Songhao mumbled. The 5 minutes were up. As they returned the car, Songhao still wasn't satisfied. He pulled out another 30 yuan from his pocket. Let's have 5 more minutes, Songhao said firmly. The owner, seeing this, looked puzzled. This guy seemed a bit strange. It's just a kiddie car, why is he acting so serious? This time, Songhao chose the kiddie car he liked. Big brother, get in. Songhao waved at Shinzei. Ha 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 ha. Shinzei laughed happily. Looking at Songhao driving the kiddie car, Shinzei couldn't help but laugh and say, come on, you drive Yuyan's Rolls-Royce every day. Is it really worth spending money on this little toy? The Rolls-Royce isn't that expensive. Songhao said seriously. Pooh ha 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 ha. Shinzei nearly spit out his laughter. Another day. Once again, something happened. Shinzei was furious. To trace this back, it all started the day Yuyan gave Shinzei the down jacket. Someone, it seemed, had turned this into a clip and posted it on Douyin, TikTok. Instantly. This short video generated a huge response from netizens, with countless likes and comments. Shocking. The untold story of a street beggar. Beggar has a mysterious Rolls-Royce girlfriend. Shocking. Street beggar embraces a mysterious wealthy woman. Is he really a beggar? Shocking. Top-tier beauty is the beggar's girlfriend, revealing the true income of begging. That day, as the sun rose, Zhao Lin and the others gathered in a circle, seemingly discussing something. Xin Zhe, who had just woken up and was still feeling the remnants of sleepiness, lifted his tattered cardboard, got up and stretched a little. He walked out of the bridge tunnel, looked up at the sky. The weather was bright, and the air was fresh. Ha! Xin Zhe let out a shout. Such nice weather deserved some display of inner joy, like a simple exclamation, ha! Turning around, he finally saw Zhao Lin and his group gathered together, looking at something, discussing something, and occasionally there were bursts of laughter. Curious, Xin Zhe walked over, peeking inside while muttering in a displeased tone, "It's broad daylight, you guys aren't going to work. What the hell are you playing with here?" Zhao Lin looked up, delighted. "Big brother, you're awake," Zhao Lin said with a smile. "Ah, what are you guys looking at?" Even though Xin Zhe knew it was a useless question, his curiosity about what they were all discussing kept him interested. "Big brother, you're trending," Zhao Lin said excitedly. "Trending?" Xin Zhe was even more confused. "Yeah, the other day when our boss gave you the down jacket, someone recorded a video of it, and then you went viral," Zhao Lin explained. "Ha!" Xin Zhe waved his hand dismissively, saying nonchalantly, "Is that really a big deal?" "Just this little thing." Xin Zhe was expecting something more exciting, but when he heard this, he felt a bit disappointed. His curiosity seemed wasted. He turned to leave, but after a few steps, he felt something was off. So, he turned back. "Let me see the phone," Xin Zhe said coldly. Zhao Lin didn't say anything and, with a smile, handed the phone to Xin Zhe. Xin Zhe watched the video, and his brows gradually furrowed. Meanwhile, Zhao Lin was talking about the benefits of becoming an online celebrity, how much money one could potentially earn, and how if lucky, they might even get advertising deals. In short, the income could be substantial. Xin Zhe continued to furrow his brows, but didn't say anything. He opened the comments section and took a glance. Xin Zhe's expression darkened. "Big brother, what's wrong? You don't look too good," Zhao Lin said, looking at Xin Zhe curiously. "Where is your boss right now?" Xin Zhe asked in a low voice. "At the company, at this time." "Why?" Zhao Lin asked, intrigued. Xin Zhe didn't say anything more. He handed the phone back to Zhao Lin and turned to leave. Zhao Lin, confused by Xin Zhe's angry expression, didn't understand. But then he thought about breakfast. Zhao Lin stood on tiptoe and called out, "Big brother, don't forget to come back for breakfast later." They went to buy breakfast. Xin Zhe didn't reply. Watching group. Xin Zhe entered the company again. When the receptionist saw him, she couldn't help but smile brightly and said, "Zhe good, you're here?" Xin Zhe replied indifferently. His mind wasn't on this. He walked into the elevator, pressed the button for the top floor, and arrived at the CEO's office of Wanqing Group. He swung the office door open with force. "Yu Yan!" Xin Zhe shouted angrily. The office was simple yet spacious, with a red, high-quality carpet covering the floor. The view was wide and open, with full panoramic windows. At the center of the room stood a large desk, and behind it was the sight of Yu Yan working. Yu Yan had her head lowered, writing something on a document with a pen. Hearing Xin Zhe's furious voice, Yu Yan wasn't surprised. She calmly kept her pen, slowly lifted her head, and looked at Xin Zhe with a half-smile. At the same time, she pushed her glasses up her nose with her middle finger. Fuming, Xin Zhe walked over and slammed his phone onto the desk. "How do you explain this?" Xin Zhe shouted. The video of Xin Zhe going viral played on the phone. Yu Yan glanced at it and said indifferently, "Going viral is a good thing." "You're full of shit," Xin Zhe cursed. Yu Yan gave a light smile and said nothing. "Don't think I don't know what you're up to," Xin Zhe shouted. "Me?" Yu Yan raised an eyebrow and spread her hands in an innocent gesture. "A woman, worried about her man catching a cold, just wants to send him a down jacket." Xin Zhe looked at Yu Yan, who was pretending to be innocent, his teeth grinding with anger. At that moment, he felt like throwing her into his teeth and grinding her beautiful face to pieces. "Playing dumb, huh?" Xin Zhe pointed at the video on the phone. "This is clearly not a phone recording. This is professionally done. The camera is steady, and the post-production is clearly done by professionals." Hearing this, Yu Yan pursed her lips but didn't speak. Also, Xin Zhe slammed his knuckles onto the desk, making a loud sound. "Do you really think someone can just casually record a video and go viral? This is obviously something you're behind. I'm just trying to beg for food, and you've got a whole professional team pushing me onto trending searches." Yu Yan smiled lightly and said, "The income of an internet celebrity is much higher than a beggar's." "Stop with that nonsense." Xin Zhe swung his arm in frustration. "Because of your mess, how am I supposed to beg for food now? What internet celebrity? You're just trying to ruin me." If you don't want to be an internet celebrity, then come work with me, Yu Yan said calmly. Remember this, Yu Yan. Shinzei pointed at the floor with determination, his voice firm. Even if I die, I won't come to your side. Yu Yan straightened up, leaned back in her chair, and casually crossed her long, beautiful legs. The last time you told me, you would never live in my house, and then? Yu Yan smirked. You still ended up sleeping with me. Yu Qinzei's face turned bright red with anger. We'll see about that, Qinzei said fiercely. With that, Qinzei stormed out, leaving the room. Yu Yan was always like this, letting Qinzei come and go as he pleased. She was always the same, sitting with her long, beautiful legs crossed, her arms folded, her delicate silver glasses perched on her nose, as if everything was within her calculation. Everything was so meticulously planned. Yu Yan had once said, if I can't get it, I'll take it. If I can't take it, I'll steal it. Whether I beg or sleep in a bridge tunnel, if he catches a cold, I'll take him to the hospital. Even if he dies of hunger, he will still be buried with me. Perhaps that was Yu Yan. She could tolerate everything about Qinzei. She didn't like his past self, and she didn't like his current self either. What she liked was the person that Qinzei was, whether he lived or died. Fuming, Qinzei walked out of lunching group. Excessive. I'm already begging for food, and they won't let me go. What else do they want from me? Qinzei began cursing loudly on the street. But Qinzei understood that merely cursing on the street wouldn't help him get rid of Yu Yan, so he pinned his hopes on his family. He had fallen this far, surely his family would step in and help him, right? He took out his phone and dialed his father's number. Hello, son. His father seemed very happy that Qinzei had called him. As soon as Qinzei heard his father's enthusiastic voice, he felt a sense of reassurance. After all, it was his real father. He really did worry about his son. Dad, how have you and Mom been? Qinzei asked. We're good, everything's fine at home, his father replied. I've run into some trouble and was hoping to get your help, Qinzei said awkwardly. Ah, what happened? His father asked with a smile. I'm begging for food now, Qinzei said. What? His father exclaimed in shock. You're begging for food? Faintly, Qinzei could hear his mother asking about the situation, and his father whispered to her, the kids started begging for food recently. Then his mother said something, though Qinzei didn't catch the words, but from the tone, it seemed like she was struggling to accept the fact that her son was begging for food. Son, how could you? His father's voice trailed off. If your sister is just teasing you, why would you take it seriously? I had no choice, Qinzei sighed. The other end of the phone went quiet for a long time. Finally, his father managed to steady himself. All right, tell me, what's the problem? His father's voice was calm. Humans are different from machines. The voice of a machine might be accurate, but it lacks emotion and feels uncomfortable to hear. A person's words, however, have warmth and are filled with emotion. Blood is thicker than water, after all, parents are always concerned. Hearing his father's genuine concern, Qinzei thought back to everything that had happened these past few days, and he couldn't help but feel a bit of grievance. That's how people are. Alone, they can endure hardships and remain strong, but once they have someone to rely on, even the strongest person will cry. Dad, Qinzei's voice trembled. Son. His father's emotions were also unstable. Hearing his son crying, his father's heart almost shattered. Son, don't cry. Speak slowly, with your mom and me, no one can hurt you. I might not even get any food. Qinzei choked out. His father fell silent. The situation had gone beyond Qinzei's control. What kind of world was this? He had never heard of anyone starving to death in this day and age, yet now Qinzei could not even get any food. This clearly showed one thing: Qinzei had been set up. Seeing his child suffer like this, his father's eyes reddened. There was anger, yes, but more than that, it was the pain of seeing his son in such a state. Dad, Qinzei's eyes turned red, tears welling up at the corners. Dad, I might really not be able to hold on anymore. I understand, his father sighed. Dad, my bank card number is, Qinzei said, crying. Before he could finish, his father spoke up. Here's the thing, when you come home, I'll take you to your fiancé's house. In this world, everyone might refuse to give you food, but your fiancé will definitely not withhold a meal from you. Go to her place to beg for food, that's the best option, his father said, speaking seriously. Just as Qinzei was about to be moved to tears, his father said that. Qinzei was stunned. Son, hurry up and come home, his father urged. Wait, what? Qinzei said angrily. Am I even your real son? Now I can't even beg for food, and your first thought is not to get me some money, but you want me to go beg my fiancé for food? Ha 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 ha. His father burst into laughter and said, I heard from your sister. Don't worry, begging in today's society makes the most money. Earning 1,000 or 800 a day isn't a problem. And I've asked around, when you go to your fiance's house to beg, she'll give you food and shelter, and even 1,000 a day. Isn't that better than being out here in the cold? Slap. Shinzei hung up the phone immediately. In the cold weather, Shinzei was sweating with anger, and the air coming out of his nostrils was scorching hot. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Shinzei dialed his sister's number. Hello, my dear little brother, you finally called me. I've missed you so much. I'll be back home in a couple of days. His sister greeted him with even more enthusiasm than his father. Shut up, Shinzei shouted. On the phone, Shinzei's sister paused when she heard his voice. What's wrong? Why are you so angry? She asked curiously. Did you tell Dad about me begging for food? Shinzei asked coldly. Ah, his sister answered confidently, I had to tell him, didn't I? After all, my adorable little brother is begging for food now, and he, as a father, should show some concern. I'm doing this for your own good, Xiaozhe. Don't kid me. Shinzei gritted his teeth and said, I really want to thank you. If it weren't for you telling Dad that begging for food makes good money, Mom and Dad wouldn't be so at ease. Ha ha ha. Seeing that Shinzei had said that, his sister decided to stop pretending. She couldn't contain her laughter, and it was so joyful. You're still laughing. Shinzei was so furious, he almost passed out. Alright, I'll stop laughing. Ta. His sister still couldn't control her joy. No, seriously, I really don't understand. Am I even your real brother? Am I really your parents' biological son? Shinzei asked, not understanding. Shinzei truly couldn't understand how someone could be a father like this. Watching his own child beg for food, and he could still laugh and joke about it. No, his sister said without hesitation. Shinzei's face darkened with frustration. At this point, he didn't even want to argue anymore. Anything he said would be meaningless. Hang up, Shinzei said. His sister hurriedly responded, Hey? Wait. What now? Shinzei said impatiently. Aren't you going to think it over? His sister asked. Think over what? Shinzei replied. About going to your fiance's house to beg for food. Damn it! Shinzei cursed. Slap. Shinzei hung up the phone immediately. He sighed in relief after hanging up. Shinzei really couldn't understand why his family was pushing him to marry that so-called fiancée. What kind of woman was it that he had to marry? He didn't even know her, and she didn't know him. How could she be so determined to marry him? In theory, this kind of arranged marriage drama should only appear on TV, right? But in those dramas, it's usually the woman who doesn't want to marry, and as the plot progresses, the female lead gradually understands the male lead and slowly falls in love with him. Idealistic but unrealistic. In real life, the woman wants to marry him, and he doesn't want to marry her. Does this mean he will somehow meet her, slowly get to know her, and eventually fall in love with her? What the hell is this? Shinzei helplessly shook his head. Turning to his family for help proved fruitless. The days that followed were predictable. As long as Yuyen had nothing else to do, she would go to the bridge tunnel to deliver warmth to Shinzei, who was begging for food. And the next day, Shinzei would be back on the headlines. Breaking. Beggar and mysterious beauty are dating. Incredible. The beggar's mysterious girlfriend turns out to be the CEO of Wunching Group. As the news continued to spread, and with the financial backing of Yuyen, Shinzei's story remained at the top of trending topics for over a week. For an entire week, Shinzei couldn't beg for a single cent. One day, Yuyen drove up. As soon as she got out of the car, she saw Shinzei fleeing in a disheveled manner. Yuyen wasn't in a rush. She sent him a text message. While running ahead, Shinzei heard the notification sound of a message. He turned around and saw Yuyen standing still. He knew for sure it was her message. After running a bit farther, Shinzei scowled and opened his phone. Keep running, and we'll meet at the police station. Shinzei knew exactly what Yuyen meant. Her phone still had the transaction records, and if the police saw those, no explanation would be enough. He sighed and turned back around. Yuyen watched as the figure of Shinzei, who had already disappeared, reappeared in her line of sight. She couldn't help but smile wickedly. She really enjoyed the feeling of having her man tightly under her control. Shinzei walked towards her, cursing all the way. Yuyen, it's been so long, why don't you understand? We're done. Can you stop messing with me already? Just let me go. Have you eaten? Yuyen smiled faintly. I have. Shinzei turned his head, looking away to show his dislike for her. Do you still have money to eat? Yuyen asked with a smile. I said I've eaten, so I've eaten. Why do you have so much nonsense? Shinzei replied irritably. At that moment, his stomach betrayed him, growling loudly. Get in the car, Yu Yan said indifferently. With that, she turned and started walking towards the car. Shinzei didn't want to go, but considering that Yu Yan had leverage over him, he followed her. Thinking about it, this wasn't such a bad excuse to get a free meal. After all the trouble he'd been through recently, he really didn't have any money to eat, and he was starving now. Yu Yan rarely drove. One reason was because of her status. People at her level typically didn't drive, their schedules were tight, and they saved time by being chauffeured so they could use the travel time to catch up on work. The other reason was personal, her figure was too good, and every time she buckled her seatbelt, it was awkward. The strap across her chest accentuated her curves, which was always uncomfortable for her. However, with Shinzei, Yu Yan didn't feel the need to hide anything. What part of her hadn't he seen before? Moreover, she had gone so far as to drug him, so showing him something as trivial as this wasn't something she felt shy about. But Shinzei, looking at Yu Yan fastening her seatbelt, felt his face flush. Do you like it? Yu Yan asked casually. Seeing this, Shinzei quickly turned his head and looked out the window. He was such an idiot for looking. Damn it! Shinzei felt like slapping himself. Why did his eyes have to betray him? Why did he have to glance at it? What was even the point? Why did he have to be so damn cheap? Throughout the journey, Shinzei kept his gaze fixed on the window. Yu Yan was driving, glancing at Shinzei's tense expression, which made her feel a sense of satisfaction. Yu Yan's possessiveness was intense, closely tied to her sharp and calculating personality. The man she liked was one she wanted to have completely under her control, the kind where he couldn't resist her once he saw her. To achieve that, she would stop at nothing. Isn't your neck sore? Yu Yan said calmly. Hearing this, Shinzei's mouth twisted into a displeased frown. He hated this feeling, the feeling that Yu Yan could see through everything about him. It was as if she knew his every thought, like an uncomfortable worm in his stomach. The scenery here is nice, Shinzei said coldly. Isn't it because the scenery here is better? Yu Yan smiled. Shinzei sneered. Are you unable to face something? Yu Yan said, teasing him with a smile. What the hell do I have to avoid? Shinzei said, frustrated. I'm not saying anything, Yu Yan replied, raising an eyebrow. What I mean is, you can turn your head and look this way. I don't want to look at you, Shinzei said, annoyed. Humans have a typical visual range of 124 degrees, which is about 1/5 when focusing attention. If you don't want to look at me, you don't have to, Yu Yan said slowly. Shinzei didn't respond. Or should I say? Yu Yan raised an eyebrow again, or should I say you can't ignore me at all? Shut up, Shinzei shouted. Suddenly, Shinzei turned his head to face Yu Yan. What do I have to avoid? Shinzei said. Yu Yan, with a mischievous look, glanced ahead, saw a speed bump, and instead of slowing down, she pressed the accelerator. The car jolted as it went over the speed bump. With the sudden jolt, Yu Yan's body trembled, her seductive figure swaying in response. Duong. Without realizing it, Shinzei glanced at her, his eyes widening in surprise, his heart also fluttering a little. Duong. Yu Yan, holding her chest, blushed and said in a soft voice, It hurts a bit. Shinzei, seeing Yu Yan acting, gritted his teeth. If it weren't for her saying, it hurts a bit, he wouldn't have known it was intentional. But because of that comment, he realized that Yu Yan had planned this. She knew full well that his eyes would be drawn to her. Please, show some respect, Shinzei said coldly. What? Yu Yan laughed. How embarrassing, you caught me. Shinzei frowned, feeling a discomfort he couldn't quite put into words. Your face looks awful, Yu Yan said nonchalantly. Before Shinzei could respond, she continued, This road isn't like an airport. A little bump is normal. Looks like you can't handle the raised road surface. Sometimes, one had to admit that Yu Yan's verbal skill was impressive. Her phrase airport and raised road surface made one's imagination run wild. Why raised and not uneven? That was something worth thinking about. Shinzei narrowed his eyes, realizing that Yu Yan was messing with him. Stop the car, I'm getting out. Shinzei said coldly. You're just hungry, Yu Yan said with a smile. I said, I want to get out. Shinzei shouted. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Yu Yan's smile faded, and she said coldly, We'll be there soon. Shinzei snorted, saving face. He turned his head to look out the window, but his gaze no longer lingered on the beautiful scenery of the street. His mind was filled with the image of Yu Yan's body swaying earlier. Duong duong. Despicable woman. Hotel. In the private room, Yu Yan had ordered a table full of dishes. Let's eat, Yu Yan said, picking up a piece of meat and placing it in Shinzei's bowl. Shinzei glanced at the table full of sumptuous dishes. What exactly are you trying to do? Shinzei didn't move his chopsticks. Eat the meat, and I'll tell you, Yu Yan said softly. Shinzei picked up the chopsticks, took the meat, and put it in his mouth. Say it, Shinzei demanded. You haven't been back to work for a few days, Yu Yan said with a smile. Shinzei was still chewing the meat, but as soon as he heard Yu Yan's words, he immediately sensed something was wrong. I resigned, Shinzei said carefully, still chewing the meat, sensing a dangerous vibe. I didn't approve of it, Yu Yan replied. Shinzei sneered. According to Article 37 of the Labor Contract Law, an employee can terminate the labor contract by notifying the employer in writing 30 days in advance. During the probation period, an employee can terminate the contract by notifying the employer 3 days in advance. After saying that, Shinzei suddenly realized something. Yu Yan didn't speak, but her lips curled into a meaningful smile. Shinzei looked at her smile and thought to himself, damn, this is bad. Understand? Yu Yan said with a smile. Shinzei's face darkened. He had been careless. Because Yu Yan suddenly appeared, Shinzei lost his composure, handed in his resignation letter, and walked out directly. According to the legal procedure, he should have waited for his resignation to be approved by his superiors or continued working at the company for another month before leaving. But now, he had left early, and this situation was difficult to explain. You have no right to disapprove of my resignation, Shinzei said coldly. I didn't say I wouldn't approve your resignation, Yu Yan replied with a smile. Then what do you mean? Shinzei began to feel that the situation was getting worse. Missing work for a day is a 400 yuan deduction, Yu Yan said. Shinzei lowered his head, calculating as he mumbled, 400 yuan for a day of absence, 4,000 for 10 days, 12,000 for a month. Upon calculating this, Shinzei slammed his hand on the table and stood up. Go to hell, Shinzei cursed loudly. I only earn 10,000 yuan a month. And now not only do I not earn money, but I'm also 2,000 yuan in debt to the company? Yu Yan heard the sound, gracefully picked up her water glass, and took a gentle sip of warm water. Shinzei looked at Yu Yan, who remained composed, and his anger surged. He gritted his teeth, his jaw almost grinding. Go back to work. Begging on the street isn't a long-term business, Yu Yan said indifferently. Shinzei was speechless. Having reached this point, Shinzei truly had no way out. Yu Yan had blocked all his paths. Looking at Yu Yan's stunning face, Shinzei took a deep breath. Since things had reached this point, perhaps he should take this opportunity to have a proper conversation with her during this meal. Yu Yan, we're adults now, Shinzei said solemnly. I don't do childish things, Yu Yan replied. We can't go back to the past, Shinzei said, a hint of pain in his voice. No one knew better than Shinzei how much they had loved each other in the past. The 5 years when Yu Yan had disappeared without a word had hurt him deeply. He had even fantasized many times that Yu Yan would return, and they would love each other as they once did. Even now, when Yu Yan appeared, Shinzei still held onto a glimmer of hope. This beautiful woman seemed carved into his DNA. Shinzei would always love Yu Yan, whether he admitted it or not, it was the truth. But because of this love, Shinzei knew clearly that even if he were to get back together with Yu Yan today, they could never go back to the way things were. A melon that is forced to ripen is never sweet. Continuing to entangle with each other would be unfair to both of them. Facing Shinzei's heartfelt words, Yu Yan's face took on a deep seriousness. We need to look forward, Yu Yan said. Sigh. Shinzei sighed helplessly. It was clear that Yu Yan still wasn't willing to let go of him. Yu Yan, I admit, I like you, but, Shinzei said softly. Before he could finish his sentence, Yu Yan interrupted him. I'll speak, Yu Yan said seriously. Shinzei smiled bitterly and said nothing. I know that I owe you an explanation for disappearing for 5 years, Yu Yan said. Hearing this, Shinzei's heart tightened. This was what had been bothering him for a long time. Yu Yan, who had disappeared for 5 years, suddenly reappeared, and Shinzei felt uneasy. If a woman disappeared for 5 years and didn't come back, at least Shinzei could have accepted it. Her absence could have been explained away, and he could have accepted it. But now she had come back, why? What had happened to her during those 5 years? What had made her leave without a word? With all these questions, her return complicated what he had previously accepted. More importantly, if she told him everything, would he be able to accept the truth? I know you're worried about what happened during the 5 years I disappeared. You don't know why I left, and you don't know what happened during that time, Yu Yan continued. She paused for a moment, lowered her head, and thought for a long time. Shinzei looked at her, not knowing what she was thinking at that moment. But it was clear from her attitude that she valued this matter more than he did. After a while, Yu Yan slowly raised her head and looked at Shinzei with her captivating eyes. I can tell you, but do you think you can accept the truth? In other words, are you really prepared to accept it? Even if I tell you everything, can it truly make up for the 5 years I disappeared without a word? Even if I tell you everything, can you love me again like you did before? Can you accept me again? A series of questions came at Shinzei unexpectedly. Each one was something he hadn't considered before. With the barrage of heavy questions from Yu Yan, Shinzei's head lowered inch by inch. By the time the last question was asked, his head was completely lowered. Yes, Shinzei just wanted to know why Yu Yan disappeared and what she had been doing during those 5 years. But he had never thought about how he should respond when Yu Yan finally told him everything. As Yu Yan said, Shinzei wasn't prepared for it. We didn't break up, Yu Yan suddenly said with a smile. Shinzei, hearing this, looked up in confusion, staring at Yu Yan with a puzzled expression. I just left without saying a word, didn't I? Yu Yan said, smiling brightly at Shinzei. Yu Yan rested her arm on the table, cupping her chin with both hands, looking at Shinzei with a radiant smile like a beautiful flower. I came back not to explain everything to you. Compared to that, I think it's not important. What's important is that I need to give you a reason to love me again. That's why I came back. As for whether you like me or how much you resist me, that's your own business and has nothing to do with me, Yu Yan said with a smile. Shinzei was lost in thought. During the 5 years that Yu Yan disappeared, Shinzei felt as if he had fallen into a deep abyss. The world around him had been pitch black, but after hearing these words from Yu Yan, his dark world was suddenly illuminated. Yes, compared to the 5 years she had disappeared, what mattered was the future. What Yu Yan needed to do was give him a reason to love her again. What he needed to do was choose between loving her and not loving her. It seemed that things weren't as complicated as he had imagined. Just like Yu Yan's smile at this moment, it was so pure and untainted. Shinzei lowered his head, thinking for a moment. He raised his head, his eyes flashing with a serious light. At that moment, Shinzei made a very serious decision. Tell me, what have you been doing these past 5 years, and why did you leave me back then? Shinzei needed to know. He had to know everything about Yu Yan. No matter what the outcome was, he had to face the truth. Simply put, if Yu Yan, who had left him 5 years ago, promised that during these 5 years, she hadn't been with any other man and had stayed pure for him, he would get back together with her. Shinzei's eyes fixed on Yu Yan's beautiful face, not willing to miss a single detail. Shinzei had great confidence in his ability to understand human nature. He believed he could tell whether Yu Yan was telling the truth, and he also believed she would choose to tell him the truth. Facing Shinzei's question, Yu Yan's face showed no special emotions. It seemed as though she had already expected that Shinzei would ask her this question today. She also knew exactly what Shinzei was concerned about. Seeing Shinzei so serious, Yu Yan couldn't help but smile disdainfully. She picked up her water glass and elegantly took a sip of water. Tell me. Shinzei frowned. He was dissatisfied with Yu Yan's attitude at this moment. It seemed like the things he cared about were nothing but trivial matters to her. This wasn't just something Shinzei found irritating, it was the bottom line for all men. His woman could only belong to him. If anyone tainted her, it would hurt more than death. But to a woman, this was actually laughable. If it were anyone else, it would be inevitable to feel heartbroken. It seemed that even before Yu Yan gave him an answer, Shinzei already knew the answer. Does it matter? Yu Yan said indifferently. It matters. Shinzei said firmly. Actually. Yu Yan swirled the water in her glass, watching it swirl. Actually, before you even asked me this question, you already had a vague answer in your heart, didn't you? As soon as Shinzei heard this, it felt like he had fallen into an abyss. Yu Yan's indirect answer was a huge blow to Shinzei. However, even though Yu Yan's face remained calm, she wasn't unaffected. Beneath the table, she tightly gripped the hem of her clothes. Her heart was like being torn apart by a knife. Men are rational. Things should have a clear cause and effect, with the process and facts emphasized. Women are emotional. They care about the attitude, and to some extent, they can overlook the results and facts. In this particular case, if Yu Yan had just said, I haven't been with any man besides you, and explained everything that happened during the past 5 years, this issue would have been settled, and they would have reconciled. But the complexity arose from the difference between men and women. Yu Yan thought, we loved each other so much. Even though I left you for 5 years, when facing my disappearance, didn't you have any trust in me? Am I really the kind of frivolous woman in your eyes? Shinzei wanted facts. Yu Yan wanted trust. Shinzei slowly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, then exhaled. Alright, Shinzei slowly opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, Shinzei had regained his usual calm. Seeing this, Yu Yan was momentarily stunned. This feeling, Shinzei gave her the impression that he had already made a decision. Since it's like this, I understand. Shinzei stood up. What do you mean? Yu Yan's beautiful eyes darkened. I will put a proper end to everything between us, Shinzei said seriously. Ha 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 ha. Yu Yan was amused, laughing freely. A proper end? This was the funniest joke Yu Yan had ever heard. What end? I've had no emotional entanglements with anyone except you, Qin Zhe, and now you're so serious about talking about an end with me. How are you going to put an end to it? Originally, Yu Yan was hurt by Qin Zhe's lack of trust in her, but now hearing Qin Zhe's attitude, she found the situation more amusing. She wanted to play with him, to see how he would end things. Alright. Yu Yan smiled beautifully, I'll be waiting for your good news. Qin Zhe didn't say anything further and turned to leave the private room. Things turned out to be unexpected for Yu Yan. What she hadn't anticipated was that Qin Zhe, on the same day, returned to the company to work. In the past, no matter how hard she tried to trick Qin Zhe into going back to work, he would rather beg on the street than go back to the company. But now, Qin Zhe inexplicably returned on his own. However, judging by his expression, he didn't look very happy. After thinking for a while, Yu Yan decided that it didn't really matter. As long as Qin Zhe was by her side, that was enough. Whether Qin Zhe was in a good or bad mood, or whether he lived or died, it didn't matter. A ruthless woman. Qin Zhe walked into the company. As soon as he entered the office area, he saw his group of brothers, and his anger immediately flared up. Qin Zhe angrily stepped forward and kicked Wang Lei in the rear. I'm out here begging for food, and you won't even lend me some money? Qin Zhe shouted. Wang Lei, a black man with dark skin and thick lips, flashed a grin showing his white teeth. His muscular build made it clear that even the largest suit couldn't hide his impressive muscles, which seemed to be ready to tear the suit at any moment. For such a muscle-bound man to be in the company, claiming to be an employee, nobody would believe it. However, looking around the department, it seemed that there weren't many people who looked normal. There were a few Asians, but the majority were white or black. These people gathered here didn't seem like an ordinary sight, but they had been working at the group for some years without anything unusual happening. Wang Lei scratched his backside, looking pitifully at Qin Zhe. Boss, we all work for you, right? Let's not talk about whether it's appropriate for you to borrow money from us, but you're saying you're out here begging, and we can't even eat? Wang Lei said, speaking Chinese quite fluently, his pronunciation impeccable. Qin Zhe stared at Wang Lei, frustrated and helpless. Even though he was angry, Wang Lei had a point. He felt embarrassed to hit him. After all, as the boss, it was bad enough he wasn't paying them a salary, but bringing them out to work like this was a little hard to justify. Qin Zhe snorted coldly, glancing at the hamburger on Wang Lei's desk and casually picking it up. Returning to his own desk, he sat down and started eating the burger. Seeing that Qin Zhe wasn't getting any angrier, Wang Lei kicked his chair and slid it over to Qin Zhe's side. Hey, boss, Wang Lei said quietly. What? Qin Zhe replied irritably. If it were me, I'd just give in and marry your fiancé, Wang Lei said, trying to advise him. Before he could finish, Qin Zhe's eyes widened, and he stopped eating the burger halfway. Wang Lei noticed this and quickly changed his words. Yes, boss, you're wise and powerful. Men like you, who are so devoted, are rare nowadays, but the problem is, she left you 5 years ago. The first part of Wang Lei's words wasn't too bad, and Qin Zhe felt a little better, resuming his burger. But when Wang Lei mentioned the second part, Qin Zhe stopped chewing again and narrowed his eyes. When did I say she left me? Qin Zhe said coldly. She just disappeared without a word, that's all. Wang Lei, being perceptive, noticed the change in Qin Zhe's expression and immediately stopped speaking. But he couldn't hold back the rest of his words. Boss, the truth is, it's been 5 years. 5 whole years. Maybe she's been, Wang Lei trailed off, not finishing the sentence. Qin Zhe was smart, and some things didn't need to be said so bluntly. This hit a nerve with Qin Zhe, and his heart was pierced. Seeing that Qin Zhe wasn't speaking, Wang Lei seized the opportunity and said, forget that. Let's talk about the present. You must have noticed that a new president was parachuted into the company. While she might not seem like much in your eyes, she's certainly been causing you trouble recently, hasn't she? Now you're out begging for food. What does that mean? Wang Lei angrily knocked his knuckles on the desk, making it sound like a drumbeat. Boss, this is like a dragon falling into a shallow pond, being bullied by shrimp, like a tiger being humiliated in the lowlands. All because of your marriage, isn't it? Wang Lei continued his rant. Let's look at this from another angle. Yes, your family is pressuring you about your marriage, and that's not fair to you. But the thing is, they're doing it for your own good. At least the girl they've chosen for you is a good match. She's good-looking, well-educated, likes you, and has great qualities. Why not give her a chance? Is it really worth clinging to a woman who left you 5 years ago? Just go home, take a look at your fiancée. If you like her, then you're done. What's the harm? As Qin Zhe slowly chewed on his burger, he listened to Wang Lei's lecture. Whether Wang Lei was right or not, setting that aside, it was clear that he had done his homework. Hey, I see. Shinzei looked at Wang Lei from a different angle. Seems like you've really prepared for this, huh? You speak so well. Looking around, everyone's gaze was fixed on Shinzei, as if they were all waiting for his decision. It gave Shinzei the feeling that they had discussed this behind his back. Is this your opinion too? Shinzei asked, looking at the others. The group of people smiled awkwardly, saying nothing. Wang Lei sighed and said helplessly, "Boss, to be honest, because of your marriage, not only is your family pressuring you, even our families are pressuring us to convince you. The thing is, not only have you lost your source of income, but we're not getting any money from home either." After listening to Wang Lei's words, Shinzei glanced at everyone. Usually, he never thought much of his brothers, but after hearing Wang Lei's advice and then looking at them again, he suddenly felt that each of their faces seemed to be screaming, "I'm poor" in big letters. Is the impact really that big? Shinzei asked with a wry smile. Wang Lei sighed, saying nothing more. Human sorrow is not something that can be shared. All right. Shinzei nodded. It was just right. Shinzei had also planned to move on from his relationship with Yu Yan. I'm here this time for one thing, to investigate one person, Shinzei said calmly. Who? Wang Lei asked curiously. Not only Wang Lei, but everyone else also perked up at the mention of the boss investigating someone. Yu Yan, Shinzei replied. Ha? Wang Lei's face showed confusion. Is that necessary? She's just the CEO of a company. She's my ex-girlfriend, Shinzei said in a low voice. With these words, the room fell into a stunned silence. As for Shinzei's mysterious girlfriend, everyone had only heard of her. Who she was, what she looked like, Shinzei had kept it all to himself, and no one dared to ask further. But one thing was clear, ever since this mysterious woman disappeared 5 years ago, Shinzei had relentlessly searched for any trace of Yu Yan. 5 years had passed, and he had found nothing. Anyone who knew Shinzei understood that if someone was so elusive that even Shinzei couldn't track them down, the situation must be quite serious. Unexpectedly, Shinzei's mysterious ex-girlfriend turned out to be Yu Yan. Follow the lead that Yu Yan is the CEO of Wanqing Group, Shinzei continued. Find out when she was suddenly promoted, how she got there, and who was behind her supporting her, find it all out. At this point, Shinzei squinted his eyes and spoke fiercely. Focus on investigating who she's been involved with over the past 5 years and find them. As these words were spoken, the office area fell into complete silence, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. These people had been following Shinzei for years, and they knew his personality better than anyone. They certainly knew why Shinzei was angry. The emotional entanglement between Shinzei and Yu Yan was due to subjective reasons, and that could be set aside for now. But if we look at the objective reasons, there were other things to consider. First, based on Yu Yan's disappearance 5 years ago, the fact that Shinzei had been unable to find any trace of her for so long clearly suggested that someone had been actively covering up her whereabouts. Moreover, the person behind this had some serious capabilities, likely as powerful as, or even surpassing, Shinzei himself. If a regular person, unaware of who Shinzei's woman was, had made a move on her, that could be forgiven. Ignorance is no excuse, after all. But for someone at the same level as Shinzei, who clearly knew who Yu Yan was, to still interfere with her, that was an outright disregard for Shinzei. That needed to be addressed. As for whether Yu Yan was unable to resist temptation or whether her feelings for Shinzei had wavered, that was a separate matter altogether. For now, breaking up with Yu Yan had already become a given. No matter how much Shinzei might still like her, he couldn't be the one to take over her burden. But the man who had toyed with Yu Yan's emotions, his legs had to be broken. Otherwise, the Qin family would lose all face. Wang Lei furrowed his brow, stood up, and prepared to start investigating. Just as he was about to leave, Song Hao and Zhao Lin happened to walk by. Song Hao casually glanced over and caught sight of Shinzei. At first, Song Hao didn't quite realize what was going on. He took several steps before suddenly remembering. Did I just see the boss? Song Hao turned around and came back to take another look. Sure enough, it was Shinzei. Hey, boss, what are you doing here? Song Hao asked curiously. Shinzei, who had been looking serious, smiled warmly when he heard Song Hao's voice. I'm back to work. Damn, making some quick cash? Should we go back to begging for food? Song Hao said instinctively. Upon hearing this, Shinzei had a blank expression on his face. This was rich. When he used to take them begging, they were all 100 times reluctant. Now, they were getting addicted to it. As soon as Song Hao finished speaking, he awkwardly laughed. The sentiment was true, but the word shouldn't have been said that way. It sounded almost like an insult. Shinzei didn't say much more. He had known Song Hao and the others for some time, and they had a very close relationship. They treated each other like friends privately, and since Song Hao had spoken sincerely, there was no reason to pick at him. Meanwhile, Zhao Lin noticed the atmosphere in the office and keenly sensed that something seemed off. He discreetly tugged on Song Hao's sleeve. "How good, let's go. The boss is still waiting for us," Zhao Lin said. Hearing this, Xin Zhe waved his hand and said, "You guys go ahead with what you need to do." "Alright then," Song Hao laughed. "We'll head out now." Sure," Xin Zhe smiled. The two of them left. After they had completely gone, Zhao Lin looked at Song Hao with a serious expression. "How go? Did you not notice anything strange?" "What's strange?" Song Hao seemed to be in a good mood, likely because they had earned a decent amount of money begging lately. "About the people around Zegu. What about them?" "You've seen foreigners before," Song Hao said irritably. Though he spoke like that, his brain instinctively recalled the scene in the office. The office had been full of foreigners, resembling a scene from the 18 Arhats. Each person had their own unique characteristics: black, white, and Asian people, with different body types. Some were huge and muscular, others were thin like monkeys, and some had the look of scheming individuals, especially the one adjusting his glasses. Reflecting on it, Song Hao realized those people didn't seem like ordinary working-class folks. "Looks like it was him," Zhao Lin said, his face darkening. "Who?" Song Hao looked at Zhao Lin. "Our place got wrecked, right?" Zhao Lin said uncertainly. "That black guy who stood up, he looks like him." "Are you saying that the guy who wrecked your place is him?" Song Hao now recalled the black guy, who had seemed like he was going somewhere. Among the group, he had been the biggest and most muscular. He was wearing a hat, so you couldn't see his face clearly, but I think that body type was definitely him. He just looked too massive, Zhao Lin recalled. To verify Zhao Lin's thoughts, over the next few days, the brothers on duty passing by the Qinzhou office area would keep an eye on the people in the office. As expected, everyone saw familiar faces. It seemed that these people were indeed the ones responsible. The same group of people who had smashed the homes of the brothers that night was now part of Qinzhou's crew. Though it had been a long time since that incident, whenever they talked about it now, everyone had varying degrees of discomfort on their faces. It was worth noting that Song Hao and his gang were all top-notch fighters. However, when faced with Qinzhou's subordinates, they were completely powerless, essentially getting utterly beaten. The most difficult thing to swallow was the fact that there was a female member on Qinzhou's team. It would have been one thing if they couldn't beat a woman, but to be utterly dominated was quite embarrassing. However, this wasn't exactly a joke. Song Hao and the others understood that, based on the current lineup under Qinzhou's command, there were no weaklings, even if one of them was a woman. On the other side, ever since Qinzhou began investigating Yu Yan, several days had passed. He had exhausted all his connections and resources, but the investigation yielded no progress. Not only was there no information about who Yu Yan had been involved with, but even the details of how she had been appointed to her position were still a mystery. Qinzhou pinched his chin and fell into deep thought. Some things were better left unknown, but the more he searched, the more unsettled he became. If he had found even the smallest clue, it would have been easier to accept. At least there would have been some progress. But now, no matter how he investigated, it seemed like he was getting nowhere. This outcome, from any angle, seemed to suggest that Qinzhou's capabilities couldn't even touch the tip of the other side's light. What had Yu Yan been doing these past years? At that moment, the elevator doors on the floor opened, and a furious Chen Hai stormed in. He glanced at the direction of Qinzhou's office and walked over, gritting his teeth. "Qinzhou!" Qinzhou, still lost in thought, was interrupted by Chen Hai's shout, which immediately drew the attention of everyone in the office. Qinzhou snapped out of his thoughts and looked up at Chen Hai. Upon recognizing him, Qinzhou immediately put on a friendly smile. "Has your brain healed?" Qinzhou joked. "Go to hell." Chen Hai swung his arm. "There's nothing wrong with my brain." Chen Hai pointed at Qinzhou, gritting his teeth as he cursed. "You've ruined me. You tell me, what's going to happen now?" "What happened?" Qinzhou asked, smiling playfully. "How exactly did I ruin you? My brain is fine. If it weren't for you, I'd have been out a long time ago." "Then why are you only out now?" Qinzhou asked, puzzled. To be honest, Qinzhou had indeed neglected Chen Hai for a while, and this was his oversight. Qinzhou reflected on it, but now seeing Chen Hai again, he couldn't help but think, it had already been a long time. This matter was a simple one. If his brain was fine, why had it taken so long to get out? Chen Hai was at a loss for words. Since his brain was fine, he shouldn't have wasted so much time in a psychiatric hospital. "Stop with that crap. Now, let me test you," Chen Hai said, unwilling to back down. "Test me with what?" Qinzhou was amused. "I'll see if you can answer this. If you can't, it proves that you have a mental problem," Shenhai said angrily. Ah, Shinzei thought for a moment and nodded. Go ahead, ask me. Shinzei was intrigued. With the investigation into Yu Yen yielding no progress, his mood had been quite complex lately. So, Shenhai coming to distract him was actually a good thing, even though it might end up being a waste of time. Alright, Shenhai pointed at Shinzei. Listen carefully. You're in front of a spoon, a metal basin, and a bathtub full of water. How do you clean the water from the bathtub? Once the question was asked, Shenhai instinctively curled his lips into a smug grin. Oomph, even I couldn't answer this question. How could a small supervisor like Shinzei possibly answer it? Although this wasn't a particularly difficult question, and the knowledge required wasn't extensive, the trick was that simple questions were often the most prone to mistakes. The answer to the question. Just as Shenhai was basking in his smugness, Shinzei gave his answer. The answer is to pull the plug from the bathtub, Shinzei said, looking at Shenhai with a puzzled expression. Shinzei was perplexed. How could Shenhai bring himself to ask such a childish question? And what was with his smug face earlier? Was this really something to feel so proud of? At that moment, Shinzei couldn't help but think that maybe, just maybe, Shenhai really did have some issues with his brain. Shenhai stood frozen for a moment, unable to say anything in response. Shenhai was speechless. No way, Shinzei said, eyeing Shenhai. You didn't get the answer wrong, did you? Who? Who says I did? Shenhai tried to pretend to be calm. Brother, Shinzei looked him up and down. I get it now. Although I don't know how you got out of there, maybe your brain really was fine back then, but looking at you now, I personally recommend that you get checked by a proper institution. Go away, there's nothing wrong with my brain, Shenhai cursed. Alright, I admit it. Your brain is definitely fine, Shinzei said sympathetically, patting Shenhai on the shoulder. But your intelligence might have some issues. I mean, that question wasn't even meant to test your brain, it was just a simple riddle. You just can't think quickly anymore. Shenhai faltered. You need to get an explanation for your IQ, Shinzei said meaningfully, giving Shenhai a pat on the shoulder. Shenhai left. He left in a very desolate state. He felt that perhaps, just as Shinzei had said, there was something wrong with his IQ. Compared to disliking Shinzei, Shenhai now felt that he should find a place, a sensible person, to give him an appropriate explanation for his intelligence. Shinzei watched Shenhai's retreating figure and, for a moment, didn't know what to say. After Shenhai left, a sigh was heard beside Shinzei. Sigh. The way the sigh was let out, Shinzei could hear it clearly, and it hurt his heart. It was a feeling that was far from pleasant. Shinzei turned around to see who it was. It was Sun Dagu. Sun Dagu, an Englishman, had a tall, straight posture, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. His deep, racially distinct eyes gave off an aura of pride and intelligence. In fact, that was true. Don't be fooled by the silly name Sun Dagu, he wasn't foolish at all. He was one of the superiors in Shinzei's team. When it came to fighting, that was not his domain, but when it came to handling other matters, that was his responsibility. What? Why are you sighing? Shinzei asked, sounding somewhat annoyed. Boss, to be honest, if I were in his shoes, I'd have chosen the basin as well. Sun Dagu shook his head, sighing. Is it because of this? Shinzei patted his shoulder, speaking seriously. This really isn't a big deal, it's just a word game. If this were in a real situation, and you had a spoon, a metal basin, and a bathtub full of water in front of you, you would choose to pull the plug in any case. Then, Shinzei summed it up. The things your ears hear and the things your eyes see can both influence your final decision. Hearing this, Sun Dagu nodded in understanding. Thinking for a moment, he pointed in the direction Shenhai had left and, after understanding Shinzei's point, suddenly felt that the man who had walked away so dejectedly had been played by Shinzei. So, what about him? Sun Dagu pointed towards Shenhai's departing figure. Shinzei casually waved his hand. You mean him? He can't stand me, there's some history between us. I was just messing with him earlier. At this point, Wang Lei, who had been listening, perked up. His ears pricked up as he stood and asked, Boss, what if? Shinzei immediately understood Wang Lei's meaning and waved his hand dismissively, saying, It's fine. It's just a small issue. Hearing this, Wang Lei didn't say anything more, quietly sitting back down. At that moment, the sound of high heels clacking on the floor became audible. As the sound of the heels grew nearer, the once noisy office area suddenly quieted down. It felt as if a blazing fire had suddenly been hit by a cold breeze, freezing all the heat in its tracks. The chill spread rapidly, layer by layer. Shinzei's department wasn't very noisy. There were only the faint sounds of his subordinates working and occasional brief conversations between Shinzei and Wang Lei. As soon as Shinzei heard those high heels, he immediately realized that Yu Yen had arrived. Yu Yan, stepping in her delicate high heels, passed by Qin Zhe's department. As she did, she intentionally paused for a moment, looking at Qin Zhe's back without showing any emotion on her pretty face. After glancing at Qin Zhe's back, before she could regain her composure, Yu Yan felt several sharp, hostile gazes on her. Before, she didn't know, but now that everyone knew that the beautiful woman in front of them was Qin Zhe's ex-girlfriend, all of them had a strong aversion to her. Her presence made everyone feel uncomfortable. This woman is a flirt. Yu Yan looked at the office area filled with pressure, a little stunned, not out of fear, but more out of curiosity. Why were these people looking at her that way? No matter how she looked at it, their gazes seemed to be far from friendly. At the same time, Yu Yan wondered if she was overthinking things. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. 3 seconds later, a dangerous smile crept up the corner of Yu Yan's mouth. No, she wasn't overthinking it, these people were definitely hostile towards her. Rather than feeling angry, Yu Yan found it interesting. Very few people dared to look her in the eye, so she was a bit curious as to why these people were staring at her with such hostility. She scanned the office area, studying each person's face, silently memorizing their appearances, before her gaze finally returned to Qin Zhe's back. Could it be because of Qin Zhe? Yu Yan thought it might be, but also felt it might not be the case. If it wasn't because of Qin Zhe, then what could it be? Yu Yan, intrigued, turned and left. On her way back to her office, she closed the door, sat down in her chair, crossed her long, slender legs, and looked down at the city below. As she thought back to what had just happened, Yu Yan realized how different Qin Zhe's office area was. Wanqing Group was a large corporation, which was fine. It's normal for a big company to have some overseas employees. The problem was that these overseas employees seemed to be clustering together in Qin Zhe's department. That felt a bit unnatural. No matter how you looked at it, these foreign employees didn't seem to be there just to make money. Could they be here because of Qin Zhe? Qin Zhe had 7 foreigners around him. With this team size, honestly, if they were out doing something irregular, it would almost qualify as a small criminal group. Could they be Qin Zhe's subordinates? Soon, Yu Yan couldn't help but laugh cynically. She thought that her idea was a bit too far-fetched. She extended her delicate hand, casually opened a drawer next to her, and pulled out a file. Name, Qin Zhe. Gender, male. Place of birth, El Province, Jiangchun, Huaxia. Basic information, no parents, grew up in an orphanage. Yu Yan looked at the file in her hand. Honestly, there was nothing special about it, not much to go on. From the information in this file, it seemed impossible for so many people to follow Qin Zhe. Moreover, these foreigners didn't seem like ordinary individuals. Most of them were skilled fighters, especially the biggest black man. Yu Yan was referring to Wang Lei. That being said, it made sense on some level. Having one foreigner in an office area wasn't unusual, but having only one Chinese person in an office full of foreigners seemed a bit odd. She took another look at Qin Zhe's personal information, and everything seemed to suggest that these people couldn't possibly be his subordinates. There were too many illogical points from every angle. And yet, for this reason, Yu Yan found this situation incredibly suspicious. Yu Yan thought for a moment, picked up the phone on her desk, and dialed Qin Zhe's department. President Yu, a man's voice answered the phone. Come to my office, Yu Yan said. Understood, President Yu. It wasn't more than 2 minutes before the door to the office was knocked on. Come in, Yu Yan said calmly. A man walked in. He was the department manager in charge of Qin Zhe, and the only person in the entire department who was not part of Qin Zhe's team. President Yu, you wanted to see me? Manager Song asked, looking nervous. You've been managing this department for a few years now, Yu Yan said coldly. Ah, yes, Manager Song hurriedly wiped his sweat, looking flustered. At this moment, Manager Song's heart was in his throat. The topic Yu Yan had brought up was extremely sensitive. Who could know if her comment about "you've been managing this department for a few years now" was hinting that the department needed a new manager? It's been about 8 years, right? Yu Yan asked. Manager Song thought for a moment. Yes, that's right. Yu Yan nodded in satisfaction, quietly calculating in her mind. She had left Qin Zhe 5 years ago, and Manager Song had been working at the company for 8 years, which likely meant that Manager Song didn't have any special relationship with Qin Zhe. When did Qin Zhe join the company? Yu Yan asked. 5 years ago? Manager Song looked up and thought again, then confirmed. That seems to be about right. Anyway, he's been in the department for 4 or 5 years. And the others? Yu Yan asked again. The others? Manager Song recalled for a moment, probably about the same. Yu Yan narrowed her eyes at his response. Did they all join at the same time? Not exactly. When talking about the other members, Manager Song chuckled, "Our department has many foreigners, and I remember thinking at the time, why are there so many foreigners gathered here? Ha ha." Yu Yan lowered her head in thought for a moment. That made sense. It seemed strange for everyone to have joined at the same time. There should be a sequence to it. You've been with the company for 8 years, so you must know that your department has a lot of pressure to perform, and the turnover rate is quite high, Yu Yan said slowly. Yes, Manager Song nodded in agreement. What was the turnover rate like in previous years? Yu Yan asked. In previous years? Manager Song looked up at the ceiling and started recalling. The turnover was more frequent. Fresh graduates have poor stress resistance, and they typically quit after half a month. Those with a bit more stress tolerance could last 2 or 3 months. If business picks up, they stay. If not, they know to leave without much fuss. After saying this, Manager Song nodded and looked at Yu Yan. Yeah, that's about it. Oh? Yu Yan raised an eyebrow with interest. So, based on what you're saying, this current team has been with the company for 5 years. It looks like you've done a good job leading them, Manager Song. Oh, no. Manager Song waved his hand modestly. It's not like that. It's mainly because everyone works well together. Also, they are the right fit for the job. If they weren't, no matter how well I managed, it wouldn't matter. Then, Manager Song scratched his head awkwardly and added, on the other hand, I was lucky. These capable employees ended up under my leadership, and all I had to do was make sure they were united. And them. Yu Yan nodded in satisfaction. She thought the same way. Individual business ability largely depends on the employees themselves. There's an old saying, a teacher leads you through the door, but the rest is up to you. This was something that couldn't be disputed. The fact that these employees had stayed for so many years without quitting certainly showed Manager Song's contributions. All right, I understand. You can go back to work now, Yu Yan said. Okay, Manager Song replied with a smile. Manager Song left. Yu Yan turned her chair, facing the city outside the window again. Although she didn't believe that Qin Zhe, from an ordinary family, had the financial means to support a group of bodyguards, the fact that so many foreigners had gathered here seemed far too suspicious. She rested her chin on one hand and gently placed the other on the armrest, rhythmically tapping her fingers on it. After thinking for a moment, she picked up her phone and dialed Song Hao's number. Boss, Song Hao answered respectfully. I'll send you a list soon. Please check the people on it, Yu Yan instructed. Got it, Song Hao responded. Just as she was about to hang up, Yu Yan thought of something. Wait, Yu Yan added, check Qin Zhe as well. Ha? Song Hao asked, confused. Isn't he? Check again carefully, Yu Yan said. Understood, Song Hao responded, without saying anything more. Time passed quickly, and just 2 hours later, another file was handed to Yu Yan. Yu Yan opened the file and casually flipped through a few pages, scanning a few lines with her eyes. She froze when she realized that these people had significant backgrounds. Yu Yan had already been prepared for these foreigners to have backgrounds that differed from the norm, and in fact, this was true. These individuals did indeed have impressive backgrounds. However, despite her preparation, their backgrounds were so outrageous that they completely surpassed what Yu Yan had anticipated. She steadied herself, putting away her casual demeanor, and began to seriously flip through the file. The further she went, the more alarmed she became. These people, Yu Yan whispered in shock. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. But when she reached the final page with Qin Zhe's personal information, it was, as with her previous investigation, still as plain and unremarkable as ever. Days passed by. Qin Zhe and Yu Yan's investigation never stopped, but the results were always the same. No one was able to uncover anything about the other. Both of their backgrounds were ordinary, nothing out of the ordinary. Both of them shared the same history. They were both orphans, raised in orphanages since childhood. At the same time, in different places, both of them were lost in deep thought as they examined the other's personal information. Finally, the peaceful days for both of them were interrupted by a woman and a man. During lunch break that day, Qin Zhe glanced at the time, stood up, and went to the company's cafeteria. As he was heading to the elevator, he happened to cross paths with Yu Yan. As soon as he saw her, Qin Zhe's leather shoes faltered for a moment. No matter the circumstances, the woman before him was once someone he had loved. No matter how much time had passed, seeing her beautiful face still stirred something inside him. Seeing Qin Zhe, Yu Yan also paused in her steps. Qin Zhe looked at her for a moment, then, with a neutral expression, continued walking. Just as Qin Zhe was about to pass by her, Yu Yan slowly spoke. Didn't you see me? President Yu, Qin Zhe said coolly. Though he spoke politely, he didn't stop moving. This was the first conversation between the two since Qin Zhe returned to the company. Yu Yan didn't say anything further as she watched Qinzhe walk past her. She had originally planned to eat outside, but upon seeing Qinzhe, she suddenly developed an interest in the company cafeteria. She then turned and followed him, keeping a distance. The two arrived at the elevator and waited. As they stood there, Wang Lei came running toward them. Wang Lei's face initially bore a faint smile, but as soon as he saw Yu Yan, his expression immediately turned cold. His quick pace slowed, and he walked instead. He leaned his tired face next to Qinzhe. Qinzhe glanced at Wang Lei and casually greeted him, saying, "You're here." Wang Lei simply responded with a short and didn't say anything further. Clearly, Yu Yan's presence had disrupted the previously calm atmosphere. Upon seeing Wang Lei's reaction, Yu Yan immediately deduced that her presence was unwelcome, and the evidence was undeniable. "Your face doesn't look too good," Yu Yan said indifferently. Wang Lei remained silent. Though he knew Yu Yan was speaking to him, he pretended not to acknowledge it. Qinzhe didn't say anything unnecessary but cleared his throat and raised a fist. Seeing this, Wang Lei finally looked toward Yu Yan. "I'm fine, thank you for your concern, President Yu," Wang Lei replied patiently. Yu Yan nodded in satisfaction. "Your Chinese is quite good." Wang Lei didn't respond. "The company expects you to maintain a good and stable emotional state while at work, as your emotions could affect the efficiency of your colleagues," Yu Yan said calmly. Wang Lei didn't speak. Yu Yan fixed her gaze on Wang Lei's face. "Did you encounter unfair treatment at your work position? Or have you been facing difficulties in life? Is there anything I can assist you with?" "No," Wang Lei replied. That's good." Yu Yan's lips curled into a sly smile. "So, are you giving me attitude?" Wang Lei frowned, not speaking, but in his mind, he thought, "This sly woman is so sensitive." Seeing that Wang Lei didn't deny it, Yu Yan didn't say anything further. During lunch, Yu Yan took a tray of food and sat next to Qinzhe. Qinzhe didn't even glance at her, eating his meal in silence. Yu Yan didn't like coriander, so she used her chopsticks to pick it out of her food and placed it on Qinzhe's plate, piece by piece. "You used to pick the coriander up for me," Yu Yan said calmly, but her beautiful eyes flickered with ripples, as if recalling the good times from the past. Qinzhe had originally had quite an appetite, but as soon as he heard her mention how he used to pick coriander up for her, the memories of the past rushed back into his mind. Those had been the happiest times for Qinzhe, times that he could never face again. Clack! Qinzhe slammed his chopsticks onto the table. Gripping his temper, Qinzhe turned his gaze back toward Yu Yan. Yu Yan looked at Qinzhe and raised her brows, as if to say, "What? Isn't that true?" "I came back to the company for two reasons," Qinzhe said calmly. "On one hand, I came to repay the money I owe you. I'm not ashamed to admit it, I truly don't have the money to repay the 2,000 you gave me. On the other hand, I'm here to find out who your ex-boyfriend is," Qinzhe said calmly. Yu Yan chuckled with interest. "What will you do once you find him?" Qinzhe paused for a moment and then picked up his chopsticks to continue eating. "I'll break his legs," Qinzhe said indifferently. "Oh? But don't misunderstand," Qinzhe added coldly, "breaking his legs is for my own peace of mind. I can't stand seeing my precious woman being mistreated by anyone. So, after this is done, we'll be completely finished." Then, Yu Yan's beautiful eyes shifted. "What if you can't find him?" "That won't happen." "Then let me put it another way," Yu Yan said, reaching up to tuck a stray lock of hair behind her ear. "What if he doesn't even exist?" At these words, Qinzhe's chopsticks froze in midair. "What do you mean?" Qinzhe stared at Yu Yan. "I don't think I've ever said that I've been with anyone after you, have I?" Yu Yan said carelessly. Qinzhe's breath caught in his throat. "When I asked you about it that day." As he recalled their conversation from that day, Qinzhe realized it was true. Yu Yan had never mentioned being with anyone else after him. "That's just what you preferred to believe." "I never said I'd been with anyone else," Yu Yan said innocently, shrugging her shoulders. Qinzhe gritted his teeth and stared at Yu Yan's beautiful face, so angry that he couldn't speak a word. His mind was as chaotic as if a jar of mixed emotions had been shattered. If Yu Yan really had kept herself pure, it would certainly have been something that would make Qinzhe happy. But what had happened to her over these 5 years? How had she changed so much? How had she suddenly become so wealthy? And most importantly, why had she left him? According to his previous logic, if another man had fallen in love with Yu Yan, and she had used her body to trade for wealth, that would have explained everything. But now, judging by Yu Yan's attitude, it didn't seem to be the case. With that, the entire situation remained shrouded in mystery, and in the end, Qinzhe still found himself stuck in place. He just couldn't understand Yu Yan. It was a simple matter. A little explanation would clear everything up. Why did she always have to make it so complicated? What exactly was she after? To be honest, it was utterly revolting. So, how did you suddenly become so? Qin Zhe began. Before he could finish, Yu Yan interrupted him. So you think I'd become so rich because I traded my body for it? Yu Yan laughed. Seeing Yu Yan's carefree smile, Qin Zhe suddenly felt a sense of relief. No matter what, as long as Yu Yan remained pure, there was still room for them to talk. So, how did I become so rich? Yu Yan smiled at Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe, frustrated, snapped, are you asking me? Yu Yan motioned with her finger, come closer, and I'll tell you. Just say it, Qin Zhe said irritably. Then you should continue investigating my ex-boyfriend, Yu Yan added. Looking at Yu Yan's sly expression, Qin Zhe ground his teeth in frustration, but there was nothing he could do. Ah, I get it. Qin Zhe reluctantly leaned in closer. Seeing this, Yu Yan leaned in and gently blew into his ear. Qin Zhe was tickled and immediately broke into goosebumps. Can you stop blowing? Qin Zhe shouted angrily. Are you listening? Qin Zhe glared at Yu Yan, then leaned in again. Actually, Yu Yan stuck out her delicate little tongue and gently traced Qin Zhe's earlobe. Qin Zhe blushed deeply. Alright, I'm not teasing you anymore, Yu Yan said indifferently. Actually, there's nothing much to it. Because just as Yu Yan was about to reveal the truth, she saw a familiar figure. It was a middle-aged man with full white hair. While saying full white hair made him seem older, it would be more accurate to describe him as having silver hair. He stood tall, with sharp eyebrows and eyes, and a chiseled face that looked very handsome. The middle-aged man looked toward Yu Yan, his cold gaze locking onto Qin Zhe. Yu Yan froze when she saw him. The moment she remembered how she had been flirting with Qin Zhe earlier, she felt embarrassed. The middle-aged man walked over, and his expression was complicated as he looked at Qin Zhe. Before he could finish, Yu Yan quickly stood up, walked toward him, and immediately took his arm, pulling him away. Dad, what are you doing here? Yu Yan asked. At that moment, when Qin Zhe heard Yu Yan call him dad, his heart shattered. Qin Zhe had investigated Yu Yan's background. Like himself, she had grown up in an orphanage. How could she have a father? For someone as beautiful as Yu Yan to be holding the arm of a handsome, middle-aged man and calling him dad could only suggest a complicated relationship. Wang Lei, who had been watching the scene, could see the anger flash in his eyes. Yu Yan caught a glimpse of Qin Zhe from the corner of her eye. She knew what Qin Zhe must be thinking. Yu Yan wanted to explain, but in this situation, after thinking for a moment, she decided against it. Some things couldn't be explained in just a few words, and some things couldn't be revealed to Qin Zhe too early. The more he knew, the more dangerous it would be. Let's go over there, Yu Yan said as she kept hold of the middle-aged man's arm. The middle-aged man nodded, saying nothing. He seemed a little reluctant, as if he wasn't quite ready to look away from Qin Zhe. Who is he? The middle-aged man asked, pointing toward Qin Zhe. Yu Yan glanced at Qin Zhe, her gaze lingering for a long moment, before finally looking away decisively. Just a poor man with no money or power, Yu Yan said coldly. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhe's mind exploded. The words just a poor man with no money or power echoed repeatedly in his mind, shattering his heart into pieces. This was the woman he had once deeply loved. No matter how they had loved each other back then, in the end, when faced with money and power, he was nothing but a poor man with no money or power in her eyes. What a harsh, realistic judgment. Qin Zhe understood it all now. Everything was clear. The truth was right before his eyes. Times had changed. The present era was no longer like the past, where one could rise from nothing. For Yu Yan, who had once been a Cinderella, to suddenly become so wealthy, there had to be someone behind the scenes pushing her forward. And now that person had appeared, the handsome middle-aged man standing before him. My point is, what's his name? The middle-aged man asked, turning to look at Qin Zhe again. Yu Yan heard the question and, with her teeth biting her lip, she knew her father had seen everything. Her father wouldn't let Qin Zhe off the hook. No one important, just a company employee, Yu Yan explained. The middle-aged man seemed like he wanted to say something more, but Yu Yan had already started pulling him away. The middle-aged man reluctantly turned his head to look at Qin Zhe, who was moving further away, but as the distance between them grew, he realized there wasn't much more to say. The two of them walked to a quiet place. Dad, why are you here? Yu Yan's demeanor returned to its usual coldness, as though she were displeased with her father's sudden arrival. The middle-aged man was Yu Yan's father, named Yu Zhenhai. As for why Qin Zhe had not been able to find any information about him, well, that was another story. I came into the city today and passed by here, so I thought I'd come see you, Yu Zhenhai replied. Oh, right, just now, Yu Zhenhai pointed in the direction of Qin Zhe. What's the name of that young man? Hearing this, Yu Yan's beautiful eyes darkened. It seemed that her father hadn't let go of Qin Zhe yet. What you saw earlier isn't exactly how it seemed. Actually, Yu Yan began to explain. What did I see? Yu Zhenhai asked, looking at her in confusion. Before Yu Yan could finish her explanation, she was stunned by her father's words. She glanced at his face carefully, and upon seeing his genuinely confused expression, Yu Yan quietly let out a sigh of relief. It seemed he hadn't seen anything, which was for the best. In fact, Yu Zhenhai had just arrived here, and before he could spot Yu Yan, she had already noticed him. It wasn't a matter of luck or misfortune. Yu Yan and Qin Zhe had been among a crowd, and it wasn't very realistic for Yu Zhenhai to find her immediately. It was easy to understand the principle. If a teacher wants to find a student in a crowd, it would take some time, but if the student is looking for the teacher, it's simply a matter of spotting them from outside the group. Seeing this, Yu Yan felt a sense of relief. It would be easier to explain if her father hadn't seen her flirting with Qin Zhe. He's a supervisor at our company. He's quite capable. His name is… Yu Yan paused, concealing Qin Zhe's real name by Zhe. Upon hearing this, Yu Zhenhai looked slightly disappointed. Ah, his surname is Bai, Yu Zhenhai sighed. Yu Yan replied indifferently. Yu Zhenhai thought for a moment. It seemed too coincidental to him. After a moment, Yu Zhenhai looked at his daughter again, his expression becoming serious. By the way, that young man named Bai, he isn't your ex-boyfriend, is he? I'll tell you, Yu Yan, you're already engaged. If you're still keeping things unclear with that ex of yours, don't blame your father. He didn't continue, as this was a matter he had spoken to her about more than once before. Considering that Yu Yan had been obedient in recent years, he didn't want to use harsh words. Yu Yan leaned against the wall, her arms crossed, and said coldly, "It's been 5 years since we broke up. There's no connection between us." Yu Zhenhai sighed in relief when he heard this, and his gaze softened as he looked at his daughter. He reached out and gently placed his hand on Yu Yan's shoulder. "Yu Yan, listen to me. Your fiancé is a good match for you." Before he could finish, Yu Yan smirked and picked up where he left off. "He's practically made for me. From the moment he was born, all his efforts have been aimed at being worthy of me. And our engagement is not just a simple engagement, there are other matters involved." Yu Zhenhai couldn't help but laugh, albeit a little irritated. "Is this what you're saying, my child? You're tired of hearing your father talk?" Yu Yan lazily picked at her ear with her little finger and said, "You've been telling me the same thing for years. Yu Yan, this is not just for your own good. It's for the good of the Yu family too. You'll understand in time." Yeah, but can you tell me what exactly those other matters in the engagement are?" Yu Yan asked patiently. "You'll find out when the time comes," Yu Zhenhai smiled. "It's not about money or power, is it?" Yu Yan said, half-jokingly. Yu Zhenhai's eyes widened in surprise. "Don't be ridiculous," Yu Zhenhai said, his voice suddenly serious. "Do you think I, Yu Zhenhai, am the kind of person who would sell his daughter? Besides, we, the Yu family, have come this far. Is there any external force that can control us?" Yu Yan sighed helplessly. Sometimes, she didn't know how to face her father. He had loved her dearly since she was a child, and he had always obeyed her wishes. But the one thing he insisted on was that she marry that so-called fiancé. If it were for money, or if the Yu family was small and needed to rely on a wealthy family, then at least she would have reasons to hate him. But now, it wasn't about money, it wasn't about power, and it certainly wasn't about developing the family business. So why? What could it possibly be for? Yu Yan didn't want to think about it, and frankly, she was tired of thinking about it. She had been pondering this for 5 years. "I don't know what exactly you're after," Yu Yan muttered as she shot a glance at her father. With that, Yu Yan turned and walked downstairs. This child, Yu Zhenhai watched her beautiful figure and couldn't help but scold her with a smile. "She's always so rude." Just as Yu Yan's figure was about to disappear around the corner of the staircase, Yu Zhenhai suddenly remembered something. "Oh, right, the company is on break. Hurry up and go home," Yu Zhenhai called after her. "Ah, I know," Yu Yan lazily replied. And with that, Yu Yan left. Yu Zhenhai let out a sigh of relief. His precious daughter had finished speaking, and now it was time for him to leave. As he stepped out of the company, Yu Zhenhai couldn't stop thinking about the young man he had seen earlier. He muttered to himself, "Could it be that I'm overthinking this?" Shaking his head in confusion, Yu Zhenhai sighed again. Getting old. He still didn't think much of it. The boy's surname was Bai, so it was probably nothing more than him overthinking. He looked up at the blue sky, took a deep breath, and walked on. But after walking just a few steps, Yu Zhenhai suddenly paused again. He thought about Yu Yan's ex-boyfriend from 5 years ago. Could he be her ex-boyfriend? At that thought, Yu Zhenhai stopped dead in his tracks. He then recalled how Yu Yan had acted earlier, mature, proud, leaning against the wall, her arms crossed, her face showing disdain and coldness. Stop imagining things, Yu Jinhai muttered, shaking his head in frustration. In truth, Yu Jinhai trusted his daughter. After all these years of raising her, Yu Yan was no longer the girl she had been 5 years ago. She was outstanding, well-educated, cultured, and insightful. There was no exaggeration in saying that Yu Yan was exceptional in today's world. Finding a boyfriend for someone like her was incredibly difficult, as she had seen so much, and there was practically no man who could meet her standards. And that boy named Bai Zhe, he was just a small supervisor at Wanqing Group. After a moment of thinking, Yu Jinhai shrugged and walked on. But a few steps later, he stopped again. His keen instincts told him something was wrong. Although he didn't feel particularly tense, he sensed a gaze from behind, one filled with hostility. This time, it was definitely not just his imagination. The moment he stopped walking, the person behind him seemed to have reacted visibly, as if turning their back. Yu Jinhai smiled faintly and continued walking. After about 10 minutes of walking, Yu Jinhai entered a narrow alley. The city was full of tall buildings, bustling and prosperous, but even in this age of rapid technological development, some buildings hadn't yet undergone transformation. This small alley, made of red brick, was nestled between towering skyscrapers. It was dark, damp, and littered with trash. The only people who came here were sanitation workers, whose job was to remove the garbage. The only other beings that lingered were stray cats and dogs, looking for food. Yu Jinhai stopped. "Come out," Yu Jinhai said indifferently. A large figure stepped out from behind him. It was none other than Wang Lei. Yu Jinhai smiled and turned to face him, hands behind his back. "Hello." "Hello," Wang Lei responded coldly. "I remember you. You were sitting next to Bai Zhe," Yu Jinhai said. After saying this, Yu Jinhai looked up and down at Wang Lei's muscular body, pursing his lips, and nodded in satisfaction. "You've been working out, huh?" Wang Lei was stunned for a moment. Bai Zhe? He was referring to Qin Zhe? Although Wang Lei didn't understand what was going on, he now knew for sure that Yu Yan had concealed Qin Zhe's real identity. "Humph," Wang Lei snorted coldly. "Go ahead, tell me what you need," Yu Jinhai said lightly. "You're Yu Yan's father, right?" Wang Lei asked coldly. Yu Jinhai stared at Wang Lei in surprise. He could sense that this foreigner was here to cause trouble, but trouble had to have a reason, right? The way he had started the conversation with "You're Yu Yan's father, right?" completely threw Yu Jinhai off balance. No matter how you looked at it, that wasn't a proper way to start a confrontation. "Ah," Yu Jinhai replied, somewhat confused. "All right then." Wang Lei clenched his fists, making cracking sounds as he did so. When Yu Jinhai saw that Wang Lei seemed ready to fight, he immediately raised his hand to stop him. Wait. What's going on here?" Yu Jinhai asked, bewildered, staring at the foreigner. "I'm Yu Yan's father, so what's next?" "Break his legs," Wang Lei said, cracking his neck and stepping closer to Yu Jinhai, still holding his fists tightly. The sounds of cracking bones from Wang Lei's neck and clenched fists seemed simple, something anyone could do. But those who truly understood the difference would know that while ordinary people make joint noises, for someone like Wang Lei, those were the sounds of muscle movements. "Hey, wait a second," Yu Jinhai looked at Wang Lei, realizing the young man was serious, and he forced a smile. Just as Yu Jinhai had hoped, since Bai Zhe had bodyguards, it meant Bai Zhe wasn't someone ordinary. The strength of his subordinates indicated that Bai Zhe wasn't simple, and Yu Jinhai decided this might be a good opportunity to see just what kind of person Bai Zhe really was. Wang Lei moved forward and grabbed Yu Jinhai's arm. With a deep breath, he effortlessly swung Yu Jinhai through the air. Considering that Yu Jinhai was an adult, weighing over 140 pounds, the fact that Wang Lei could throw him so easily with just one arm was a clear indication of the immense strength Wang Lei possessed. According to Wang Lei's plan, once he got close, he would grab Yu Jinhai and slam him against the wall, where Yu Jinhai would be pinned and unable to escape. However, the result was unexpected. While Yu Jinhai was indeed thrown, the sensation didn't feel right. It was almost as if he were being thrown like a piece of cotton, light and without much force. Yu Jinhai landed smoothly on his feet and smiled at Wang Lei. "Mm?" Wang Lei was stunned, his face filled with disbelief. Seeing Yu Jinhai smile at him, Wang Lei felt a deep sense of humiliation. Wang Lei gritted his teeth, gathered his strength, and charged forward again, throwing a punch straight at Yu Jinhai's face. Yu Jinhai remained calm and relaxed, sidestepping Wang Lei's attack with ease. Wang Lei, like an overzealous fool, couldn't retract his force in time and stumbled forward, losing his balance. Yu Jinhai, seeing the clumsy bear of a man in front of him, reached out and slapped him right on his big, fat backside. Smack! Muscular people tend to have strong endurance when it comes to taking hits. Note, it's strong endurance, meaning they can take a punch, but especially for someone like Wang Lei, a muscle-bound freak, a punch isn't going to hurt him much. Even if you stabbed him with a knife, the damage would likely only affect his muscles and wouldn't even touch his internal organs. But muscle doesn't mean invincible. While it's good at withstanding blows, it doesn't handle pinches or slaps well. Yu Junhai's slap landed on Wang Lei's backside like a whip. Wang Lei winced, holding his backside and letting out a "Hey, what the hell?" He ran a fair distance, gritting his teeth and rubbing his rear. His face was contorted in pain, his features almost twisted together. At this moment, Wang Lei still didn't understand the difference in strength between him and Yu Junhai. After all, Yu Junhai had made him hurt, and Wang Lei couldn't stand it. He thought to himself that he should retaliate, that he should make Yu Junhai hurt too. With that thought in mind, Wang Lei charged at him again. The result was the same. Yu Junhai effortlessly dodged his attack with a light movement, then slapped Wang Lei's backside again. Wang Lei clutched his rear, hopping and jumping forward, hurting terribly. "Why do you keep hitting the same spot?" Wang Lei yelled angrily. Yu Junhai couldn't help but chuckle. Wang Lei gritted his teeth and, despite the intense pain, charged again. Smack! Wang Lei felt like his backside might be swollen by now. "Damn it!" Wang Lei cursed loudly. Though his expletive was in a thick accent, Yu Junhai could understand him. Immediately, Yu Junhai's gaze turned cold, and he became somewhat angry. Fighting was one thing, but dragging family into it was something else. Was this kid just a child? Was he really swearing about his mom in the middle of a fight, thinking it would somehow help him gain strength? Wang Lei charged again. As expected, the result was clear. Yu Junhai treated him like a child, delivering slap after slap to Wang Lei's rear, each one echoing loudly. After several rounds, Wang Lei finally gave up. At last, Wang Lei understood. It wasn't just that he had been careless, it was that Yu Junhai's strength far surpassed his, and he was treating this fight like child's play. "Still swearing?" Yu Junhai asked, holding Wang Lei by the collar. No, I'm done, Wang Lei begged. "Do you have a driver's license?" Yu Junhai asked. "Yes, what do you need it for?" Wang Lei responded. "Come with me," Yu Junhai said. "Where are we going?" Wang Lei asked. "To the countryside." "What for?" "Work on the farm." Wang Lei was speechless. Both of them were people who lived by their own rules, believing in fate and fortune. Wang Lei never imagined that after losing a fight, he would have to drive a tractor and help with farming. Yu Junhai's logic was simple. People like Wang Lei, young and naive, were easy to read. Though Wang Lei didn't have the most dignified occupation and wasn't exactly doing things by the book, the kid hadn't tried to seriously hurt him during the fight. After several rounds, he hadn't resorted to using any weapons, even though there were several bricks nearby. The kid had some principles. On the other hand, judging by Wang Lei's words, it seemed that Bai Zhe wasn't a bad guy either. If it was about Yu Yan and Wang Lei was doing something forceful or threatening, that would be understandable, since Bai Zhe had the power to back him up. But Bai Zhe hadn't done that. Instead, he was simply trying to get Yu Junhai to treat Yu Yan better. This showed that Bai Zhe was a good kid too. Yu Junhai decided to take Wang Lei with him for two reasons. One, because this strong, foolish boy had great strength, making him perfect for farm work, and two, he wanted to take the opportunity to meet Bai Zhe and clear up any misunderstandings about Yu Yan's engagement. It was all just a misunderstanding, after all. Meanwhile, Qin Zhe was sitting in the office area, twirling a pen in his hand, his leg tapping anxiously under the table, frequently checking his watch. Earlier, in the employee cafeteria, after Yu Yan left with the middle-aged man, Wang Lei stood up without waiting for Qin Zhe to speak. He glanced at Qin Zhe, and Qin Zhe nodded in acknowledgement. "Be careful. The other party might not be ordinary. We've been investigating for so long and still haven't found anything about him," Qin Zhe advised. "Don't worry," Wang Lei assured him confidently. Wang Lei then rolled up his sleeves and charged out with great energy. After that, there was no news. Now, Wang Lei was driving Yu Junhai's tractor toward the countryside. Click! Qin Zhe's lips curled in frustration. Where the hell has he gone? He anxiously tapped his leg. What is he doing? He checked his watch. No calls either. The anxiety kept building. Unable to wait any longer, Qin Zhe took out his phone and dialed Wang Lei's number. "Hello, the number you have dialed is currently unavailable." Click! He hung up the phone. As he tapped his leg and nervously bit his nails, Qin Zhe thought to himself, "This waiting is ridiculous. Has something happened to him? He shouldn't be in trouble. Wang Lei's strength isn't bad. He shouldn't be in any danger." Qin Zhe tapped the desk and pointed to the blond, blue-eyed handsome man across the room. This was the second in command of Qin Zhe's team, named Zhao Haugen, from France. "Jenner," Qin Zhe said. Zhao Haugen looked over. "Check Wang Lei's whereabouts, see what that kid is up to," Qin Zhe said. "Got it," Zhao Haugen replied. A short while later, Zhao Haugen approached. Boss, according to Wang Lei's phone signal, he's in the suburbs right now, Zhao Haogan said. Xin Zhe was confused. His leg nervously tapped. What the hell is this kid doing in the suburbs? I sent him to take care of something, and I don't even know if the job's done, and now he's gone. Xin Zhe cursed, agitated. Boss, let me check it out, Zhao Haogan said, standing up. Be careful. I suspect something's happened to Wang Lei, Xin Zhe said, his voice heavier. Wang Lei's just good at fighting. I'm the one who brings the brains, Zhao Haogan confidently replied. Xin Zhe nodded. Xin Zhe knew that Zhao Haogan could be trusted to get the job done. Seeing that Xin Zhe had agreed, Zhao Haogan flashed a pleased smile. Truth be told, since Xin Zhe had refused to agree to the family's marriage plans and was cut off financially, he had to come here to work. The underlings, like Zhao Haogan and the others, didn't have much choice. Since their boss was working, they had to follow suit, working not only for survival but also to ensure Xin Zhe's safety. For people like them, working a regular job wasn't a big deal. They'd show up in the morning, clock in, deal with performance pressure from their managers, make a call to seal a deal, and be done for the day. Life was carefree and enjoyable, but deep down, they knew their talents were being wasted here. Now, at last, something had happened, and Zhao Haogan was excited. He felt like his legs were rusting from inactivity. But what Zhao Haogan didn't expect was that this time, they were facing a serious problem. Based on Wang Lei's phone's location, Zhao Haogan quickly caught up with him and met Yu Zhenhai. Zhao Haogan, so you're Yu Yan's father? Ah, Yu Zhenhai responded. Seeing that Zhao Haogan was about to make a move, Yu Zhenhai quickly said, Hey, wait a second. Can you tell me why it's a problem that I'm Yu Yan's father? Just because I'm Yu Yan's father, does that mean I deserve to die? A classic move, Zhao Haogan gave a sly smile, then dropped a threatening line, something akin to the lines found in internet warrior novels. Sorry, you've offended someone you shouldn't have, Zhao Haogan said coldly. With that, Zhao Haogan smiled wickedly and took a step toward Yu Zhenhai. Just like that, what was initially supposed to be Wang Lei alone going to the countryside to help Yu Zhenhai with farm work now became a situation with two people. 2 hours passed. Wanqing Group, office area. Xin Zhe anxiously tapped his leg and looked at his watch, growing impatient. Where the hell are they? Xin Zhe angrily stood up. It wasn't just Xin Zhe who was restless. Shen Jingbing, who had also noticed that Zhao Haogan had hit a dead end, could see this was a tougher opponent. It was finally his turn to stretch his legs. Shen Jingbing was a tall, deep-eyed man from the United States. He spoke to Xin Zhe with a noticeable accent. Boss, I should go. Xin Zhe hesitated. Wang Lei and Zhao Haogan are already stuck, and you. Xin Zhe thought to himself that things had escalated beyond his expectations and that they needed to consider this carefully. Boss, Wang Lei is just a brute. Zhao Haogan has the brains, but his head is full of muscle, no wisdom. Let me go. At a time like this, you can't just use force, Shen Jingbing grinned, putting down Wang Lei and Zhao Haogan while flattering himself. Xin Zhe looked up and saw the confident smile on Shen Jingbing's face. After considering it, Xin Zhe thought that letting Shen Jingbing go might be a good choice. Shen Jingbing was known for being crafty. While there was no guarantee he would succeed, at least he wouldn't make things worse like Wang Lei and Zhao Haogan had. All right. But remember, if you can't win, run, Xin Zhe cautioned him. Don't worry, boss. Just watch, Shen Jingbing replied with an okay gesture. In the suburbs, Yu Zhenhai was busy working on the farm when he suddenly noticed a figure flash by him from behind. Yu Zhenhai paused, glanced back, and sighed helplessly. Not bad, Yu Zhenhai commented. Half a day passed, and Yu Zhenhai finished all his work. Meanwhile, Shen Jingbing continued to watch him from the shadows. Yu Zhenhai sighed tiredly, thinking to himself, this is troublesome. It looks like I'm dealing with a seasoned veteran. By the time night fell, Shen Jingbing still hadn't made a move. Yu Zhenhai, though aware of Shen Jingbing's presence, was beginning to get irritated. While he knew Shen Jingbing's movements, the fact that he hadn't shown himself was starting to get under his skin. At least Wang Lei and Zhao Haogan had been straightforward, but Shen Jingbing's constant hiding was starting to feel unsettling. Yu Zhenhai glanced toward the mountain top, where he saw a fire burning. Someone had started a fire there. Yu Zhenhai shook his head in resignation. Looks like he plans to make his move tomorrow. Initially, Yu Zhenhai thought it might be a good thing, but then he looked over at the sheep pen and realized something was off. One of the sheep was missing. Turning back toward the fire on the mountain, Yu Zhenhai realized the truth. Shen Jingbing was hungry. You old bastard. Yu Zhenhai growled in anger. And so, that day, Shen Jingbing went off to farm too. Meanwhile, Xin Zhe glanced at his watch again. He was starting to feel like Shen Jingbing might have run into trouble too. At this moment, another one of his brothers stood up beside him. Boss, I'll go. Xin Zhe furrowed his brows but remained silent. It was clear that a single person with the strength to wipe out a team wouldn't be stopped by a few more people. Ugh, Shinzei sighed in frustration. Check out his background, I'll go. Quickly, the team's technical personnel gathered information on Yujinhai. The personal details were simple: Yujinhai, male, farmer. Shinzei looked at the unhelpful information and tossed the file aside. He understood perfectly. The more powerful someone was, the simpler their personal information was likely to be. Take himself, for instance. If anyone looked up his details, they would only find that he was an orphan raised in an orphanage. So it made sense that they couldn't uncover Yujinhai's true identity. What was shown was what he wanted others to see, and what he didn't want others to see, no one could uncover. This was like how some real estate moguls, in order to create an image, might be asked during interviews why they wear a $200 watch, even though they're worth billions. Their response would be simple: they wear the watch just to check the time, as people with good time management often wear watches, and the value of the watch doesn't matter. While the world praises this billionaire for his simple lifestyle, those who truly understand would know that this man, who wears a $200 watch, is a longtime client of Patek Philippe. Shinzei had mobilized all his resources to investigate Yuyan's background, but he couldn't find any useful information. Now that Yujinhai had revealed himself, Shinzei realized that if it weren't for this moment, he might never have known who the person behind Yuyan really was. For someone with that kind of power, it wasn't surprising that his 3 tough subordinates had fallen at his hands. I'll go myself, Shinzei said coldly. Boss, if something happens to you. It won't, Shinzei explained. Since we can track Wang Lei's and the others' phone signals, that means the other party doesn't have ill intentions toward me. The reason they haven't returned them yet is likely because they want to meet with me. But there's no but. Since they want to meet me, I'll go meet them. The next day, Shinzei borrowed a car from one of his subordinates and drove towards the suburbs. As he arrived in the suburbs, Shinzei admired the rural landscape and felt at ease. The high-rise buildings in the city look impressive from a distance, but the real lives of the people living there are full of busyness. They're always running around to make money, heads down as they walk through the streets, all thinking about how to make a living. In the fast-paced city, opportunities and risks coexist. The rhythm of life is so quick that there's no time to stop and appreciate the tech-savvy buildings around you, and before you know it, someone else will take your place. When you feel tired and wish to look up at the sky, you're met with towering skyscrapers blocking most of the sunlight. People living in the shadows of these buildings can barely breathe. It's a steel forest that doesn't care about emotions. On the other hand, the rural life is much more relaxed. There are no towering buildings here, and you can see the vast sky stretching before you. The clear, blue sky, the green fields, the fresh air, the farmers with smiling faces on the roadside, and the elderly sitting in front of their homes, everything feels healing to the soul. Here, you can clearly feel the slow pace of life. People have plenty of free time. After finishing their work in the fields, they have all the remaining time for themselves. The desire for money isn't as high as in the city, or even if someone is rich, it doesn't make much of a difference. The cost of living is low, and there aren't many things to buy. Unlike in the city, where a cup of milk tea can cost $10, or renting a power bank can cost you several dollars. In the city, there are too many places where money is spent, and the steel forest constantly drains your bank account. The rural area feels much more serene. Shinzei parked his car and asked a woman gossiping by the village about the location of the Yu family. Ah, you're looking for the old Yu family? They're not far, the woman said, pointing in a direction. Just keep going, and when you see the plains, that's their place. Thank you, Shinzei said, expressing his gratitude. He drove in the direction the woman had pointed. As expected, not far from where the woman had directed, Shinzei soon reached the plains she had mentioned. He should be close now. He had arrived at the old Yu family's place, but there were no houses in sight. 20 minutes passed. His face darkened. According to the woman, when he saw the plains, he should have reached the old Yu family's place. But the problem wasn't this place too vast? If he didn't know better, he'd think he had driven into Inner Mongolia. And what was going on here? With such a large area of land, why wasn't anything being done with it? Wouldn't building a housing complex here make a fortune? Lost in confusion, a herd of goats suddenly crossed the road in front of him. Shinzei slammed on the brakes. Ba ba. The goats trotted across the road in groups. Shinzei anxiously tapped his foot, glancing at his watch from time to time. This is really wasting time, Shinzei muttered angrily. He waited for what felt like an eternity before the last goat passed. Shinzei let out a deep breath, took the handbrake off, stepped on the clutch, and shifted gears. Just as he was about to start the car, he saw a familiar figure. A foreigner, wearing a leather cap, a toothpick in his mouth, and holding a stick, was leisurely walking behind the goat herd. Shinzei was shocked, thinking he had seen wrong. He rubbed his eyes and took a closer look. It was Zhao Haogen. Shinzei wondered if he was hallucinating. He shook his head vigorously, focusing his gaze again. It was indeed Zhao Haogen. What the hell? Shinzei was perplexed, remembering Zhao Haogen's boastful words when he left. Boss, Wang Lei is just good at fighting, but I'm different, I'm bringing brains. The confidence in his voice had sounded so reliable at the time. And now, was he here herding goats? Shinzei rolled down the window and leaned his head out. What the hell are you doing here? Shinzei yelled angrily. Zhao Haogen, happily herding the goats, didn't seem to be paying attention to Shinzei. When he heard someone shouting at him, he rolled his eyes. Tui, he spat out the toothpick. Didn't see me. Not even bothering to check who was shouting, Zhao Haogen was about to retort, but when he saw Shinzei's face, he froze for a moment, then immediately switched to a smug smile. Boss, you're here? Zhao Haogen grinned. Shinzei got out of the car and kicked the car door. Tell me this, I sent you to rescue Wang Lei, and you're here herding goats? What the hell are you doing? Shinzei swung his arm angrily. You said you brought brains with you. Zhao Haogen scratched the back of his head, flashing an innocent smile. Herding goats doesn't require brains, does it? Zhao Haogen said sheepishly. Am I complimenting you? Shinzei snapped. Zhao Haogen's Chinese wasn't that good, and sometimes he couldn't understand what Shinzei meant. All he could do was take the words at face value. Zhao Haogen stopped smiling and stood there, silent. Shinzei sized him up. Though he was still angry, seeing that Zhao Haogen was unharmed brought him some relief. He decided to deal with this later, as there was no time to lecture him now. Wang Lei and Shin Jingbing? Shinzei asked. Zhao Haogen suddenly remembered and hurriedly reported. Boss, don't worry, they're fine. They're currently. Okay, enough, just shut up. Shinzei waved his hand impatiently. Zhao Haogen remained quiet. Come with me, Shinzei said. Without further ado, Shinzei turned and got back in the car. As he started the car and looked up, he noticed that Zhao Haogen hadn't moved. What are you doing? Shinzei leaned out the window. Zhao Haogen pointed to the herd of goats. What am I supposed to do with the goats? Zhao Haogen asked with reluctance, staring at the herd. Hearing this, Shinzei was both amused and irritated. They're just goats. What's the big deal? Shinzei snapped. It's not that, Zhao Haogen explained seriously, we can't afford to lose them. Each goat is over $1,000. There are at least 3,000 goats here. Shinzei didn't know much about farming products, and his social circle didn't deal with such things. But hearing this, he was taken aback. Over 1,000 per goat, and with 3,000 goats, that was conservatively over 5 million. It dawned on Shinzei that those unassuming farmers were actually very wealthy. Just 5 million. Shinzei cursed. Are you kidding me? You're scared of 5 million? And there are cows too, Zhao Haogen added. Yeah, it's not a big deal, but, Zhao Haogen said with a guilty look, muttering quietly, you still haven't married your fiancée. Don't talk about 5 million, we can't even come up with 50,000. Shinzei was caught off guard and didn't respond, pretending not to hear Zhao Haogen's mumble. You stay here, Shinzei said. He slammed the accelerator, and the car sped off. Not far down the road, they were stopped again by a herd of cows. Shinzei's fingers drummed impatiently on the steering wheel, his leg tapping nervously, occasionally pressing the horn. This is really wasting time, Shinzei muttered. Bored to tears, Shinzei remembered what Zhao Haogen had said earlier. And there are cows too. At that moment, Shinzei looked at the herd of cows and had a vague feeling that things might not be as simple as they seemed. Sure enough, at the end of the cow herd, he saw a familiar figure. At the rear of the herd, Shin Jingbing, with a satisfied look, was lazily riding on a cow, scratching his head and swaying. Shinzei had had enough. He got out of the car and started yelling. What the hell are you doing, looking like you're sitting in a cow pen? Shin Jingbing, hearing this, wasn't pleased and turned to shout back. You're talking to who? Seeing it was Shinzei, he quickly changed his tone. Boss, what brings you here? Shin Jingbing asked in surprise. When you left, what did you tell me? Wang Lei is all brawn, Zhao Haogen's got muscles for brains, but you brought the intelligence, where is it? Shinzei glared at Shin Jingbing, frustrated. Shin Jingbing jumped off the cow. Shin Jingbing laughed. Boss, you don't need to worry about me. Herding cows really needs brains. Just look at Zhao Haogen, that big fool couldn't do it. Sometimes it really was like this, foreigners could be so irritating that Shinzei just wanted to strangle him. Shinzei started to drag Shin Jingbing away. Before he could say anything more, Shinzei realized the cows might be more expensive than the goats. How much are the cows? Shinzei asked. About 10,000 each? Shin Jingbing gave a vague answer. Herd cows then, Shinzei said. With that, Shinzei turned and walked away. Hey, boss, you're not taking me? Shin Jingbing called out. Can't afford it. Shinzei continued driving forward. On the road, with nothing much to do, Shinzei began to ponder the person of Yujinhai. You could say that Yujinhai is not a good person, he has detained every person Shinzei sent to him. But you could also say he's not entirely bad, either his people have been sent to do farm work, either herding cows or sheep. Lost in his thoughts, Shinzei finally spotted a house. He thought to himself, this must be Yujinhai's home. The car came to a stop, and Shinzei got out and walked towards the house. The house had 2 stories, not particularly luxurious, but rather typical of a new rural home. He pushed open the courtyard gate and walked inside. After looking around, he finally focused his attention on the front door. There, he saw Wang Lei sitting on a small stool, skillfully peeling corn kernels. The stool was tiny, honestly, it was barely bigger than Wang Lei's insole. Given his large frame, sitting on such a small stool made him look almost pitiful, like a bear who'd been wronged, awkward and clumsy. Wang Lei heard a sound by the door, looked up, and saw it was Shinzei. Boss, you're here, Wang Lei said, delighted. Busy, huh? Shinzei replied curtly. Ah, Wang Lei sighed, not saying more, and continued peeling the corn. Where is he? Shinzei glanced around the house. He went out to buy some vegetables. He should be back soon, Wang Lei answered. Is he good at fighting? Shinzei asked indifferently. Wang Lei replied. How good? Shinzei asked curiously. Well, none of us 3 could beat him even when we teamed up, Wang Lei said, letting out a long sigh. Shinzei didn't respond. He walked over, picked another small stool, and sat beside Wang Lei, casually picking up some corn kernels to help him. We'll talk when he gets back, Shinzei said, lightly. After a while, Shin Jingbing and Zhao Haogan returned. They entered the courtyard, intending to speak, but seeing the somewhat tense atmosphere, they wisely kept silent, walked over to Shinzei, and began helping Wang Lei peel the corn. About 10 minutes later, Yujinhai came back, carrying a large bundle of vegetables. Yujinhai entered the courtyard, saw Shinzei, and smiled with amusement. You've come, Yujinhai said with a smile. Shinzei glanced at him, put down the corn in his hands, patted the dust off his hands, and clapped his thighs as he stood up. You continue with your work, no rush, Yujinhai said, smiling. No need, the stool's too small, sitting on it hurts my back. I need to stand and move around a bit, Shinzei replied indifferently. Seeing that Shinzei seemed ready to move, Yujinhai couldn't help but sigh in resignation. All right, Yujinhai said, placing the vegetables aside. These few brothers of mine have been under your care, Shinzei said calmly. They're fine. They're good at fighting, but a bit clumsy with farm work, Yujinhai said, smiling. Wang Lei and the others, noticing the conversation, quietly set down their work and began whispering among themselves. It looks like it's about to get violent, Shin Jingbing said. Of course, don't need you to say that, who can't tell? Wang Lei replied. Hey, do you guys think, can our boss win against him? Zhao Haogan asked. I think he can. Our boss may be a bit poor, but when it comes to fighting, I've never seen him lose, Wang Lei said. Shin Jingbing shook his head. With a serious expression, he looked at Shinzei's back and offered a different opinion. I think it's going to be tough. Even all 3 of us together couldn't beat him. Our boss can fight, sure, but now with all 3 of us together, he'd still struggle. As for Yujinhai, when facing the combined efforts of the 3 of us, he looks like he's still at ease. As he said this, Shin Jingbing shot Wang Lei a glare. And by the way, I really don't like hearing you, foreigner, talk. What does whether our boss is rich or poor have to do with whether he can beat Yujinhai? Who are you calling a foreigner? Wang Lei stood up. Aren't you one yourself? Besides, now that things have reached this point, you're not supporting the boss? You're turning your elbows outward? I'm just stating the facts, Shin Jingbing said, standing his ground. Shinzei, walking ahead, could hear the mumbling behind him. Confused, he thought to himself, we haven't even fought yet, and they're already about to argue. What are they fighting about? Shin Jingbing took out 500 yuan from his pocket and slapped it on the ground. I bet our boss won't win, Shin Jingbing said. Wang Lei, unwilling to back down, immediately took out 1,000 yuan and slapped it on the ground. He'll win, Wang Lei exclaimed. Amidst the quarrel, Shin Jingbing and Wang Lei both looked towards Zhao Haogan. Zhao Haogan, still trying to mediate, grew a bit flustered as the 2 suddenly turned their attention to him. Bro, what do you think? Zhao Haogan said nervously. What's your deal? Where do you stand? Shin Jingbing and Wang Lei both demanded. Why do you have to bring me into your bet? Zhao Haogan said, feeling wronged. Hurry up, Wang Lei ordered. Zhao Haogan, looking pitiful, gave them a helpless glance. Under their pressure, he reluctantly pulled out 500 yuan. Torn between betting that Qinzhe could win or not, Zhao Haogan hesitated. When he was about to place his bet on not winning, Wang Lei shot him a disapproving glare and made a displeased sound. Seeing this, Shen Jingbing spoke up to support Zhao Haogan. "Rooter, choose for yourself, don't look at them," Shen Jingbing said. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Haogan gave Wang Lei a sheepish smile. "Sorry, Lei bro, but I think our boss won't win." Amid the argument between Wang Lei and the others, Qinzhe suddenly charged forward. Seeing this, Yu Shenhai sighed helplessly. He knew he had been misunderstood and had tried to explain himself to these foreigners. However, due to cultural differences, even simple matters were hard to explain. Take Zhao Haogan, for instance. When he found Yu Shenhai, the first thing he said was, "So you're Yu Yan's father, huh?" Yu Shenhai, staring at the furious Zhao Haogan, nodded in confusion. Without further words, Zhao Haogan rushed up and insisted on having a fight with him. And of course, he couldn't win. Next was Shen Jingbing. Compared to the others, Shen Jingbing had some semblance of intelligence. He seemed to understand that being good at fighting didn't mean he should clash head-on with Yu Shenhai. His tactics were underhanded, and capturing this guy indeed took quite a bit of effort. Yu Shenhai patiently tried to communicate with Shen Jingbing. He really couldn't understand why, upon learning that he was Yu Yan's father, these people had such a strong reaction. Why did they insist on crippling him? Yu Shenhai asked Shen Jingbing, "Is there some misunderstanding between us? You just need to admit you're Yu Yan's father, and that's it," Shen Jingbing said harshly. "Yes," Yu Shenhai answered naturally, "no doubt about it." "Then why are you still blabbering to me?" Shen Jingbing cursed angrily. "Wait, so because I'm Yu Yan's father, I deserve to be treated like this?" While lost in thought, Qinzhe had already charged directly at Yu Shenhai's face, throwing a punch. Yu Shenhai quickly collected his thoughts and sidestepped. Qinzhe's punch missed, and he lost his balance, staggering a few steps. Yu Shenhai, glancing at Qinzhe's awkwardness, shook his head in resignation. He had expected Qinzhe to be a skilled fighter, but now, it seemed that perhaps he had set his expectations too high. Based on what he was seeing, to be honest, Qinzhe wasn't as skilled as Wang Lei, Zhao Haogan, and the others. This gap between his expectations and reality was somewhat disappointing for Yu Shenhai. Qinzhe turned and charged again. Facing Qinzhe's attack, Yu Shenhai calmly dodged once more, effortlessly evading the punch. With casual steps, Yu Shenhai took a look at Qinzhe, who was full of openings. At this point, Yu Shenhai didn't even have the energy to toy with him. "Ah," Yu Shenhai sighed. Wang Lei and the others, who were watching from the side, had different reactions. Wang Lei stared at the clumsy Qinzhe, confused. It was understandable that Yu Shenhai didn't understand Qinzhe's strength, but Wang Lei, who knew Qinzhe's level, thought that, in theory, Qinzhe shouldn't be this awkward in his movements. Wang Lei glanced at the money he had wagered inside. He felt like he was going to lose the bet. Qinzhe didn't seem to be in great shape today. Wang Lei's brain wasn't very sharp, and not seeing the nuances of the situation wasn't surprising, but Shen Jingbing, who was much more perceptive, furrowed his brow. He was smart enough to realize that Qinzhe was pretending. Shen Jingbing looked at the money he had bet. He felt that, at this rate, Yu Shenhai would likely lose. With a clenched jaw, Shen Jingbing warned, "Be careful." Hearing this, Qinzhe turned his head to glance at Shen Jingbing. "It's fine, don't worry," Qinzhe smiled. "What I meant was for you to be careful, Yu Shenhai." Thinking this in his mind, Shen Jingbing didn't say much more. He knew that at this point, cheering for Yu Shenhai, frankly, it would be a bit disgusting, but in a bet, there were no friends. As Qinzhe kept attacking Yu Shenhai calmly avoided his blows. From a distance, the two of them looked almost comical. Qinzhe was like a child swinging a clumsy turtle punch while chasing Yu Shenhai. Yu Shenhai sighed again. He had had enough. At this point, there was no point in continuing. Just as Qinzhe threw another punch at Yu Shenhai quickly sidestepped again. Qinzhe's punch missed, and he lunged forward. Yu Shenhai saw the opportunity and aimed for Qinzhe's neck with a precise strike. Seeing this, Qinzhe's lips curled into a sinister smile. Yu Shenhai, noticing Qinzhe's malicious grin, felt a chill in his heart and immediately realized something was wrong. However, his attack was already launched, and there was no way to stop it. In the blink of an eye, Qinzhe's body shifted, and with a quick movement, he launched an elbow strike. This elbow strike was incredibly fast and powerful, completely different from his earlier attacks. His previous strikes had been childish, almost like an untrained civilian, but this elbow was different. It was strong, precise, and well-angled. Boom! The elbow struck Yu Shenhai's face. Yu Shenhai winced in pain, letting out an ouch and immediately covered his face, retreating to the side. Still covering half his face, Yu Zhenhai stared at Qin Zhe with anger. "You dare hit me?" Yu Zhenhai cursed. When he finally lowered his hand, a large bruise was already visibly forming on his face. A man, a real man, can bleed but cannot cry. Fighting was one thing. Even if Qin Zhe had stabbed Yu Zhenhai today, he could accept it, at least it wouldn't be a laughingstock in front of others. But with a huge bump on his face, no matter how serious the situation, it was hard not to find it funny. Yu Zhenhai couldn't save face now. Yu Zhenhai was furious. At the moment when Qin Zhe landed a cunning elbow strike that caused a large bump on Yu Zhenhai's face, Wang Lei and the others, who were watching the spectacle, had different expressions. Wang Lei was ecstatic. There was a chance. He greedily glanced at the money he had bet, swallowing hard. There really was a chance. Shen Jingbing, noticing the situation, clenched his fists and thought to himself that things were about to go badly. "Boss, you old bastard." He glanced at the money he had bet and became extremely anxious. Wang Lei cupped his hands around his mouth and yelled, "Go for it." Shen Jingbing, unwilling to lose out, shouted anxiously, "Don't get careless. Keep it up." Hearing the cheers, Qin Zhe turned to smile and wave at Wang Lei and the others. However, after a moment of thought, he found Shen Jingbing's cheering voice to be a little strange, but he couldn't pinpoint what exactly was odd about it. While Qin Zhe was still wondering about it, Yu Zhenhai's eyes widened in anger. "How dare you hit me?" Yu Zhenhai cursed. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold glint flashed in his eyes, and his body blurred as he disappeared. Qin Zhe quickly pulled himself together, not daring to let his guard down. What incredible speed! In the blink of an eye, Yu Zhenhai had closed the distance, reaching out to grab Qin Zhe's shoulder. Qin Zhe, shocked, swiftly dodged. But it seemed like Yu Zhenhai had already anticipated that Qin Zhe would dodge. He shifted his body and easily caught hold of Qin Zhe's arm. Qin Zhe's face turned pale with shock. What incredible skill! But Qin Zhe wasn't a pushover either. He quickly lowered his body, supporting himself with one hand on the ground, and launched a beautiful crescent kick. A crescent kick, similar to Brazilian jiu-jitsu leg techniques, is a kick that can strike your face even if you're lying on the ground. It may seem flashy, but it's anything but. Its power should not be underestimated. A well-executed kick can knock someone unconscious, and who knows whether they would wake up as a vegetable. Yu Zhenhai looked at the incoming kick and sneered. With ease, Yu Zhenhai grabbed Qin Zhe's ankle and blocked the kick with a brutal and straightforward motion. Qin Zhe's face turned green when he realized his ankle had been caught. As he tried to withdraw his leg, he was shocked to discover that Yu Zhenhai's grip was like a vice, making it impossible to move even an inch. "Damn it," Qin Zhe thought, his face darkening. Yu Zhenhai, holding Qin Zhe's ankle, took a deep breath and threw him into the air. Slap! Qin Zhe crashed to the ground like a sack of potatoes. "How dare you hit me?" Yu Zhenhai cursed. And then, an unbearably humiliating scene unfolded. Yu Zhenhai, like someone holding a helpless little chick, swung Qin Zhe's body in the air, tossing him from the left side to the right, and then back from the right to the left, over and over. Wang Lei nudged Shen Jingbing beside him. "Should we do something about this?" Shen Jingbing, without saying a word, grabbed the bet money. On Yu Zhenhai's side, after tiring himself out, he sat on top of Qin Zhe, took out his phone, and showed him the photo album, which was filled with pictures of him and Yu Yan. Qin Zhe, gritting his teeth in pain, glanced at Yu Zhenhai's phone. "What's the meaning of this?" Qin Zhe asked coldly. Although his tone wasn't friendly, Qin Zhe realized something as he looked through the photos. "I am Yu Yan's father." Yu Zhenhai cursed. "You're her father?" Qin Zhe asked, looking at Yu Zhenhai in surprise. To be honest, Qin Zhe still found it hard to believe because Yu Yan bore no resemblance to Yu Zhenhai. But the pictures Yu Zhenhai showed him contained many photos of Yu Yan as a child. Yu Zhenhai, looking exhausted, sighed and began to vent his frustration. "I really don't understand what you people are doing." First, Yu Zhenhai pointed at Wang Lei. "That big fool." Just mentioning Wang Lei made Yu Zhenhai so angry he almost couldn't breathe. Wang Lei, however, scratched his head with a sheepish grin. "Look at him, look at him." Yu Zhenhai yelled in frustration, pointing at Wang Lei. "This big idiot, you want to say he can speak Chinese? He can't even understand basic context. Now he thinks I'm praising him, but if you say he doesn't know Chinese, his Chinese actually isn't bad. On the first day he showed up, he asked if I was Yu Yan's father. I said yes, and immediately he tried to fight me." Then, Yu Zhenhai turned to Jiao Haogan. "And that Jiao Haogan," Yu Zhenhai said, looking at Qin Zhe, "just look at the names he gave his friends. Either it's heel or crazy. What kind of names are these?" Hearing this, Jiao Haogan and Shen Jingbing chuckled nervously, blushing. "Seriously, is there anyone normal in your group? You came here, didn't ask a single question, just asked me if I was Yu Yan's father. and then immediately attacked. Oh right. Speaking of Shen Jingbing, now that I remember, he couldn't beat me, so he sent another idiot to find me. Sending an idiot is one thing, but tell me, before you sent him, did you give him more living expenses? This guy's first move was to come here and kill one of my sheep, then go roast a leg of lamb on the mountain in the east. Who does something that disgusting? Xin Zhe was caught between laughter and tears. But after thinking for a moment, he realized that he couldn't really blame Shen Jingbing, that old bastard, because the issue stemmed from his refusal to agree to his family's marriage arrangements. As a result, his subordinates had been caught up in the mess, and lately, the food these brothers had been eating hadn't been great. Seeing the flustered Yu Zhenhai, Xin Zhe thought for a moment and cautiously asked, "Are you really Yu Yan's father?" "Of course." Yu Zhenhai glared at him. Xin Zhe didn't respond. He had looked into Yu Yan's background. She had grown up in an orphanage, and he had even asked her about her parents once. At that time, Yu Yan had told him that she had no parents and had lived in the orphanage since childhood. When Yu Zhenhai saw that Xin Zhe didn't respond, he sighed helplessly. "You grew up in an orphanage too, didn't you?" Yu Zhenhai said. As he spoke, a sly smile crept onto the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that Yu Zhenhai had something to say. Xin Zhe's heart tightened upon hearing this. "This middle-aged man is not simple." "Kid," Yu Zhenhai said, reaching out to pat Xin Zhe's cheek, "you don't need to know the details. All you need to know is that I mean you no harm, and we're both looking for someone." Xin Zhe was confused. "Are you also looking for that man?" Yu Zhenhai asked with a smile. Xin Zhe froze for a moment. "Isn't it?" Yu Zhenhai said, narrowing his eyes and speaking with a vicious tone, "Don't let me find that guy. Once I do, I'll break his legs." Xin Zhe was puzzled. He didn't know who Yu Zhenhai was looking for, but Yu Zhenhai had just said that they were looking for the same man. The man Xin Zhe was looking for was likely the one who had an affair with Yu Yan. Could it be that Yu Zhenhai was also searching for him? If that was the case, it proved one thing: besides himself, Yu Yan had other men. "And you?" Yu Zhenhai asked. "Me?" Xin Zhe responded. "Of course." Yu Zhenhai said coldly, "What will you do if you find him?" Xin Zhe thought for a moment, then sighed, "Nothing much. It's a matter of the Qin family's face. Regardless, if the other party knew about my relationship with Yu Yan and still harmed her, that's basically a public challenge to me. As for how Yu Yan feels about that man, that's another matter." Yu Zhenhai, hearing this, looked at Xin Zhe with sympathy. "Kid, it's not your fault. I feel bad for your Qin family," Yu Zhenhai said. Xin Zhe sighed tiredly. "It's okay, the thing's already happened, and there's nothing we can do about it. Once it's all over, you'll have to make your own decision. If you can accept Yu Yan, then be with her. If you can't, no one can force you," Yu Zhenhai said. "Thank you, uncle. Let's talk after we find that person," Xin Zhe said. Yu Zhenhai thought for a moment, then suddenly looked up and said, "By the way, the fact that Yu Yan has another man, I hope you'll keep that secret for now." Xin Zhe thought for a moment, didn't overthink it, and nodded. "No problem." Yu Zhenhai sighed in relief, then regained his composure. "By the way, don't just stand around," Yu Zhenhai said. "Well then." Xin Zhe got up and dusted off the dirt from his clothes. "Get yourself together and go do some work at the stable." Yu Zhenhai pointed toward the stable. Xin Zhe froze in place, the motion of brushing off the dust abruptly stopping. Wang Lei and the others, with their arms crossed, were watching Xin Zhe, barely holding back laughter. "No, uncle, Xin Zhe started. "What do you mean, I?" Yu Zhenhai snapped, "You come here and disturb me without figuring things out, and I haven't even settled accounts with you yet. You're just going to leave like this?" "But it was all a misunderstanding," Xin Zhe tried to explain. Before he could finish, Yu Zhenhai kicked him in the backside. "I'm going to settle accounts with you for this big bump on my face," Yu Zhenhai yelled. "The key is," Xin Zhe looked weakly at Yu Zhenhai, muttering something that might get him beaten. "If you had just told me you were Yu Yan's father from the start, wouldn't that have avoided all of this?" Yu Zhenhai's eyes widened. Seeing that Yu Zhenhai looked like he might strike again, Xin Zhe immediately backed down. He had seen Yu Zhenhai's skills. His martial arts were far superior to his own. Forget about himself. Even if Wang Lei and the others joined him, they would still be no match for Yu Zhenhai. Wang Lei and the others must have tried already, and if they could win, they wouldn't have come to him for help, they would have handled it themselves. Under the oppressive authority of Yu Zhenhai, Xin Zhe chose to go to the stable. While managing the stable, Xin Zhe was still reflecting on his earlier conversation with Yu Zhenhai. In his gut, he felt like something wasn't quite right, but he couldn't figure out exactly what was off. There was just a feeling that their conversation was not on the same wavelength, though everything they talked about seemed to fit together. However, one thing was certain: Yu Zhenhai meant him no harm. Not only was Xin Zhe looking for the person behind Yu Yan, but Yu Xinhai was looking for him as well. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. For Qinzhe, these 3 days felt like years. There was an endless amount of farm work to do. Once he finished one task, another one appeared, and it felt like it would never end. This day, at night, as they were preparing to sleep, Qinzhe called over Wang Lei and the other two. Under the cover of darkness, the four of them gathered together to discuss one thing: how to escape. With Qinzhe leading, the group planned and decided that they would leave in the middle of the night. Once the plan was made, they just had to wait for the right time. The minutes passed, and they finally reached 1 a.m. Qinzhe glanced at his watch. The time was exact. "Let's go," Qinzhe said in a low voice. Wang Lei and the other two nodded heavily at him. The escape went smoothly, and the group managed to slip into the car that Qinzhe had driven. What they didn't know was that everything had been watched from the second floor by Yu Xinhai. Standing by the window, he took a sip of tea and looked sideways as the group of big black rats climbed into the car. Not getting paid anymore? Yu Xinhai muttered to himself in confusion. As Qinzhe started the engine and was about to pull away, Shen Jingbing grabbed his hand. "Hold on," Shen Jingbing said seriously. "Ha?" Qinzhe looked at Shen Jingbing, who had a serious expression on his face. "Are we really just leaving like this?" Shen Jingbing asked. "What else should we do? You want to leave some money for Yu Xinhai?" Qinzhe snapped. "We've worked so hard these past few days. Do you think it's okay to just leave without getting anything?" Shen Jingbing said seriously. Shen Jingbing's words ignited the anger of Wang Lei and Zhao Haogan. Wang Lei, a strong man capable of taking on 10 opponents without falling behind, was a true warrior. But here, his strength had been reduced to nothing as he had spent several days peeling corn for Yu Xinhai. This was an unimaginable humiliation. Wang Lei, furious, had his face turn bright red, and the hot air from his nostrils could almost burn. Zhao Haogan, agile and quick-witted, was like an unsheathed sword on the battlefield. On the battlefield, his movements were lightning fast, and wherever his swordlight passed, there were corpses. A man like him had spent the past few days herding sheep for Yu Xinhai. Furious, Zhao Haogan gritted his teeth, his fists creaking from the pressure. But it was Qinzhe who remained the calmest. "If we can get something, do we really need to run away secretly?" Qinzhe asked. With those words, both Zhao Haogan and Wang Lei were brought back to reality. They both silently remembered how they had been completely defeated by Yu Xinhai earlier inside at the same time. They lamented that their skills were inferior and could only blame themselves. Boss, we don't have to face him directly," Shen Jingbing said with a smirk. "Don't be foolish. Even though we've been exhausted these past few days, it was a misunderstanding at the beginning. We've only done some farm work for a few days. Yu Xinhai hasn't been too unreasonable," Qinzhe added. "Yu Xinhai isn't a bad person, he's not too bad." "True, I admit that Yu Xinhai isn't a bad person, but even after the misunderstanding was cleared up, he still won't let us leave. He just wants us to stay and work on his farm. Doesn't that seem a bit rude? We're not exactly beggars. Is this the kind of treatment you'd give people?" Shen Jingbing said. Qinzhe, hearing Shen Jingbing's words, realized that Shen Jingbing had a point. "That's true," Qinzhe said. "Boss, we're not being unreasonable," Shen Jingbing whispered. In the darkness, Qinzhe noticed a glint of intelligence in Shen Jingbing's eyes. Seeing this, Qinzhe believed in Shen Jingbing. "Tell me more," Qinzhe said. "We can," Shen Jingbing looked at everyone, his eyes shifting. "We can take one of his sheep." Upon hearing this, Qinzhe was immediately enraged. "You bastard!" Qinzhe cursed. "Boss, Shen Jingbing said, looking innocent. "We can't let people walk all over us. Besides, we've worked so much for him. Isn't it okay to take one sheep?" "You piece of shit!" Qinzhe shouted angrily. Upstairs, Yu Xinhai watched the car below, his face full of confusion. Why are they still sitting there discussing something? Yu Xinhai tilted his head, unable to understand, and then turned to walk into his bedroom to sleep. The next day, in the morning, Yu Xinhai changed clothes and went to do some farm work. Everything seemed normal. He herded cattle and sheep under the bright sky, living a self-sufficient, free life. This was also why Yu Xinhai had chosen to live in the countryside. The air quality in the city was terrible. Everywhere he looked, there was smog, and the whole city was shrouded in it. People living in the city couldn't see the true sky because of it. Of course, the fast-paced life of the city left them no time to look up at the sky. The countryside was different. There were no high buildings blocking the view. Even without looking up, you could see the blue sky. At night, you could lie in a chair and gaze at the stars. In the afternoon, as Yu Xinhai was bringing the cattle back, he noticed something strange when the cattle were put into the pen. Wait, one of the cows is missing? A flash of realization struck him. Yu Xinhai recalled that just the night before, Those people had sneaked into the car. They should have left by now, but they had been sitting there, not moving, clearly discussing something. Once he connected the dots, Yu Jinhai was so furious that his body started trembling. Xin Zai. These were the two words Yu Jinhai gritted out through his teeth. But then, Yu Jinhai seemed to think of something else, and in his fury, he suddenly burst into laughter. Little bastard. Yu Jinhai shook his head helplessly. The next day, Wanqing Group. Yu Yan walked through the office area in high heels, and as she passed by the department where Qin Zai worked, her heels suddenly paused. She turned her head and glanced at Qin Zai's office area. At that moment, Qin Zai had his back to her, his chin resting on his hand, and the other hand idly twirling a pen, looking the part of someone working. "When did you come to work?" Yu Yan asked. Behind her, Song Hao hurried forward when he heard the question. Today, Song Hao answered respectfully. What has he been doing these past few days? Yu Yan asked again. Song Hao didn't respond. Yu Yan didn't say anything else. She turned around and walked toward Qin Zai. Qin Zai, with his chin resting on his hand and the pen spinning between his fingers, was lost in thought. He was thinking about Yu Yan, that conniving woman who had mysteriously told him that she only had one boyfriend. But after meeting her father, he realized that Yu Yan had more than just him as a boyfriend. Meanwhile, Wan Lei and Zhao Haogan were still discussing how delicious the beef from yesterday had been. However, as soon as they saw Yu Yan approach, both of them lost interest in the topic and coldly stared at her, expressions full of disdain. This promiscuous woman. Yu Yan stopped behind Qin Zai. What have you been doing these past few days? Yu Yan asked coldly. Qin Zai heard her voice, glanced at her, snorted, and said nothing. Yu Yan raised an eyebrow. She remembered that just a few days ago, Qin Zai didn't have this attitude toward her. But now, after a few days without seeing him, his attitude had changed drastically. Clearly, something else had happened in the past few days, and it wasn't what she had expected. Malicious absenteeism. A fine of 1,000, Yu Yan said indifferently. Qin Zai's heart skipped a beat upon hearing the deduction. If he could, Qin Zai really didn't want to say another word to this swindler. Hey, hold on. Qin Zai spun his chair around, impatiently looking at Yu Yan. How much do I even earn in a month compared to you? How can you just keep deducting my money like this? You were maliciously absent. It's a different matter, Yu Yan sneered. I didn't maliciously skip work, Qin Zai retorted. Yu Yan nodded in satisfaction and then asked again, so, what have you been doing these past few days? Qin Zai turned his head away, reluctantly saying, I went to take a shit. Yu Yan sneered, then glanced at Wan Lei and the others nearby. Did you go in a group? Yu Yan asked with a laugh. Wang Lei sneered. Yeah, what about it? Yu Yan looked at Wan Lei, who had the most temper, and nodded in satisfaction. You're fined 2,000, Yu Yan said. Zhao Haogan, unable to hold back, stood up. How can you? Before he could finish his sentence, Yu Yan glared at him and coldly said, You're fined 3,000. Zhao Haogan immediately sat back down. Yu Yan then looked at Shen Jingbing and, with amusement, asked, Did they call you a lunatic? I'm Shen Jingbing. Shen Jingbing said proudly. Did he give you that name? Yu Yan said, gesturing at Qin Zai. What's it to you? Shen Jingbing responded, pushing back. Yu Yan nodded, becoming increasingly satisfied with these people. All right, Yu Yan said indifferently. You don't need to come to work tomorrow. Shen Jingbing sneered, then suddenly realized, huh? Shen Jingbing immediately stood up. Wait, they're being fined, but you're going to fire me? What for? Because you're the smart one, Yu Yan said. Does that mean I deserve to die for being smart? Shen Jingbing said, somewhat unable to accept it. What have you been doing these past few days? Yu Yan asked. Shen Jingbing looked at Qin Zai, Wang Lei, and the others. Seeing their firm and unyielding expressions, Shen Jingbing made up his mind. I'll be damned before I tell you, Shen Jingbing said firmly. Yu Yan looked at Shen Jingbing and smiled, her gaze softening. This was the first time she had smiled at someone other than Qin Zai. Yu Yan nodded, then turned and walked away. As soon as Yu Yan left, Wang Lei and the others stood up, looking at Shen Jingbing with deep respect. Brother, I respect you as a real man. Wang Lei said excitedly, grabbing Shen Jingbing's hand. Shen Jingbing, with a resolute expression, looked at Wan Lei, then paused and said, Brother, don't say anything more. With that, Shen Jingbing turned and walked out of the office area. Outside the office, Yu Yan didn't head straight back to her own office. Instead, she walked toward the safety passage. Behind her, Song Hao, confused, asked, Boss, where are you going? Yu Yan didn't answer. She pushed open the iron door of the safety passage and stood quietly at the corner of the stairs, waiting silently. Waiting for someone, Yu Yan said softly. Song Hao glanced at the empty hallway. Who are you waiting for? Just as he finished speaking, the door to the safety passage was pushed open again. In walked Shin Jingbing. He approached Yu Yan, lowered his head, and said in a soft voice, "Earlier, there were too many people. I didn't behave properly." Yu Yan, arms crossed, responded coolly, "What have you all been doing these past few days?" "We've been doing farm work," Shin Jingbing replied. Yu Yan, hearing this, was momentarily stunned. Then, she glared at Shin Jingbing angrily. She thought he was mocking her, but when she saw the look on his face, she felt like he wasn't lying. After thinking of her father, who lived in the suburbs, Yu Yan was suddenly shocked. "My father met with Qin Zhe?" Yu Yan's beautiful eyes darkened. "Something like that," Shin Jingbing said. "What did they talk about?" Yu Yan asked. "I'm a foreigner, I couldn't understand," Shin Jingbing replied. Yu Yan looked at him and didn't ask any further questions. She could tell that Shin Jingbing had his principles, and there were things he could say and things he couldn't. Asking him further was useless. The situation didn't benefit anyone, and Shin Jingbing clearly wasn't an ordinary person. "I understand now," Yu Yan nodded. Then, Yu Yan said, "Tomorrow, go to the department manager and collect 5,000 in bonuses." Shin Jingbing immediately broke into a smile upon hearing this. This was exactly what he had been waiting for. "All right. Thank you, General Yu. You're generous." Shin Jingbing laughed mischievously.
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.